The Aviva North.
Yeah, listening to the Stone Roses in the car, you know.
I love that.
Can
I love that.
me?
You know, heaven knows I'm miserable now. Heaven knows we're all bloody miserable now, aren't we? You know, because he's done that the square root of bugger all. And also yesterday he came out, did he not, to sort of have a go at the media to say, you know, stop just speculating about what my policies are going to be. Well, maybe you should start telling us what your policies actually are.
Precisely.
And then people will stop speculating.
And then also stop going on podcast episodes with like random people who've never been heard of before, and actually sit in front of actual journalists who can ask you real questions about politics. And he's like, and this is the point I've said to you before, Mike, about how Andy doesn't really like anyone disagreeing with him. You know, King of the North never had anyone disagree with His Majesty before, and then becomes Prime Minister. And people are like,
sorry, can we just King of North?
King of North. King of North.
It's got to be done the right way.
King of North, His Majesty himself. Basically, he was complaining at this press conference about social care, saying, look guys, we need to build consensus. We all just need to agree, which basically means you all need to shut up and agree with me.
Yes. And he's got those lovely people from the other parties, except he hasn't, because he's only got the Lib Dems and the Tories.
Exactly.
He's decided to ignore reform, who control quite a few councils, which actually control the social care of many, many people in this country.
Indeed.
How is he doing a consensus without reform?
I know, exactly. And also, you know, like you said, also you've got to get the Greens involved there, the SNP, because social care is not just a national issue, but it's a local issue as well. You know, 50% of local authority budgets are taken up by SEND and social care, and that's why many councils have to raise council tax. They can't spend money on, you know, other nice things that they used to do, and that's a big problem. And you know, it definitely needs addressing. But just talking to the main three parties is not good enough.
No, of course, and there's no harm in taking social care away from the council and giving it to, say, a separate body. I mean, he's talking about setting up a kind of a national care service, a bit like the NHS. Hopefully, slightly better run than the NHS, but you know,
I doubt it.
I don't object to that idea, because I think there's no question that certainly something needs to be done, and maybe do take it away from local councils and let local councils actually spend the money the way that they want to spend it on other things. But you know, he can't, as I say, he cannot just only talk to people that he wants to talk to because he likes them, and doesn't want to talk to other people because he doesn't like them. Yeah,
precisely. But again, this is classic Andy Burnham moves. I mean, you know, he's come on this. I'm not sure if you're still feeling the vibe of our Andy. You know, the vibe
very
and
much so,
and the buzz balls.
I mean, you've seen,
and the,
we've got a lot of
number
signs
10
here.
North.
We've been holding these up all week. This is the Mike Graham Show
North.
South.
Yeah,
you can be the Mike Graham Show North.
Mike Graham Show North.
Over there. And the good news about all of this is that it doesn't cost you £1 million to have a new sign.
Indeed.
Unlike Andy Burnham's North and South scenario,
so
where it's £1 million.
This £1 million figure is actually from us at the Taxpayers Alliance, actually. So it's not to do with the overall operational cost of number 10 North, but on the government civil service jobs website, they were advertising for a bunch of roles for essentially social media managers and the like, and they said London/Manchester, and they'd all appeared very, very recently.
Oh, really?
So my view, and indeed our view at the TPA when we saw it, was, well, hang on, this is quite clearly Andy Burnham building up his social media vanity unit in the North, because what else has he got to do up there apart from make silly videos? And we calculated not just their salaries but their pension contributions, and we were relatively conservative. We used the midpoint rather than the high point, and actually that's going to cost taxpayers over £860,000, and that did mental on Twitter. It was on GB News. You've mentioned it a few times, which is really cool. But the problem is that that's like they said it wasn't going to cost any more money. So we've already just found almost £1 million spending just on a handful of roles.
Just on a handful of roles, exactly right. And of course that doesn't include all of the extra Metropolitan Police protection units that have to run backwards and forwards to Manchester. I presume when he does go, because we don't know yet, when he does go backwards and forwards to Manchester, he's going either in a cavalcade of cars or he's flying. One way or the other, which is all going to cost money as well. He's not going to take the train, is he? He's not
no,
going
of course
to buy,
not.
you know, like it's a cheap day return. That's to Manchester.
No, because then what you'd have if he took the train, the press would do this nauseating thing like they did when he first came to the Westminster. It's like Lenin coming it's like Lenin coming in.
The BBC puts a helicopter up. There's another £1 million. You know, unbelievable. Should we have a look? Actually, should we do him on the media speculation? Because actually, to be fair to him, I suppose, and I don't mean to be fair to him. That's not what we do here. However, he did have a press conference yesterday where he did actually answer some questions. But again, the paucity of intelligence in the press corps astounds me. You know, you get these people, and I was listening to it yesterday afternoon. I think it was in the car, and you know, so here's the press conference, and somebody gets up from wherever it is they're from, and they ask 4 questions. of which he's only going to answer one.
Exactly.
Right? What's the point? Don't ask him 4 questions, because then he'll pick the one he wants to answer.
Precisely.
Ask him the one that you really think he doesn't want to answer, and then make him answer that one.
Precisely.
I mean, it's like journalism 101. What's wrong with these people?
Exactly. And also, as you might have noticed, he only picked from a handful of like mainstream sources, and that's classic from even from Keir Starmer's number 10. I know people at GB News and other outlets who got consistently quite annoyed with number 10 about how
they just wouldn't ask them.
Yeah, but also how cuddly they were with ITV, Sky News, you know, Channel 5, other places like that. You know, places that don't have actually massive viewership ratings, and whatever you might think of GB News, obviously I'm a big fan of it. I mean, that is still Britain's number one news channel, and the fact that you're not allowing their political editor to ask you a question at number 10 briefing room, it's kind of like how it's kind of like not allowing the BBC to ask a question 20 years ago. Right? It's completely mental, completely silly. But Andy's doing the same sort of thing, and also what I've noticed again, he's done a Laura Crunsberg interview, to be fair to him, but apart from that, it was rubbish. It's Laura, of course.
It was only half an hour as well.
And it was relatively cuddly, and it had no detail. I learned nothing, and it was done from number 10 north. I learned absolutely nothing. But that's the problem. Every time Burnham stands in front of an audience, or he gives a speech, or he talks to a podcast, or even when he posts on Twitter, I learn less and less about him, because this man is all vibes and no detail. All vibes and no detail. And you can't run a country on vibes, Mike, whatever these 19-year-old TikTok girlies think about Andy Burnham. You can run it on vibes and look, he's got drinking a bus
really popular.
Yeah, it's like, sorry, what about the boats? What about the energy price? What about the infrastructure? What about tax burden? What about all of these very important issues which this country needs to grapple with, that are not going to be solved with you making more funny TikToks about how you take your tea?
Yeah, exactly right. And should we try some pork scratchings? No. How about you try actually locking up the bleeding borders and stop these people from coming in at 10 to a dozen? There we are, look at that. Still say your boat's plan is working out, his front page of the Daily Mail. And there's a bunch of what can only be described as rather menacing looking characters running down a beach, all on their way.
Well, doctors and engineers, Mike.
Doctors and engineers.
Doctors and engineers.
Some bloke who was on Jeremy Vine yesterday. Entrepreneurs. Coming here to start businesses. They've got. He's even got one of those bags that you have, which are the sort of the trendy bags to have.
Well, hang on. Don't you see, like, it's either like women or drug dealers who carry them? It's like there's never a middle ground.
No,
like normal blokes like me and you would be wearing like one of those.
I don't.
You know, always for the keys.
You have to have it like up here, don't you? It's not like you can't have it.
It wouldn't be a bad place to store, like, a few things of beer or something.
Or a gun or something. That's probably what's in there. Anyway, so let's have a look at Andy Burnham talking about the media speculation around what he does. Check it out.
You ask colleagues in the media again, can we not let the country look at this in a quite clear-eyed way without all of the hype and the sort of the overwriting of some of these issues? On this issue, I just ask it again, on this issue, please, can we have a factual debate? Can we allow people to weigh up the different options that Louise might put forward and then just come to a considered view based on those facts? Is that too much to ask? I don't think it should be too much to ask, because I think the public will give us their view. They'll make it really clear what they feel they can accept and what they can't. But we won't get to that point if there's all of this stuff swirling around and everyone frightened about everything. That just won't get us there. So we're all in this together. But yeah, I learned from that experience last time. I'm initiating cross-party talks today rather than a few weeks before a general election. So you live and you learn as a politician. But I hope that applies to everybody too. Let's do it better this time, and it does apply to everyone.
Have you noticed, by the way, and I noticed this the other day, and I tweeted about it yesterday, he's got this way of speaking which sounds like somebody in a foreign country asking for directions. Where he goes, I would like to ask you whether I can get from here to there.
Yeah, it's like you're really pronouncing
my having
the words.
Ask you second time.
I'm really making sure my lips are proving what I'm saying.
And instead of saying, instead of like an apostrophe S, he is. It's like, we are. Yeah. It's all that. It's somebody's taught him how to do that.
Yeah, totally.
Right? It's another one of these ridiculous. Somebody's giving him elocution lessons. Don't sound too much like Andy from Tet North. Yeah. Right. Because you can't speak like, because nobody talks like that.
No.
Nobody talks like that.
And it's not surprising. And people talk about like, he's so much more relatable than Starmer, and he's a miles ahead in terms of his comms game and that kind of stuff. And I think that's because he's had bloody training. Yeah, he's had media spin.
Also, if you were going to ask somebody whether you could be better better than Keir Starmer at communicating, you'd have to be a lunatic.
Yeah, exactly, right.
You find somebody worse than Starmer, that would actually be something to do.
That would be impressive.
That would be impressive. Also, by the way, we've got this. We asked you for submissions on an Andy Burnham alert, and we're going to be unveiling them. I think all possibly next Monday.
Excellent.
And we're going to choose one, and I'm sure it will be very good. But
Andy.
if you still do want to be included, you can still send them in. Can you, Charlotte? Still send them in? So info@ukliveonline.co.uk, I think is the place to go. There you go. Look at that, as if by magic. So he's kind of he's settled into the job. He's realised after the first week you can't just keep announcing things every day at 6 a.m. As if it's like some kind of revelation.
And then you turn on it 6 hours later.
And also, as everybody realises, actually there's not much to it.
No,
there's no real point to giving people £1,000 back on their business rates when you put them up by 5,000.
Exactly.
Not much point in giving them 90 pence a week on their energy bills when they're actually already up.
But he's giving people breathing space, Mike.
Yeah.
Come on,
hope in all our hearts. Have you got hope in your heart?
Hope in every heart and good growth in every postcode.
Lovely. Growth in every postcode. I mean, it's bloody hopeless.
The policy point is important though, because what he has announced is it's all gimmicky Manchesterist stuff, right? It's the £2 bus fare cap, which, let's be honest, when you think about what the greatest problems in Great Britain are, people aren't complaining about their buses are too expensive.
Well, I was looking at the weekend down in Sussex where my kids live. There's 5 buses a day that go from basically Hastings to Bexhill that you can get. 5 buses a day. So that means there's about 1 bus every hour and a half. It's not very good, is it?
So actually the problem is there's not enough buses, not the price of them, maybe.
No.
But come on, £2.
And other people are saying to me that if they used to take the bus and it was £1, but now because you put this £2 cap on, it's now £2.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's actually doubled it for the people who were only paying £1.
So much
you're going, what?
So much for breathing space, Andy. But also the energy thing as well is genuinely quite pathetic. Like when he said £45, and he was like the Daily Mirror ran it. It's like, wow, our new Prime Minister's doing amazing. Brilliant. And then all like normal people went, hang on, what is his breakdown? 90p a week.
We worked it out straight away. And it's not even happening till October. So by the time October comes, it'll have probably forgotten about it. And nobody will get it anyway.
Exactly.
And it'll be completely hopeless.
And then all he's done is, on top of those things, is endlessly announce unfunded spending commitments. And then for summary, and then also like announced tax, like quite radical changes like tax reform, like saying, oh, maybe I'll get rid of council tax and I'll implement this and I'll implement that. And then like half an hour later, he's like, oh, well, I never said that.
And that's what he's now referring to, like in that clip where he's talking about people speculating. Well, no, the reason people are speculating is because your spads were putting out the word that this was what you were going to do. And when you saw that people didn't want you to do it, you're now pretending that you were never going to do it.
Which is,
we all see the game.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Which is exactly what Rachel Reeves used to do before the budget came out. In the budget, before the 2025 budget, which was the leakiest budget in human existence. And every week there was like a new potential, this might be in the budget. And everyone went, boo. And Rachel went, oh, I'm not doing it then. I'm not doing it then.
Have you seen her Twitter, by the way? Since she's left the office of the Chancellor of the Exchequer, she's got on her Twitter that she's local MP for whatever it is, wherever she's
in Leeds, I think, somewhere.
Something like that. And then it says, former economist at the Bank of England.
No way.
It doesn't say former Chancellor. It says former economist at the Bank of England.
Well, at least one of them is true. Like, former Chancellor is actually true. Former economist at the Bank of England is not so true. Not so true at all.
I mean, absolutely.
Poor old Rach.
Let's have a look at Russ Kane, because Russ Kane's fast becoming my favourite male comedian and impressionist. This is his impersonation of Andy Burnham. Check it out.
Hello, Andy Burnham here again. No, seriously, I was just on a Bury High Street and I popped into a cafe which I was involved in the refurbishment of when I was doing some work with disabled northern children in another life. Anyway, not important. And it's here that I want to make my announcement that there will be a number 10 Downing Street in the north. We will be basing it in the north of England. The meeting room will be my old nana's front room behind the fire grate. And new ideas and policies will be put into the tin bath that I had to use all the way up till I was 40. They didn't even have running water when I went to Cambridge at school. So I thought it was only fitting that white papers would be written on toilet roll and put into my nana's old tin bath. Every week, Prime Minister's Question Times will be hosted from... I'm going to mention you, Fred. Sorry, I got Fred here. He's a local business from the Makersfield constituency near Platt Bridge. we're going to have Prime Minister's question time in the fish and chip shop, and there will be a chippy tea for everyone who sounds northern. So it's something for us, it's something for the north, and hopefully you'll like it. Right, I'm off to do something really normal now. I'm going to buy some bleach and take it round to my friend Kevin's house because he had a leg injury and he can't get any shopping in. He's got a massive skid mark in his toilet. But that's the kind of guy I am. I know. Andy Burnham.
That is great, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm off to do something normal.
Yeah, he's done a few of them. He's done. My favourite one was like, "Oh, I'm Andy Burnham. You've just caught me doing something normal.
Yeah.
I'm going to have some toast. Not all this seeded nonsense.
No.
Have a nice slice of white bread with some butter on it. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah,
like
'cause
a
I'm
normal bloke.
Like I'm normal. That's what I am. Normal.
Normal.
Yeah, you're not normal, mate. There's something wrong with you.
Heaven knows I'm normal now.
Exactly. Wouldn't be in politics if he was normal.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, of course, yesterday one of the things, and both the Sun and the Mail today, we've got these front pages very similar looking, because he claimed that, we're winning on the small boats because there's fewer people coming.
Oh.
But, there's a piece in the Mail today in which it says that there's actually £300,000 per boat now being made by the smugglers because there's so many people coming on these super dinghies, right? Where is it? Let me see if I can find it. £300 per trip if you go inside here. And on the front pages, you've just got this gang of people running towards it. Longer than a double-decker bus. The mega dinghies raking in £300,000 a trip for the traffickers, right? We had the Nowhere photographer on the other day, who was brilliant. He was in the shallows of the waters near Dunkirk, and there's millions of them. There's literally millions of them, and so the front page of the Mail is there. That's there. Still say your boat's plan is working, Andy. The Sun does something very similar with the same kind of picture. How's that plan going, Andy? Because he finally mentioned immigration, didn't he?
Yeah, for the first time.
For the first time this week, right?
Well, since he became a by-election candidate for Makerfield, he's actually never mentioned it at all.
And 1,000 have arrived in one single day, right? Which is a much bigger number, even though he says the number is down overall. Much bigger number than the first week of Keir Starmer's reign. And so it's actually getting worse, not better.
Yeah, of course it is. And to put a more slightly fun spin on this, I did see, of course, Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp out and about on boats and with his phone walking around, just basically chasing after these people.
Even the French don't like Chris Philp. They started firing guns at him.
It was quite funny. You have to love his spirit, and he clearly loves the game. He's clearly enjoying himself. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Andy has only just mentioned the boats crisis, which has been going on for freaking 6 years. Even Keir Starmer used to mention it at least all the time.
Right, smash the gangs.
I've smashed the gangs. Let me be clear. Even our Andy doesn't want to talk about it because he thinks that actually what people need is 90 pence off their lecky and some money off their bus fares. But this issue is never going to go away until the government probably gets to grips with it. But the problem is they can't get to grips with it because they don't want to leave the European Convention on Human Rights, and therefore also deal with other legislation that's preventing them from getting rid of these people, and therefore this is going to be more and more impositions of costs on taxpayers. I mean, by the end of this decade, according to the National Audit Office, asylum hotel costs will have reached over £10 billion. But the issue is and that's an estimated figure, and that was based on 2023 figures of how many people were coming across per day and indeed per month and year. But if it's going to become thousands a day, maybe even more than that, that price tag is going to go up and up and up, meaning taxpayers are going to be forced to cough up more for these entrepreneurs to live in hotels on their, in their own country, which they never invited them into.
Whenever he talks about this, and they say, the thing is, Andy's working his way towards sorting out the cost of living crisis. Yeah, but the cost of living crisis is the cost of living crisis because we're spending so much bleeding money on these characters who are coming in and spending billions and billions and billions of pounds of our money that we keep giving them in order to have a nice life.
And then also with the moving them into houses of multiple occupancy in different areas, you're then going to, first of all, I know hotels are expensive, but if I had a gun to my head, I had to have hotels or HMOs, I'd have hotels because at least hotels, there's security, they're all concentrated in one area and you know where they are. But with houses of multiple occupancy, you can put them in the middle of a village or a town or wherever as it is being considered actually, and let these people run wild as it's happening, and let these people run wild and they go off the radar, and then illegal immigrants go missing. There are plenty of illegal immigrants in the country who've just disappeared into thin air. We have no idea where they've gone or who they are. And then also loads of them are working in these delivery app things, and they're working in vape shops and Turkish barbers. Which, by the way, Mike, are present and all around us. We see people taking, delivery packages around.
Yeah.
We see these vape shops. We see these Turkish barbershops popping up all over the place. And we think, hang on, how many people in there are, British, are working there
we had a
for
story
a wage?
earlier this week, didn't we? That there's an Islamic bookshop somewhere in the country where they've actually got all sorts of visas for skilled workers to come and work in the Islamic bookshop.
Yeah.
And you go, what is it, the TARDIS? Well, there's 500 of them in there. You go in the door and there's only one bloke. Hello, would you like a copy of the Quran? No, thanks. That's all we sell.
Yeah.
Sorry, you'd have to go W.H. Smith's if you want, the latest Jilly Cooper novel. They're not selling that. So it's a ridiculous joke. But I tell you what, here's the problem, right? There are people in this country who are so demented and ridiculously misinformed that they think these people coming into the country are actually doctors, engineers, entrepreneurs. Have a look at this. There's a bloke called Phil Jones who appeared on the Jeremy Vine show yesterday, apparently singing the praises of these migrant gangs.
I have a very different view on this.
Go on.
Definition of madness, continuously trying to do something, doing the same thing and failing. You're not going to stop them. I've said this before years ago on your show. Go down to the beach, welcome these people. They are the very definition of entrepreneurs. They have travelled, they've used up their life savings, they've travelled across deserts, difficult seas, they've beaten the odds. They are entrepreneurs. Meet them on the beach. Give them a grant to set up in business. They will be successful business people within 10 years. I have a few caveats. No benefit. You break the law, you're out. No ifs and buts.
And no
but
criminals.
These people, we can all think of immigrants. Immigrants built this country. Immigrants work harder than most people who live in this country. Let's welcome them.
What about that? Just stop trying to prevent them coming here.
And welcome them.
Welcome them.
I just think it is so unbelievably wrong-headed. I
Why?
mean,
Phil Jones, by the way, apparently, this will explain why he's such a numpty. He apparently was the BBC's athletics reporter for 15 years.
Really?
What's he doing talking about migrants?
I don't know. He's clearly an expert on it. Clearly,
why have they drafted
How many
him
times
in?
do you think he's been to Dover to see the people on the
He
boats?
was awarded a BAFTA for his coverage of the 2009 World Championships in Berlin.
Oh,
great.
quick, give this man primetime
I mean,
spot.
how do you get a BAFTA for reporting on the athletics tournament?
It must have been a low bar.
And
Must
he's
have been a
coming up
quiet,
on
must
the
have been a quiet
inside.
year.
Number two, number three. No, coming
Excellent
up on the
sporting.
inside.
Here's an award.
He's going to get the gold medal. Yes, he's done very well. Well done. Yeah, give this man a BAFTA.
Yeah, give that a BAFTA immediately.
He's also interviewed people like Usain Bolt, Mo Farah, and Jessica Ennis-Hill.
I think, isn't Mo Farah an illegal immigrant?
He is an illegal
Yeah,
immigrant.
he
He should be kicked out of the
he should
country.
be deported,
He
yeah.
shouldn't be here.
Yeah.
No, he shouldn't be here. After taking a break from TV work late in 2017, Jones returned to the BBC's coverage of athletics with legends features on Linford Christie, Sally Gunnell. What's he doing on Jeremy Vine's show?
I have no idea. But the best thing about that was even like Jeremy Vine had his eyebrows like, okay, and poor Emma Trimble, who I like very much,
Emma's
was
great.
just sat there completely speechless throughout most of it, just like, what?
Sorry?
This is insane.
So these are the entrepreneurs that he's talking about.
There you are,
right?
entrepreneurs.
I mean, you can certainly make an argument that the people traffickers are entrepreneurs
Yeah,
because
of course
they're making
they
a
can,
fortune. But not these guys, not these characters. I mean, he's coming to a town near you with a machete, I think is what you're looking at. And they're going to be stealing from you, raping your children, and disappearing into the bush.
And the point I would always make to these
Marvellous.
people is, first of all, every time someone says that, you should drag them to an illegal migrant hotel and then show them like, oh, actually, these guys aren't exactly these wonderful entrepreneuring people you might think.
No.
And then the second thing that these people should do, if they like them so much, how about they have some of them in their own houses? I'm sure ex-BBC guy over here has a lovely little house, paid for by licence fee payers over many years.
Absolutely.
Rakes money out of taxpayers.
His nice BBC pension.
Yeah, exactly.
Move the Africans in next
Which,
door.
by the way, actually, if he's worked for the BBC all of his life and has a BBC pension, he's effectively never really paid tax because he's essentially just lived off licence fee payers.
Exactly right. Exactly right. It says here Alison Hammond interviewed Andy Burnham yesterday, did she? Alison Hammond?
I didn't see that. No, I didn't see that at all.
I don't know. I didn't see it either. You know what we've forgotten about today, which a lot of people have forgotten about, is the Manchester mayoral election. Andy Burnham's old job up for grabs today, and the polls are open, which we don't have to worry about not mentioning because we're not regulated by Ofcom. Because, of course, under the Ofcom rules, you're supposed to pretend that elections don't actually happen.
Which is a silly
You can
rule,
only
I think,
talk
by
about
the
them.
way.
I think it's a really
a
stupid rule.
Because
You're
everyone
only-
does it online.
You're only
you know.
supposed to talk about them after they've finished.
Yeah.
Because I'm so influential, I can actually make you, through mind melding, vote for reform. Oh God, I listened to Mike Graham and I wasn't going to go out and vote, but now I'm going to go out and vote for reform.
They all like swivel-eyed and like walk into the polling booth like zombies.
They think we're complete idiots. They really do,
But
don't they?
it's been interesting how no one has really discussed this at all because everyone's been focused on our and there. And I mean, Labour's got to win it with a clear
Well, the trouble
mile.
is, I mean, when we first started discussing, the whole mayoral election scenario, and everyone said, it'd be really bad news if Andy Burnham becomes the candidate to be Prime Minister because Labour will lose the mayoral scenario in Manchester. But it was never really on the cards. He had a massive lead, didn't he? 450,000 people voted for him, and I think 50,000 people voted for Reform. So they would have had to get a sort of a ninefold increase in their votes to get anywhere near him.
And Andy Burnham was also popular in every ward in Greater Manchester. I mean, various people made a joke that he was more popular than Kim Jong-un up there. I mean, that was actually to some extent true. Andy Burnham, if he wanted, because there's no obviously term limits on mayors, if Andy Burnham wanted to be mayor of Manchester for the rest of his life, he could be without any problem at all.
I wish he stayed doing that, actually.
Well, I mean, maybe there's an argument to wish he stayed doing that because everyone sort of forgot about Andy Burnham for quite a long time, which politically for him was very clever because, of course, he left during the Corbyn era when everything was going to shit. But pardon my language, but it was objectively was.
It was.
But nevertheless, this Manchester mayoral election, you've got obviously all the main parties, Tories, Labour, Reform, Lib Dems, Green, but Restore Britain standing a candidate.
The only thing that I'm interested in watching actually is the number that Restore get, because that will give you an idea of whether they are cutting through in any way, shape or form to Reform. I think Reform will not obviously get anywhere near winning it, but if Reform get an increased share of the vote, that'll be good news for them.
Which they will get an increased share of the vote.
Which they probably should do.
They will get.
And we'll see. Well, we probably won't find out obviously until tomorrow, but we'll see if Restore again get anything less than 5%. It's going to be a pretty bad day for them.
Yeah, exactly. And they've been having quite a lot of bad days over the last few months, really. Yeah. And from what I can see, and I've talked to, because I've got some friends in Restore Britain who are perfectly decent chaps and the like, but the issue is they kind of don't want to admit that the momentum's kind of gone from it. It's like how with Advance UK, and to be fair to Ben Habib, he was like, fair enough, I'm done with this, no worries at all, I'll just do something else instead. And I was like, you know what, Ben, fair enough,
in
mate.
Makerfield, they lost out to the Monster Raving Loony Party.
Yes, they did.
Didn't they? Got fewer votes.
It was in Gorton and Denton. Advance UK lost to... And Nick Buckley was a great local candidate. I like Nick on a personal level. I think he's got his head screwed on.
He doesn't like us, apparently.
No, doesn't he?
Yeah, when we came on the show, and apparently I was mean to him.
Were you?
Which I don't remember.
You never mean to anyone, Mike.
I wouldn't have thought so, no. I mean, I don't know what sort of snowflake he is.
You are the definition of a charming man.
He's now refusing to come on the show.
Really? Well, that's his loss. That's his problem.
Exactly right.
But nevertheless, it will be interesting to see how Restore do. But again, because there's not been as much national coverage and interest in it, that might affect some of the smaller parties more than it might affect the bigger parties. Because Makerfield, Restore didn't get all that many votes and they got maybe less than 6% of the overall vote. But the entirety of the nation's news was looking at that by-election all the time, which meant inevitably you saw Restore Britain multiple times, in news reports, in Vox Pops and whatever it might be, and obviously online where they mainly reside. Labour's going to win it relatively easily. They're going to spin it as another way of like hope defeating hate, so to speak, defeating Reform. And also it will take even more wind out of Reform's sales, because also I feel like their momentum at the moment is declining a little bit, and
they can't move for all of the chatter around the donations and the George Cottrell stories and all of that, and whether or not you agree with it, and I don't personally. I think the papers have got it in for them in a way which is quite extraordinary, but unfortunately it is sucking up all the oxygen out of what it is that they're trying to talk about.
And therefore they're not doing what they used to do, which is Monday morning press conferences about
we're not
policy
even getting them on as much as we would normally be doing, because they're not making themselves as available as they otherwise would.
Exactly, and I think that's probably deliberate and probably quite sensible, really, because the majority of the questions will just be about that. But the
trouble with that strategy, and this is where it harmed Nigel Farage in the first place, was when they first started talking about the £5 million donation or £5 million gift and he kind of went missing effectively and didn't go out there. It was noticeable that he wasn't out there talking to people.
So you think
so then the effect of that, I think, is that people kind of, because if you're not out there, people forget that you're there.
So it's all like how Kemi disappeared with the first year of her being Tory party leader.
Yeah.
So you think that basically Nigel and Reform should have basically...
I think they should have
addressed it head on, day one.
They should have addressed it head on, day one. I mean, it's easy for me to say now, obviously, it's in retrospect, you can be wise after the event.
Yeah.
But I think if they'd handled it better at the beginning, none of this would be going on.
No.
But they've already got over it. Whereas now, it's like they've seen the weakness, and because they want to go after them, the Times have clearly got an agenda, as have the BBC, as have the Guardian. They've clearly got an agenda to try and do away and do down the Reform Party as an organisation. And they're succeeding at the moment because what they're doing is they're making them hide in the corner.
Yeah, which is... Considering how aggressive Reform's been over the last 2 years, it's a new change of tactics from them, of course. I mean, like I said earlier, Farage and Tyson, all these other people would do Monday morning press conferences about policy or discussions, and they'd set the news agenda. I remember there was a period of time in 2025 where effectively they set the news agenda every week. Yeah. Right? They say, we want to talk about this week.
They were so far ahead of all the other parties because they had the ideas, they had the policies, they were saying things that people wanted to hear. But now they're sort of not saying anything.
No.
And so that's not good for them.
Exactly. And when they do talk about stuff, they tend to be kind of just whinging. I mean, I know obviously the Polanski thing is terrible, but I still think that you're playing the victim at that point, and therefore you look weak, and therefore you're playing defence. Yeah. And Reform is way better when it plays attack. Yeah. Well, all parties are way better when they play attack. They're not good. Like Labour's playing attack now, which proves that they're doing a lot better. And the Tories, when they had a bit of a bounce, because Kemi decided to go, you know what, we'll play attack now.
They're literally giving Andy Burnham a free run.
They are giving him a free run.
Every time he stands up, he's getting all the coverage, he's getting all the publicity, and there's nothing else out there in the kind of big wide world that you can focus on. So all that's happening is that Andy Burnham's poll ratings are going up, because that's all they're seeing.
They're a bit obsessed by him, I think, actually. Yeah. I think one thing that has been interesting, and from my perspective as someone who does deal with the press on a day-to-day basis, the feeling I get from a lot of the lobby, so to speak, is basically we don't care about any stories you have unless it's related to Burnham. Yeah. And that's being bled into other areas of the press at the moment. And, okay, maybe that's fair enough because that's what gets clicks, that's what gets coverage, whatever it might be. But there is a feeling that, okay, you didn't really do this massively when Starmer became Prime Minister. When he became Prime Minister, everyone kind of expected it, and then everyone sort of went back to business as usual. And you reported on stuff he did, as they always do, but it wasn't to the level that they're doing it with Andy Burnham. I mean, I'm not sure if you feel that way, but that's my takeaway from it. It feels like there's been oversaturation of it.
There's no question that the press is very much in love with Andy Burnham. They're very much enamoured by his new style of communication, and they're all going, isn't he marvellous, because they're so self-absorbed. But the problem is the rest of the country is going, this bloke's an idiot. We don't actually buy that. But because of the way they're covering him, and because of the way they're trying to make out that he's a good communicator and therefore a brilliant politician, there is a certain sort of bleed off of that where people will go, oh, actually, maybe you're right. Maybe he is a really brilliant politician.
Hence the so-called Burnham bounce.
But I mean, like this, for example, more rubbish in the front page of the Times. The Times, which is, as I've said many times before, the simple, it's a sort of the hymn sheet of the Labour Party, right? They've got this, get tax rebate from your mayor. And some of England's metro mayors are planning to offer tax rebates to residents under devolution powers set to be announced by Andy Burnham. Again, what's the story? He's going to announce devolution plans. We don't know what they are. Yep. But their story on page 1 says we're going to get a tax rebate. No, we're not. What public official in their right mind is going to give you money back? Exactly. They're not going to give you any money back. They're going to take more money off you.
Exactly. Which, by the way,
this is bullshit.
Giving people more money back in their back pockets is what I would define as giving people breathing space. Yeah. But of course, Andy Burnham's a conventional tax and spend politician. He doesn't believe in that. He believes in breathing space is basically funneling more money into broken public services and then saying, well, I've put more money in it and it's still not working. I guess I need to put even more money in it and take more money out of you.
When you say, you're going to put more money in, and where's that coming from? Oh, no, I'm not going to take any more money off you. Don't worry about that. But then you do it.
But also when it comes to devolution plans, one, we don't know about it yet, but the few devolution plans we know from the last Labour administration, which are being carried over, are things such as the ability to impose overnight visitors levy. So mayors will have the ability to impose essentially holiday taxes on people taking staycations in their areas.
Right.
Now, some mayors, to their credit, said, I'm not doing this. This is economically damaging, and why on earth would I hurt the tourism industry in my area? But other mayors might look at it and say, oh, this might be an easy way to raise some cash off, a family coming up for a weekend. And, it's like, oh, you want to spend a little money here? You want to stay in a hotel? Yeah, that's an extra £100, please, mate. And, oh, by the way, and that will disincentivize people from coming to these places. Again, I mean, UK Hospitality did some polling a little while back, and it showed that actually most people in the UK would end up just going abroad rather than taking staycations if they had to pay holiday taxes at home, and that makes complete sense.
It is actually cheaper, and if you actually think about taking your, when my kids were smaller, and you think about taking, say, 2 kids and 4 people to a kind of holiday resort somewhere in the UK, it's far more expensive than flying them to Alicante for a week.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you can't get the cheap, all-inclusive kind of deal where you can throw them in a swimming pool and eat burgers all day, which is great when they're sort of 7 or 8 years old. No, you have to go to a quite expensive hotel, and you have to pay for all the food, which gets more and more expensive. You have to pay for all the drink, which gets more and more expensive. The travel alone is a cost of fortune because the cost of petrol and all the rest of it, or if you go on the train, whereas flying to a foreign country where it's relatively cheap is actually a much better deal.
Yeah, exactly. And surely if you want to help the hospitality industry, the leisure industry, the tourism industry in this country,
give them a break.
You need to be giving them a break. The breathing space, you need to give them breathing space, not giving them more power, not giving local authorities and combined authorities more powers to impose more taxes and more costs upon people like that. It sounds completely ridiculous to me. But also with the other point about all of this is that this so-called social care levy. Now, is that going to be applied from a national level or a local level?
Yeah.
And if it's applied from a local level, which by the way, part of your council tax is already a social care levy, effectively. When your council tax goes up, there's the base council tax, which goes to bins and things like that. And then there's another part of your council tax which goes specifically towards sending social care spending, because like I said earlier, local councils have to deal with that. If Andy Burnham gives them powers to have even more social care levies, oh, great, you just created another layer of council tax at the local level. Right. So how on earth is any of this breathing space? How on earth is any of this helping Britain in any way? And actually, it's just classic Andy Burnham, classic Labour, using people as cash cows for political projects and priorities that the majority of the British public think need dealing with, but probably would like to see some actual detail, actual reform, rather than just throwing more money at the problem.
No, absolutely right. I'm going to finish up with one story which will disappoint you, I'm sure. Celebrity Mastermind. I don't know whether you're a big fan.
I don't care about Celebrity Mastermind, but go on, tell me.
The only reason why I'm telling you about it is because they're dumping it.
Really?
So Celebrity Mastermind is no more. The BBC trying to save apparently 500 million quid, so they're dumping Live at the Apollo, which is crap.
Yeah, it's rubbish.
Celebrity Mastermind, also crap, and also Blankety Blank, which is ridiculously bad. I don't know how recently you've seen it. I put the TV on the other week. Just by accident, I happened to fall upon a BBC channel and Blankety Blank was on. And my God, was it bad. It was just awful. And everybody on it was from some kind of ethnic minority.
Of course they were.
Right? It was nobody white on it. It's not allowed to have any white people on the BBC anymore. There was people in, chadors or whatever, burqas, it was ridiculous. It was like, it was like some fancy dress, Blankety Blank, But the reason we have to play Celebrity Mastermind is because, of course, of the one famous moment when David Lammy appeared on Celebrity Mastermind. Have a look.
Great. 8 points you have with Muhammad Ali. Let's see how you do with general knowledge. 2 minutes starting now. What was the married name? Marie and Pierre, who won the Nobel Prize for Physics in 1903 for their research into radiation?
Antoinette.
Curie. Cockpit country is a rugged, inaccessible area on which Caribbean island?
Pass.
Which former Conservative leader in a magazine article in August 2000 claimed that while working as a deliveryman's assistant, he downed around 14 pints of beer a day?
William Hague.
Yes, which fortress was built in the 1370s to defend one of the gates of Paris and was later used as a state prison by Cardinal Richelieu?
Versailles.
The Bastille in
Versailles.
Which Tottenham Hotspur player scored the first goal of Fabio Capello's reign as England football manager?
Aaron Lennon.
Jermaine Ginnas. James Gandolfini played a mafia boss called Tony in which American television series?
Godfather.
The Sopranos.
Sopranos! How'd you get that wrong?
In a theatre.
Pass.
Which organisation was founded in 1909 as the home section of the Secret Service Bureau to counteract the threat of German spies?
MI5.
Yes. Which American military award is given to those who are wounded in action and bears the inscription for military merit on the reverse?
Pass.
Chris Martin is the lead singer with which award-winning British band?
Coldplay.
Yes. Which variety of blue English cheese traditionally accompanies port?
Leicester.
Stilton.
Red Leicester.
Top floor
It's not
luxury
blue.
flat originally meant shed or outhouse.
Penthouse.
Yes. In 2006, Sandy Toksvig replaced Simon Hoggart as the presenter of which topical Radio 4 quiz show?
Pass.
Which American chat show host has business ventures including Harpo Productions and Oxygen Media, which operates a 24-hour cable television network for women?
Oprah Winfrey.
Yes. Who acceded to the English throne at the age of 9
Oh,
on
this
the
is the
death
one.
of his father Henry VIII in 1547?
Henry VII.
Edward VI.
That's my favourite
Henry
one.
the Seventh.
Who succeeded Henry VIII?
His dad, Henry the Seventh. Who came before him? That is ridiculous. Secondary school kid could tell you that.
I mean, seriously.
That is ridiculous.
Unfortunately, that's the longest clip I've ever actually seen. I didn't realise he actually managed. I
Yeah.
didn't realise he actually got a couple right.
I'm kind of glad we don't have to see all that much of David Lammy
But he's
anymore,
obviously,
really.
he's obviously only going to get the modern one. Like, you got Coldplay right, you got Oprah Winfrey right,
Yeah.
that was about it. But anyway, so there we go. This from Cindy. Cindy says, Mike, I was sick for 2 weeks. I missed you and the chat. We have a beautiful thing going on. You are a legend, best chat ever. They gave me a spring in my step. P.S. Weekend shows in the future, question mark. Yes, Cindy, listen, welcome back. We did miss you because we didn't realise that you were ill. So thank you for letting us know, and we're glad that you're feeling better. And welcome back to the fight, as we say.
Welcome back, Cindy.
So good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Keep those super chats coming. And Simon, we have to say a very nice big hello to Simon, don't we, today?
Well, we've got another one. Look,
Who sent us a load of super chats yesterday, and it's very kind of you. And he kept popping up like that, actually. I don't know how that happens, and we couldn't get rid of him for ages. But anyway, very kind of him sending all this money to us. So keep it coming. We'll put it into the Christmas fund for the old the drinking scenario.
Oh, fun.
Which will be good. Great to see you.
Yeah.
What you up to the rest of the week?
So I'm going on holiday for the next 2 weeks.
Oh, right.
I'm gone. So I'm.
Are you going abroad?
No, I'm going to Wales. I'm going back to Wales
Where's
home.
Wales?
And going back
Well,
home.
let's hope you don't get hammered for some local property tax. Or
Yeah, let's
visitors
hope
tax
not.
or
I should be okay. Stop going to Wales because of holiday charges. Yeah, quite right.
Yeah.
Taxpayers Alliance has actually been campaigning in North West Wales against holiday
you?
taxes,
Right.
and that's because you'd be surprised how much of Wales is like people who own hotels, you know, B&Bs and places like that. There's a huge tourism industry in North Wales, and local councils want to impose holiday taxes in order to raise more cash.
Yeah, right.
And we've been campaigning up there against
Well, at
it.
least
And
they've
actually
given
got a
up
lot of,
burning people's cottages. So I
yeah, that
suppose,
at least
you
we've
know.
done that's one
I mean, it could
positive.
be
You know,
worse.
a little column A, a little column B.
So is that where you're going, North Wales?
Yeah, I'm going back home to North Wales, and I'll be seeing my family
Very
and relaxing and not thinking about politics or SW1 or R&D or anything.
No,
So
good.
I actually haven't really had any time off this year. I know I had a stag do in April, but that's not really time off. That's like getting my liver and lungs destroyed,
quite.
you know. And
Laura James saying, glad Big Willie made it to the show on time.
yes, I know. I think I've apologised profusely for that. I even came on
It's
so
already been
much.
forgotten, honestly. The Mike Graham Show is the best on YouTube. Yeah, Laura Jane, thank you very much. It is, of course we are. And thanks to all of you as well for taking part. The amazing Big Willie in the house, says Chris. Well, let's have a lovely time.
We'll
see you when you're back.
I'll see you when I'm back, mate.
We'll be well into August by then, I suppose.
It will be way into August then, yeah, we can come
Because
back.
I was going to say to you, we are going to go down to Clacton and do a show, but I think you might be away.
I will be away, mate, I'm afraid. I will be
for
away.
those of you who didn't hear it yesterday, we're going to go down, I think Wednesday night we're going to do a show on the night before the actual polling opens on the Thursday, and then we're going to do a show on the Thursday based upon the fact that nobody else can because we're not governed by Ofcom rules. So we can just go and do a show on the Thursday.
I forgot about the Clacton by-election as well.
I know.
Andy Burnham's just taking up all of our time and our minds.
I know, he's sucking all the
Andy.
he's sucking all the air out of the room.
All the air.
Kinsey Schofield is here. We're going to be talking to her in a moment. But anyway, let's have a lovely holiday.
Thanks,
Great
mate.
to see you.
See you soon.
You can take that with you if you want North Wales. If we go to Wales
going
North.
to number 10 in North Wales.
Wales North or Wales South.
North.
Yeah. Look you. Anyway, listen, great to see you.
Good to see you,
William
Mike.
Yarwood, thank you very much indeed, Taxpayers Alliance. Let's talk to Kinsey Schofield, who is here to speak to us about the amazing and ludicrous Harry and Meghan, I suspect. Kinsey, very good morning to you.
Well, it is a good morning to me because I don't owe like 18 million pounds.
No, that's quite a bill. I mean, I've had some legal bills in my time, but I've never had one that big. That is quite a frightening size of a bill, isn't it? Because he's going to be knocking on his mate Elton John's door going, hello, excuse me, Elton, can you lend me £17.999 million, please?
If I were Buckingham Palace, I would be checking the silver. I would be like worried that the next time he stays there, like he's going to be taking things off the wall and putting them on Craigslist UK, trying to pay for these things.
You do wonder, don't you, whether this will make him a little bit desperate on the fiduciary front, that he might suddenly start going to publishers, I could write a book about this, or I could do a show about that, or, you know, what can you offer me if I can give myself to you, you know, carte blanche?
Well, we're not even considering the fact that the Senabale defamation case hasn't even gone to court yet. So this might not be the only big check he has to cash. You know what I mean? Or I should say, right. He's not cashing any checks these days. He's just writing them. And so, yeah, no, I will. Are you saying that there could potentially be an act of desperation to deal with this particular failure? Absolutely. Some have suggested it's why he's crawling back to daddy. It's, you know, it just shows you that he doesn't think about the consequences of his actions, and he's just so self-destructive. Like he just doesn't think about what could potentially go wrong. I mean, the Daily Mail fought so fiercely yesterday in their defense, saying that this should have never been brought to court. And they presented some of the arguments they presented I hadn't even thought about, really. One specifically was that Harry and some of the other celebrities initially released a press release when they decided to go after the Daily Mail. And in that press release, they accuse them of very specific instances that were never even presented in court. And so the Daily Mail is saying maybe they thought they were showing up with their guns loaded, but ultimately they had no ammunition, and they had no business being in this courtroom presenting this case to the judge in the first place.
Well, they've said, they've used the words grave allegations of phone hacking, bugging and blagging, which should never have been brought. And they've called the conduct of the 7 claimants, including Harry, outrageous. As if, you know, so they're sort of effectively asking for what you might call exemplary damages as a result of them being, you know, hauled through this process, which according to the Daily Mail, they should never have happened.
Yeah, so they're arguing that the claimants and their legal team handled the case in such an especially improper manner that the court should require them to pay costs, and it's called indemnity. It's indemnity costs, where they would go beyond the usual standard cost, potentially making Harry and co. responsible for the vast majority of the legal fees by both parties, although the amounts claimed would still have to meet the court's test of reasonableness. Like they would have, somebody's going to look it over and go, that seems out of control, or no, actually, this makes a lot of sense. And the court heard that Harry and his team only obtained insurance to cover $16.2 million, but the Daily Mail says that the costs are around $34 million that they're asking for. So, ouch. Can I tell you an interesting theory somebody said on my podcast? That because Harry still has this case against Senabale is suing Prince Harry for defamation. And what's interesting about that is Harry accused them of wasting charity funds to pursue him. And they said that's a waste of resources that should be going to those children in Africa. To which Dr. Sophie Shandaka, who's running Senabale now and suing him, said, actually, no, this is being funded by, a mystery donor. And so one of the theories that my guest floated around on Kinsey Schofield Unfiltered is that could it be one of these could it be one of these media companies funding Senabale in this pursuit of Prince Harry, basically as payback for him going after them quietly? And could they have unlimited resources in that pursuit too, which I think could be a fun little angle if that's true.
Well, that's true as well. I mean, knowing newspapers as I do, having worked in them for quite a few years, their legal coffers are sort of limitless in a way, which is why an awful lot of people always make the wrong decision when they decide to take them on, because at the end of the day, they have got limitless amounts of money to pour into a legal suit. And if they win, and they normally hire the best barristers that they can get their hands on, you are going to be paying through the nose for the rest of your life, not only for your own costs, but for their costs as well.
Oof. I mean, I just don't even know why you would enter this world voluntarily, but both Harry and Meghan did, and they've had a couple of wins. I give it to them. They did have a couple of wins, but the reality is, like, you can't just go through life picking a fight with everyone.
No.
First of all, that sounds like a miserable lifestyle,
Right.
but also, statistically, you're not going to come out on top every single time.
No.
So I think that they
But
should
also,
have hung it up a while ago.
Yeah, but his earlier kind of victories were always slightly Pyrrhic in a way, because he would have a massive lawsuit, say, against the one he had against the Daily Mirror, and he won like one tiny piece of it and got one small tiny amount of money out of it, which would have been dwarfed by his legal fees, which he still had to pay because the victory wasn't big enough for the judge to award the cost to him. So in the end, everything he's ever won has never really been anything other than just a sort of little notch that you could say, oh, well, I proved them wrong on that. And you go, yeah, but you didn't prove them wrong on like 95% of all the other stuff. So actually, you've wasted 7 years of your life doing this, coming backwards and forwards, telling everybody how terrible it all is to come to London, telling everybody how awful. In the meantime, of course, since we last spoke, Kinsey, we saw that picture being released, didn't we, of him and his family apparently visiting his mother's grave.
That's so gross. That's
I know.
I mean, I literally...
I didn't like looking at it. I was kind of like, ooh, actually, I wish I hadn't seen that.
Exactly. Well, you wish you hadn't seen it from the queen and king of "We Want Privacy."
Yeah.
Like, what a joke that you're showing us such a sacred, intimate moment. But Meghan had an ulterior motive, and she needed to prove to us that she went there. Ultimately, what I actually think she proved in giving us this photo dump full of vacation photos, including Portugal and Althorpe, is that Harry and Meghan can wander around the United Kingdom without paparazzi chasing them to death, which is Harry's great argument that his wife and children simply are not safe over in the UK. Well, Meghan just gave us 2 or 3 weeks worth of photos that prove that you guys can move around safely in the United Kingdom. And so I think that counters your argument that you need automatic armed security waiting for you every time you hit the pavement in the UK.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, I don't know if you saw this, I'm sure you did, but we're going to play it to you anyway, just to torture you further. When she appeared on Australian Mastermind, sorry, not Australian Mastermind, Australian Master Chef, I should say. I've got Mastermind on the brain. She got a surprise phone call from her husband. Wasn't that nice? And we supposed to buy that was a surprise?
This is a control freak of a woman, like in every way, shape, or form. She is a control freak. If Harry accidentally called, and also this is supposed to be a woman that grew up on the set of Married with Children, was, loved on the set of Suits. Like, you keep your cell phone off, you keep your cell phone put away. That's just a silly concept. But if Harry were to interrupt Meghan in a working moment, she would rip his you-know-what off. And I know this is a family show, so I won't use that language, but she'd tear it off.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's just so silly. I think ultimately what it tells us is that she needs Harry, that Harry connection to justify her presence there, because she's not a chef. Mike, you know as well as I do. I like to put one bag of pretzels in another bag of pretzels, and that's an event on With Love, Meghan. She's not a cook, she's not a chef, and she's irrelevant without Prince Harry. Before she married Harry, I mean, okay, she booked Suits, but I do think that there was a surge in Suits because we were stuck in our homes and we had nothing to watch, and there were 30,000 seasons of it. But before that, she was auditioning for Shakira music videos and giving fellatio on the set, or on the first episode of the new Beverly Hills 90210. Okay, like this is not somebody that MasterChef
We're not talking Meryl
Australia.
Streep, are we?
Yeah, exactly. Would MasterChef would consider a, big hot get unless she was married to who she's married
Yeah.
to.
Well, you can imagine. I mean, when I saw that, all I could think of was the meeting before they signed the contract, where she said, well, what we can do is have my husband call in the middle of the filming, and that'll be really cool. Because you can just see her mapping it out, storyboarding it and going, yeah, this is how it's going to wait, this is how it's going to play, and then even to the point where everybody in the audience and on the cast is going, oh my God, it's Prince Harry, yeah. Like he didn't know that she was working, like he didn't know that she was actually filming at that moment, that like he didn't know because she hadn't told him that she might be busy that day. I mean, really? I mean, how stupid do they think we are?
Exactly. Well, I also just think it's a little suspicious that they're constantly trying to shove down our throats how happy and
Oh, yeah.
it might be too spicy for you, my love, my love. It's just like, oh my gosh. Normal people don't try to force this or prove it all the
No.
time. I use Tom Holland in Zendaya as the perfect celebrity example of two loved up people that don't fake it, that it just is so organic and
Yeah.
sweet. Harry and Meghan, study them, watch them, because it comes off as so inauthentic and so insincere.
Yes.
And that it's all commercialized and that they're just trying to monetize
Yeah.
this fake image.
Right. Exactly right. So where do you think he's going to go for this money, though? Do you think he will knock on the door of Elton John and maybe a few other people who've got a few quid to help him pay the bills?
Well, I honestly don't think that Elton John is feeling that generous. That's a significant amount of money for all involved.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding that Harry got involved, the woman who lost her son, the woman whose son was murdered, who actually had no business going after the Daily Mail because they helped solve that crime.
Yes.
If I'm
Doreen
repeating
Lawrence,
this,
yeah. No,
if
Paul Dacre personally, the editor-in-chief and now kind of, overseer of the whole organisation, was a personal friend of her ex-husband, and he vowed to make sure that those people who did that terrible thing would be brought to justice, and he single-handedly made sure that happened. And so they were really dismayed when they saw that she'd been sort of co-opted into this horrible, lawsuit.
And it's my understanding that Harry is the one that recruited her.
Yeah, that's right.
And so if that's the case, then Harry, in my opinion, should feel obligated to settle some of her debt too, depending on how the judge decides
Absolutely.
to disperse the
Well, do you
need.
know what's really weird as well is that he kind of did a Martin Bashir on her. He told her things that had been done to her by the Daily Mail, which hadn't been done, in the same way that Bashir told Diana things that had happened to her, which hadn't happened.
But she is still under the impression that she was wronged. Otherwise, why would she co-sign that nasty message that he delivered 20 minutes after the ruling, where he said that this was a whitewash and, basically insulted the entire United Kingdom justice system, which is one of the most sacred and important justice systems in today's culture.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible stuff. Well, Kinsey, great to see you, as ever. It's coming up to the dog days of August pretty soon. Are you going to be back over here anytime soon?
Yes, the Prince Harry's coming over in September for the Well Child Awards, so I think I'll be back there for that as well.
Oh, splendid. Well, we must go out and listen to some more pipe band music, or whatever it was called. That was great fun. That was really good. It'd be fantastic to see you. Thank you so much for talking to us, as ever. Have a lovely time.
Thank you.
Kinsey
Bye-bye.
Schofield, great to see her. Isn't she wonderful? Fantastic woman and great expert on the whole royal scenario. We've got lots more to do. Coming up in the show later on, we've got Chris Rose here, Alan Miller's here, Dr. David Cartland is here, young Bob is going to be here as well. Jamie Jenkins coming up next after we've done some news with Edward Hughes.
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes. Britain's officially in drought across more than half of England, with July on course to be one of the driest on record, and some spots going 40-plus days without a drop of rain. The Environment Agency's advice? Take shorter showers, because nothing says climate crisis management like telling the public to rinse faster while the fields turn to dust and wildfire alerts flash red. Meanwhile, a dinghy flotilla of up to 1,000 migrants crossed the channel. A new PM Nob of the North, Andy Burnham, is still insisting his boat's plan is working. The papers are politely asking how that's going. French authorities, despite the usual billion plus from UK taxpayers, appear to have waved them through again. Consistency is key. And on the domestic front, Burnham's busy with cross-party talks on social care, not ruling out tax rises or that ever-popular death tax. While experts warn the system is fairly bust. Remember to like and subscribe.
What is going on with that moustache? It's very impressive, though. I'm not sure I could grow something like that. Jamie Jenkins is hopefully coming up without a moustache. He doesn't have one of those. I've got some really, really good messages, actually, that I should read you from Substack, which have come in since I wrote a piece yesterday on the 2-year anniversary of the Southport murders. And many of you have had lots and lots of good things to say, so thank you to all of you. Macro said this on Substack. Mike, this is the most heartbreaking event of a lifetime, being an unforgettable tragedy for everyone, but your journalism connects us through a thought-provoking insight to a decision we will have to face up to in the near future. You venture into difficult topics which lesser journalists dismiss. It makes no wonder you're the #1 top media journalist of our time. That's very kind. There's our Mike Graham. And Adrian says the same, 2 years on, an unimaginable act of mass murder. We need more people to think of doing something decent. Thank you. Great touch today, Mike. This was because I wrote a piece on my Substack about why it's time, I think, after talking to Emma Webber, after talking to various other people about what happened in Southport, that maybe it's time to converse about the death penalty. Well said, Mike, says Pat. Absolutely spot on and written with heartfelt truth. I'm old enough to remember the politicians promising when the death penalty was stopped that life would mean life imprisonment. That promise has never been implemented. I think that's right. And Karen says Andy Burnham is getting us people up north in Barnsley a bad name. I think that's the problem, isn't it? I mean, occasionally people say, stop making fun of northerners. But people are from the north. Charlotte's from the north, right? Burnley. She's from Burnley. And she doesn't mind me making fun of people from the north. So, yeah, in fact, she encourages it. There you go. And so the point is this, right? And I'm not actually making fun of people from the north. That newsreader person is totally unprofessional, says Painter. I know, it's a disgrace. Well, I mean, you've seen some of the things he's done in the past. You know, crikey. I don't know how long you've been watching the show for, but sometimes he gets up to some stuff that really is not to be recommended. Right, should we do a bit of a meltdown?
Let's do it.
So, here we are in the midst of the dog days of summer, right? Now, as I often say, I lead where others follow, because sometimes we do stories on this show which are picked up by the mainstream media days later, sometimes weeks later, right? Now, it was only the other day, you might remember me talking about Blackheath, because I drove back up from Sussex on Sunday and drove over Blackheath, which is very much a very recognisable part, I suppose, of South London. It's one of the highest parts of London. Like, so if you went to North London, for example, the highest point is Hampstead. And if you go up to the top of Hampstead Heath, you can look down and see all of London in its finery. And you can see Canary Wharf, and you can see the Post Office Tower, and you're basically looking down. The alternative to that is on the south side. If you go up to the top of Blackheath Hill, you can look over and see, again, all of the skyscrapers in the centre of town. So it's very much a landmark place, right? And I was saying just the other day, having driven through it, how dry it looked and how incredible the colour of it was, because it was sort of yellowish rather than green. Because, of course, that's where the grass is. The front page of the Times today, look at that. That is Blackheath that you can see. And so you can see the church is there. There's a couple of roads knocking around it. And what they're saying is the sun-scorched fields of Blackheath in southeast London have turned brown as Britain swelters through yet another heat wave. Now, despite all of that, right, despite all of the heat waves, despite all of the scaremongering about wildfires and all the rest of it, we have still not yet had as many dry days as we did have in 1976. Because according to the piece in the Times, it says this, that basically the Met Office has warned that wildfire conditions will be severe across much of England and parts of Wales. Temperatures have climbed towards 35 degrees. 4 in 10 households across the country are facing restrictions on water use. Well, one of the things that Hooch and I were discussing this morning, was if we've got such a lack of water, why are so many people carrying so much of it around with them? Because if we've got some kind of lack of water because of a drought condition, then surely you shouldn't be carrying loads and loads of water in a bottle to take on the tube or to take on the train or to take on the bus, right? As of yesterday, the Royal Horticultural Society's garden at Wisley in Surrey has recorded 43 consecutive days without rain, which is still 2 days short of the 45-day benchmark set in 1976. So whenever people tell you, oh, it's getting so much hotter now, it's getting so much hotter than it used to be, it's getting terrible. Well, it's still not as bad as it was in 1976. And when people say it was this bad in 1976, they're right, right? So I don't imagine it's going to rain today. I haven't seen a forecast. I presume it's not going to rain tomorrow either. So you probably will reach the point where we are as dry and as hot as it was in 1976. But basically, that just means, 50 or so years on, more than that actually, the weather hasn't really changed much, has it? And why are we being told that we can't use water? There's a front page story on the I newspaper in which it says, please shower for a shorter amount of time because that will save water. Take a shorter shower, according to this method of supposedly safeguarding us for the future. It says here, drought declared in half of England as exceptionally serious dry spell continues. Households are using water faster than nature can replenish it, according to the Environment Agency. We're an island, right, surrounded by water. Kerry says, I'm out in my walk in Cheshire and it's peeing down. I'm not going to say the word that she actually said. So apparently it's raining in the north. It's raining in Cornwall, says Eleanor. Okay. So if we don't manage to register any rain, it's raining in North Wales as well. This is great. So, well, we're saved, aren't we? We've just had a couple of drops of rain here in Newton Aycliffe. This tribute. Where's that? I'm not sure where that is. It's rained on the Yorkshire Wolds on Sunday. So it's not actually a drought, is it? If it's raining. Surely to God. How about this? Public urged to reduce water use with shorter showers, low flow shower heads, and not pre-rinsing before using a dishwasher. What? In 1976, we called it glorious, beautiful weather. Well, exactly. When I was walking around yesterday, it was really hot, but it was lovely. Remember the bath with a friend policy? Yeah. What's going on? I remember that. I think it was shower with a friend, bath with a friend. First, you've got to have a friend, I suppose.
First, you've got to have a bath.
And then you've got to have a bath. In the 70s, we didn't have huge data centres using all of our water. Well, that's true as well. Because that's the other thing. There's no rain in Accrington, according to Marnie. This is the other thing. Apparently, when the revolution comes and we have all these data centres, we're going to need more electricity, we're going to need more water, and both of which are in short supply. It's raining men over Starmer's house. The Ukrainians are back. I can tell you that for sure. Raining here in Shildon County in Durham. This is great. It's like weather report. This is fantastic. So listen, there is no drought. Drizzle in Macclesfield. There is no drought. Have no fear. It rained overnight in Backwell, near Bristol. It's raining everywhere, apparently, apart from London. But of course, that's where they measure it. Bone dry in Dorset, says Newsmonger. Anyway, listen, all I'm going to say to you is this. If you want to have a shorter shower, great. We got, of course, Lewis Schaefer, who only showers once a week. So he's doing the world a favour. What?
He doesn't brush his teeth either.
He doesn't brush his teeth. Yeah, no, that's not good. Anyway, listen, don't worry about the doom mongers who tell you that we are about to have wildfires every 5 minutes. I mean, I was actually listening to a wildfire expert on Times Radio this morning who said it's got nothing to do with the heat. So the reason that we've got wildfires has got nothing to do with the temperature, and it got everything to do with the fact that, it's been very dry. But apparently, I've just had a wash in the rain. Happy to help during the shortage, says Matt. Very good. Yeah, as long as your neighbours don't mind that. Yeah, keep some of your clothes on, please. So that's my meltdown for the day. Jamie Jenkins is here from Welsh Wales, where it may well be raining. I'm not sure. Is it raining down there, Jamie? Morning.
Well, Mike, I've escaped to Europe. I'm actually on holiday at the moment.
How are you?
Wales East.
Oh, well done. Wales East,
Wales
yeah.
East office.
I haven't got a sign for you. I can show you a south sign, and I can show you a north sign, but I've got no east sign, I'm afraid. But good for you. Good for you. So have you got to put up with the wife and kids for a few days?
Yeah, over in the Netherlands at the moment, Mike, and the population of Wales actually fallen with some data yesterday. Population of Wales fallen for the first time in a decade, yeah, with some data yesterday. So I'm escaping as well. But on your meltdown there, Mike, we haven't got a shortage of water because when you look now in the next 6 months or 6 months ago, how many floods do we have in Britain? It literally absolutely flooded everywhere.
Yeah.
Loads and loads of floods. We got what we got in Britain, mate, is basically a situation where we don't keep enough water. We haven't built any proper reservoirs for 30 years. So when we don't have a bit of rain, the whole country falls apart. It's just an absolute joke, the UK.
Well, isn't it just? But also, isn't it interesting that despite the fact that it's been really, really dry and really, really hot for as long as I can remember, actually, in the last couple of months, we still haven't quite reached the peak of 1976. We're still 2 days off it.
Yeah, and they don't talk about the history. And the thing for me that doesn't mind it mostly with the weather is records go back to the 1800s. They don't go back billions and billions of years. They keep talking about, record heat year or record dry spells or record this, record that. It's just all absolute nonsense, mate. If you took the, as a statistician, Mike, if you take a little timeline and looked at how long the world's been going, we've got literally a dot on the whole of the whole world. So you can't really ascertain, if this is the hottest period we've ever had. You can't ascertain anything like that when you just look at the small period of data that we've got, Mike. And you get these meteorologists on, and they talk absolute nonsense. I think your show's putting the likes of John Ketley out of a job, Mike, with all these.
Well, do you know, I was once given a sort of illustration of the timeline of the life of the planet Earth, right? And what I was told was if you were to put your arms out, like that, the wingspan effectively of both arms, the amount of time that the British Isles have been occupied with people would appear as a tiny speck on the end of your pinky nail. And that's basically the amount of time that we've been checking man-made, climate change compared to, the whole length of both of your arms and your chest.
I think you can send that little clip in, Mike, to the BBC to replace David Attenborough when he sadly passes away. You could become the new nature expert.
Listen, I'm up for that. I'm very much up for that. Because all you got to do is come up with an idea for a show every year, and just has to have the word blue in it, or planet, or something like that. Blue planet, green planet, planet Earth, planet Mongo, whatever.
I don't think you even need to go and do any of the actual visiting these days, Mike. You just sit in a room and record your as well. But
just pretend that you've done that and actually film animals in zoos and make out that it's in the wild. Oh yeah, they've already done that.
Well, talking about wild animals, Mike, what about Andy Burnham then this week? Probably even need to get onto him at some point, don't we? This Burnham bounce that we're talking about. I don't know if he's like bouncing.
Yeah, what is going on with that? Because I know that you can tell when the press are enamoured with something, right? They're all falling over themselves trying to kind of, tell everyone how great he is because he's much better than Starmer and he's so easy to talk to and he's such a great communicator. He's saying the square root of bugger all. He's saying nothing at all about what he's actually going to do. I mean, the front page of the Times today, I was talking to William Yarwood about it. The intro doesn't make any sense. Some of England's metro mayors are planning to offer tax rebates to residents under devolution powers set to be announced by Andy Burnham. So he hasn't announced anything. They might do something. They probably won't do it. That's the story, apparently, now.
Yeah, Mike, we won't see a lot happening, really, in the next couple of years. The Burnham bounce, what the talk is there, and he's ruled it out, I think, in his Laura Koonsberg interview, is whether or not we can have a general election. Because, if you think about it, Mike, if you've got, and Keir Starmer was in power, obviously, and we've been talking about him for the last couple of years, anything was better than Starmer. You could have had your dog Ziggy in Prime Minister, and he'd have a better poll rating than bloody Keir Starmer. So the fact that we've had a bit of a Burnham bounce is no surprise. And, the Burnham bounce is a bit like a political honeymoon when you're on a whole inclusive holiday and then the bill arrives. So he's literally promising the world, giving us free stuff. He's talking about giving us this, giving us that. And yesterday, Mike, he stood up, didn't he? And he did say, I think it was a bit of a sly dig to Keir Starmer. He stood up with that press conference that he was doing, saying, I was going to use some notes. And I think in about 10 or 15 seconds, all he had was, he just couldn't get the words out. So I think what he's promised yesterday, Mike, is another review of social care. Now, we've had 22 of them in the last, I think, 30 years. 22
Yeah.
reviews of social care. So what he's promising now is another one. Literally, he's not going to.
It's all gone black.
He's not going to reform social. Yeah, he's not going to reform social care in this one. So we can have a national care service here. I don't know.
I mean, you know, it's a valiant kind of thing to want to do, and I've often said that what they should do is hive off social care from local councils, because local councils really can't control it and can't really run it very well, and that's all fine. But it's a very big sort of thing to take on and to create out of nothing, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think the one thing you bang on the money there, Mike, is social care's devolved to local authorities. It's absolutely no point doing it. So you kind of need to actually get things in kind of a more national system. But the problem we got, Mike, is modern medicine's keeping people alive. And basically, we've got a situation now where people are alive because of the NHS. They need more care to support themselves. And there's a 20-year gap now between people's life expectancy and their healthy life expectancy. So, but nothing's going to change in this parliament, Mike. He's talking about, he's not going to put up taxes that have been promised not to be put up. I don't see any changes in this parliament, Mike, at all whatsoever.
No. Well, I mean, it's a massive undertaking, isn't it? And it would involve in huge amounts of money, I would have thought, before you could even discuss how you would set it up. You would have to find some wherewithal to actually, you know, just finance it, really, wouldn't you?
Well, a national care service, Mike, is going to cost billions and billions of pounds. So where's the money going to come from? And we had that other story out this week as well, with the number of millionaires in the UK has fallen, down 7% in the last year when you look at the latest data, Mike. And surprisingly, or not surprisingly, I suppose, when you adjust for inflation, Mike, the number of millionaires, and this is when you take all of the wealth and all of the debts of individuals. So if somebody's got a house which is worth, say, 1.2 million, but they've got a $500,000 mortgage on it, they're not actually a millionaire on that. When you actually factor it all in, this is the lowest number now, Mike, that we've had since 2008. And who was in power in 2008?
Yeah.
No surprise, the Labour Party. So it seems that Labour's plan for growth is to either chase people away, or they found a good way of reducing inequality, Mike, which is to make us all poorer. That's literally the Labour way. Is Burnham going to make it any better? It's just going to be more tax and spend, tax and spend. I just can't see it. You know, this experiment's not going to work out very well, I don't think.
Well, this is why I find it so extraordinary that the papers and the press are kind of so willing to just suck it up and buy it, because you'd think they'd be a little bit more critical. But I think they've been so starved of any kind of interaction with anybody politically for such a long time that they're sort of delighted to have somebody who can string a sentence together. But he's not, as you say, he's not that good. You know, lots of ers and ahs and all the rest of it when he's trying to speak, and they make out like it's some kind of incredible miracle that he speaks without notes. Well, sorry, you know, I think for the purposes of being a prime minister and being a politician, you ought to be able to speak without notes, for heaven's sake, you know.
Yeah, well, I think that just goes to show, Mike, though, how the hell did Keir Starmer not just get in charge of the Labour Party, but how did he actually become prime minister? Because that guy was literally like a robot. But as we've talked in the past, Mike, you know, there was no overwhelming majority for Starmer. It was just the Tory vote stayed home because they were fed up with Richie Sunak. And the thing for me, Mike, right, well, we've touched on this before, but how can you have a party governing this country? You know, what people need to realise is that politics and politicians are there to serve the people. They just seem to be against the people generally in the last 10 or 20 years. And the thing for me, Mike, on this is, how can you have a parliament where you've got all those MPs and they genuinely, none of them were competent enough to come in and replace Keir Starmer, so they had to do this deal to get Andy Burnham. Somebody resigns, he gets elected, and then he gets in. And then all he's done basically is move the deck chairs on the Titanic. And we've got like some Angela Rayner back now. I think she's back in her old job, isn't she, Mike?
Yeah, she is.
Housing Secretary.
Yeah, but don't worry. She's not going to give back the money she got for being sacked from the old job. 17,000 quid, I think she was given, because she says that she doesn't think she needs to do that on the grounds that, you know, even though she's got the old job back and the severance pay was for losing that job, she's keeping it.
But Mike, I think if we get Pooch and Charlotte to sack you today, you can get a bit of a severance pay and come back tomorrow. Sounds
well, you know, there was a time when Fleet Street used to work like that. I remember when Robert Maxwell, when he was around, opened up a new paper in London called it was a daily something or other. I can't remember. It was a I think it might have been an evening paper. Anyway, he launched this paper, and so a bunch of people went over to work there. and it only lasted about 2 months, and he shut it down. And they all got redundancy payment and went back to their old jobs. So, they were just happy days. But yeah, I mean, we're as you say, we're more and more people leaving the country, more and more people finding other ways of making money. And I don't know how long this Burnham kind of bubble is gonna be able to continue to run before people realise it's all just smoke and mirrors.
Well, the key point is going to be when Parliament returns.
Yes.
Mike, and we get to the point where you get scrutiny every single week in Parliament, and Kemi Badenoch and Burnham's little exchanges. That'll be interesting to see how that one goes. I think clearly, Mike, Burnham is better than Starmer, but the important thing when we look at what's going on here is what's actually happening with this Burnham bounce. He's not getting many of the Reform voters back. That's the polling for Reform slightly down. All he's pretty much doing is hoovering up all those nutters who vote for the Green Party. So you can see what he's trying to do is he's going a bit more left-wing. He'll continue to go left-wing to try and bring back, and I think Zach Polanski's comments this week isn't helping him either. So some of the Labour Party are getting some of those Green Party voters, and they're also getting some back from the Lib Dems, Mike. So he just kind of, when you think, okay, Labour are becoming more popular, they're just taking those people who were voting on the left but were fed up with Starmer. Some of them are going back, but he's got a massive road to build, if he wants to build something more substantial. The key thing, Mike, with a general election is if we had one tomorrow and you look at the polls, Labour may win a general election just based on some of the polling that we've seen this week. Only a poll, remember that, but they wouldn't have the same majority that they've got now. And as he goes down into time, so as you get closer to the time that you need to call a general election, if his policies aren't going down very well, he will probably lose that. We may end up with a hung parliament, Mike. So I think the proper scrutiny is going to happen in the autumn. That's when all the rain will come across Britain. The drought will be a long distant dream. The sun will be over, and we'll be into a dark winter, Mike, with Burnham. Basically, we all be rejoicing the time that we had all those summer months, and we want to go back there, I think.
Yeah. What do you think on the election front? Because I still am fairly sure that he wants to have an early election, even though he keeps saying he doesn't want to. Partly because he does keep saying it, I figure that actually that means probably more than likely he's going to do it. Because somebody pointed out to me that Theresa May kept saying she wasn't going to do it either, and so did Boris Johnson shortly before they did it. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, well, tactically it makes sense for him to say he's not going to do it, because if he says, well, I'm going to call one at a certain point in time, it gives the other parties time and the machine to start getting themselves ready. So it wouldn't surprise me, Mike. He's doing all the popular things. And remember, he's kind of tied down to what the Labour Party said in their 2024 manifesto.
Yeah.
So if he really wants to put his own mandate in, a national care service, maybe some wealth taxes, death taxes that he's talking about, which again, they will appeal to those lefties on the side, the Green Party and some of the Lib Dem voters as well. He needs a mandate. He's going to need to go to the public and get that passed through. And then that gives him a full fires, because what's he saying, Mike? He's talking about 10 years, isn't he? It's going to take 10 to 15 years to turn Britain around. But, I think the undefining thing of the last couple of governments has been the small boats. And we are starting to see them come back over again with the nice weather. I've not heard anything coherent on that yet, Mike. So that's going to be something that I think will determine, for those people on the Reform voters in the north and in Wales, are they going to go back to to Burnham? I think ultimately, Mike, he's going to need to have something on immigration as well.
Yeah, he's going to have to. It's on the front pages this morning, and he's not really got any answers for it. Jamie, good to see you. Enjoy the rest of the holiday, and we'll see you at same time next week. Jamie Jenkins there reporting into us from the Netherlands. We're very international today. We had Kinsey Schofield on from the US of A. We got Jamie Jenkins there for the Netherlands. We've got loads of other great guests coming up. We've got a poll going on, by the way, which I haven't mentioned yet. What should Trump save us from first? Should it be the small boats crisis? Should it be Iran terror? Should it be Andy Burnham? Or should it be Russia? Surprisingly, Andy Burnham comes quite high, coming second at the moment. Let's see if we can make him number one. But small boats crisis, 54% of you say Trump should save us from that. We've actually got a clip of Donald Trump talking about the migrant invaders back in the White House yesterday. Have a look at this.
Did you discuss it with him?
I did, briefly. He's going to have to mention it because it's killing your country.
Mr. President,
Killing you.
He won't talk to GBUs.
He's killing your country.
He won't talk to them.
And not him. I mean, we'll have to see. I know Starmer did very little about it. And they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Africa, they're coming from South America, they're coming from different parts of Asia, and they're invading Europe. I mean, they're invading Europe. It's an invasion, and the UK is a prime suspect.
Mr. President, on Todd Blanche, Senator John Cornyn of Texas.
Yeah, the front pages this morning, both the Mail and the Sun, picking on Andy Burnham's migrant policy. How's that plan going, Prime Minister, is what it says. How about that? Because, of course, what we're seeing now is these super dinghies coming in with more than 100 people on per journey. Hundreds of migrants headed for Britain yesterday, just 24 hours after Andy Burnham claimed the plan to stop small boats is working. Well, it's not, is it? Still say your boat's plan is working, Andy? You can see some very athletic-looking young men all running down the beach. Some of them have got those bags that you see people having on the tube. And some of them seem to be very well sort of tooled up with all the latest gear that you might want, you know, designer clothes. They certainly don't look as if they're even economic migrants, never mind fleeing a war. They're very well dressed for fleeing a war. I've been in war zones. People don't dress like that, generally speaking, because they're too busy hiding from the bullets that are being fired. These guys are coming over, and apparently, according to a piece in the Daily Mail, it's £300,000 a boat now that the traffickers are making. Longer than a double-decker bus, the mega dinghies raking in £300,000 a trip for the traffickers. It's amazing, isn't it? Chris Philp, of course, was out filming yesterday in the Channel as well, and he got fired upon by the French Navy, who apparently said that it was a training exercise and they didn't really mean to do it. But just extraordinary times we're living through where we get told one thing by the government, and of course we know that it's completely and utterly untrue. Whatever it is that they're saying, whatever it is that they're promising us, isn't actually happening. So, what are you going to make of that? What are you going to make of that? Coming up, we've got Chris Rose with us, who's got some things, I'm sure, to say about the latest invasion force that have come in. Chris, a very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. Morning.
Even Donald Trump is now commenting on the state of our lack of border control, saying Starmer didn't do anything about it. He's told Andy Burnham that he's got to do something about it, and even though Andy Burnham still hasn't really spoken about it, the first thing he said the other day was, oh, well, the numbers are coming down, so we've got it under control. Well, that's a bit like saying, you know, I've only been robbed 3 times today instead of 8 times, which was happening last week, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, it's shocking that the President of the United States has said more about the small boat invasion than our actual Prime Minister within this first, 10 days. And, you know, just the other day, there was, 500 that came across in one day. And there's been multiple other days where there's been a lot coming across. There's been roughly about 1,500 in Andy Burnham's first 9 days of Prime Minister. I mean, that is shocking. I know over summer we usually have a higher period where more small boats come across, and yet he's only said one thing, which is that his plan is working. Well, it's not working enough, really. What about the people that are already here being detained and deported enough? No, they're not. They're still here. We're still paying for them. And, you know, dangerous crimes are still unfortunately happening by these people who we don't know anything about.
Right.
So his plan isn't really working. It should be classed as a national emergency. Like Keir Starmer, he refuses to say it. He doesn't want to appeal for it. It's appalling. He should just call a general election so we can have a government that will actually call it a national emergency and will actually get cracking on with the small boats and detaining and deporting all those who are here illegally. Because he has spent more time doing TikTok videos and eating crab beef fries than he actually has talking about anything that's actually important. It's one of the top 2 main issues other than the economy. And I think he should be talking about it every day until he reassures the public that things are going to be steady and that we're actually going to be safe. Because his first duty as Prime Minister is to keep the public safe. And he is failing at that already, like Keir Starmer.
Absolutely, because you know his kind of defenders will say, well, you know, the thing is, Andy's concentrating on the cost of living crisis. He wants to get that sorted out first. Well, this is all part of the same problem, isn't it? Because one of the reasons there's a cost of living crisis is because of the amount of money that's being wasted on illegal migrants and putting them up in hotels and then carting them off to HMOs and making sure that they've got enough food to eat and making sure they've got enough clothes to wear. We are wasting an awful lot of money on them, and I don't understand why he won't say anything about it.
Absolutely. I mean, just the other day we learned that we can't even fund our largest telescope that was good for, scientific research, because we're funding illegal migrants instead. I mean, there's a lot more things we could do with the money that we're funding the illegal migrants on. We could be spending it on the NHS. We could be funding, landscapes, our scientific research. We could be funding better trains, more houses as well for British people who are here illegally. We don't really want to be funding people who should not really be here at all. And so we do have the money. We're just badly managed as a country by this government, because they have other priorities. They're sending money to to Gaza through aids that have actually helped Hamas in the past.
Yeah.
That's another thing that could be stopped and be given back to the British public. But instead they have their ideology and they want to win back the loony green voters. So we're going to see a lot more of it from Andy Burnham, because his priority isn't really to win back reform voters. If it was, then he would be cracking down on the illegal migrant crisis. But for him, it's easier to appease his backbenchers, his loony left, and say, actually, we're going to send all this money abroad. And like Keir Starmer, he's not going to send much money to the actual British public, because there's a running joke that if we were to move to Pakistan or India, we might see our actual taxpayers being spent on us, because frankly, when you live in Britain, you don't really see your money given back to you in the services that you're paying for. It's actually appalling.
No, it really is. And I mean, this is the thing that I find quite extraordinary about the way that the sort of the establishment press, if you like, have taken to Andy Burnham as if, he's the greatest thing since sliced bread, when he's not actually saying really anything. He's coming out with occasional kind of ideas about making people's lives better, none of which are really going to make anybody's lives better at all. But they're sort of lapping it up as if he's some kind of, magician, some kind of Houdini figure who's appeared and gone, look at this, we can turn Britain into a much better place. We can have hope in our hearts. We can have, a growth in every postcode. And it all sounds, great, but it doesn't mean anything.
Absolutely not. And, I find it worrying that the same people who are lapping it up also told us that Keir Starmer was the best thing since sliced bread. Because Andy Burnham's going to have a whole summer of pretty much no scrutiny from Parliament. He's not going to have much scrutiny from the media either. I think there's possibly like a few people who are holding him to account, like Guido Fawkes and independent voices like yourself. But, for some of the more established media, they're not really doing any scrutiny. I think they're probably scrutinising Reform and Nigel Farage more than they are the actual Prime Minister and the actual government. Because there's a lot of things that he's getting away with. He's being very blasé in his approach. His speeches aren't even that good. I find them quite dull, and he just comes across as if he's just winging it. He's not prepared. I also find that there's not really much detail behind his plan. Now, if a Reform or Tory Prime Minister was to be as blasé as he is, they would be, absolutely hammered. They wouldn't be lapping it up. They wouldn't be saying, his communication style is absolutely amazing. They would want to think, is he actually going to be serious? Is he going to take it further? And the whole not wearing a tie and, shirt as well. But particularly in the other day when he was in front of military personnel as well, I found that very disrespectful, because they took the time to iron their shirts and polish their shoes, and he just turned up in a T-shirt. I found that very disrespectful. So it kind of shows that his appearance, if he's not going to take it that seriously, will he actually take the role of Prime Minister seriously? And from what I've seen so far, he certainly hasn't. I don't think he actually will. And I think, the press needs to take into account, because I think once they start to, he will crumble. He's not fit for Prime Minister. I think he's still in the mayor mode where he thinks, just saying a few speeches, they'll lap it up and forever. But, we're not like the mayor where you can become increasingly popular the longer you go on, because you don't get much scrutiny. They give you an applause just for saying we're going to update the bus service, but as Prime Minister, you're going to have to do a lot more than stuff like that.
Exactly right.
Have to find money.
Yeah, I mean, I call him the mayor of Great Britain, because that's kind of how he's acting, isn't he? He's acting as if he's the mayor of the entire country, and he doesn't actually have to worry about the detail. He just has to kind of give a vision of what he wants to see happening around him, and even to the point where he actually sort of upbraided the press yesterday for speculating about his policies. And it's like, sorry, mate, that's part of their job. Their job, actually, if they were doing it properly, would be to speculate far, far more and to actually ask you far more and many more difficult questions rather than just letting you off the hook every time you open your mouth.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? They wouldn't have to speculate if he actually just came forward and said, these are my plans, these are my proposals, this is, a detailed policy that we're going to put forward. But he's not doing that. He's in a way, he's doing policy by trial by error, where he's, allowing these elites to go out, and then he'll say, oh, actually, people probably don't like that, so we're going to U-turn on it. And it's not really the way you should govern. It's, very poor. It's, ironically, it's the same type of populism that they claim that they hate, because they try to see what's popular and try to see what sticks. It's not really a principled approach that we need at the moment. It doesn't show any clear ideology. It's kind of just trying to be all things to all man. And I do think he is doing it on purpose, because I think he wants to prepare for a general election, so he's trying to, see what's popular, so he can have a manifesto that's going to appeal to everyone. But I don't think it will particularly work once he has to, go back to Parliament and have scrutiny, where MPs will be allowed to scrutinise him. Hopefully Reform will, the Tories will. I'm not so sure about the Lib Dems, because they seem to be in partnership with Labour all the time. But I don't particularly think that his plan overall will pretty much work, whatever his plan even is, because it's all so vague. He kind of just seems like he's just guessing it, really. The only thing he's really announced is number 10 North that we're all paying for. That's a expensive gimmick, but not really much else is on the table for us as voters, for us to say, oh, this is a different Labour than Keir Starmer. I would actually say that Keir Starmer is actually more forward. I mean, even though his policies were terrible and they weren't in the manifesto, I'd say that he was more clear, with more clarity than Andy Burnham has been in his first 10 days.
Yeah, absolutely right. Chris, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Chris Rose there with his lowdown on the Burnham bounce so far. The fact that it's a bounce at all is baffling to me. The Burnham baffle would be more of a word that I would use to describe the current incumbent in number 10 Downing Street. Of course, not always in number 10 Downing Street, because I think today is the Manchester election for mayor, right? I don't know whether he's going to be up in Manchester doing a bit of running around and campaigning for the Labour candidate. We're not expecting Labour to lose this one, and I don't know whether the Reform crowd are going to be thinking that they can make some inroads. I think if Reform can make their vote slightly increase, then they'll have had a good day. Restore Britain are also running as well. We'll be keeping an eye on that. We won't have the numbers probably until late tomorrow, because they take a long time to count local elections for some reason. I don't quite know why. But if you are up in Manchester, you can, of course, go and vote for who you want to be the new mayor. But it was such a massive, massive majority for Andy Burnham. I think he had something like 450,000 votes in the last election, compared to only 50,000 votes from Reform. So I think when those people who said Reform might pick it up and might win, that was always going to be a bit of a long shot, one would have thought. But we'll keep an eye on it. We'll let you know as soon as we know precisely what goes on. But I think it would be very unlikely to be a win for anybody other than Labour, I'm afraid. Coming up, we've got much more going on, loads going on, in fact. Young Bob is in the studio. He's going to be talking to me in a minute. First, though, Norman Brennan is here. There's some jiggery-pokery to discuss about what's going on in the police service around the country. Norman, very good morning to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning, Mike. How are you?
Yeah, good. Very well indeed. Good to see you. Good to talk to you. We've got a few kind of, I suppose, what you might call waifs and stray type stories about various different problems facing some individual police officers. We criticise the police as a group quite a lot, but you're very good at standing up for individual police officers. So tell us what's going on.
Well, yeah, the policing is in absolutely disarray, along with the criminal justice system. It's quite ironic. You're talking about police officers, frontline cops, the ones that get the blame for the failures of the senior cops. Once I finish this interview, I'm actually off to Cardiff. I now live in Swansea, and I'm going with a police sergeant that was sacked because he dared challenge two female detective sergeants It was a grievance. He took them to court, and before it reached court, they paid out. And thereafter, one of those two officers, who's now a detective chief inspector, made it her business to destroy him. So I've been at a tribunal for 9 days, and at midday today, I will hear the results of one of the worst miscarriages of justice in relation to police officers' lives being destroyed I've ever seen in almost 48 years of policing and law and order. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, Mike.
Yes, I mean, I spoke to a police officer, actually, funnily enough, last couple of weeks ago. I was down at the CPAC conference down in near Canary Wharf. And I was actually very pleasantly surprised to have the conversation. You know, we often kind of think of police officers as a little bit, you know, shall we say, reticent to talk to members of the public, difficult to kind of break through the barrier that they have to have with ordinary people. But it was a young guy, probably late 20s, recognised me and said, "Oh, love your show." We started talking, and he was really, you know, interesting in what. And I said, "It can't be easy for you guys to do the job that you do." And he said, "No, it's really quite tricky." But he said the thing that people often mistake about us is that they think we shouldn't be political. He said, "I actually find it better to know what's going on politically in order that I can see how people are having arguments in public, how people are having rows in public, you know, how we can sort of somehow help them to get along with each other." And I was just, you know, it's a slightly nebulous point, but I was just quite encouraged by the fact that, you know, we're often given a portrayal of police officers as people who are, you know, happy to use a baton on you before they'll talk to you. And it wasn't like that at all.
Well, the thing is, Mike, I've been in policing, as you know, for 31 years, and I meet many frontline police officers, and all we ever see on social media are those officers that have been arrested for rape and other very serious crimes, and I can't deny that causes huge disaffection from the public and victims of crime that like to see the police being above that sort of thing. But there are tens of thousands of frontline men and women that every day get up and stand between right and wrong and good and bad. They have to pass on the worst messages that some families will ever have. Somebody's died in a car crash, somebody's been murdered. They have to go to post-mortems after somebody's been murdered. They work all hours under the sun. Yes, there are a number that do fail us, and sadly, they're the ones that we only hear about. But the thing is, Mike, I actually sit down and go for a drink with serving frontline cops. And when I discuss with them the public's concern, they actually understand that. But then they tell me, like a senior Met officer, he's put away about 13 to 17, I think it is, murderers in the last year or so. And when I say to him, "Kev, what do you think about all the negativity?" He said, "Norman," he said, "do you know what?" And he's a senior officer. He said, "I get up in the morning, I put my suit on, I go to work, and I look at murders. I send my team out that work their socks off, often 12 hours a day, weekends. They miss school, sports days, evenings with their families and anniversaries. And the reason they do that is because they want to arrest those murderers. And if the public actually could see what I see, they would see that the far majority of the police are not anywhere near the negativity that they always see about them. And last year, the police are getting so fed up now of being blamed for things that are often out of their sphere, that 9,000 resigned, and this year another 9,000 resigned. And if we look back to where this all went wrong, it was probably around about the Theresa May time when she reduced 20,000 frontline police officers, got rid of them, and then tens of thousands of backroom staff. So the few officers we had to backfill for the people that we lost. And so the police never hit the streets anymore. And what British policing have lost, to cut to the chase, is the 9 Pelian principles. And that is to go out on the streets, be visible, protect the public, reassure the public. When a victim calls in a crime, you attend. Other officers cover all the other calls. You spend time talking to them, have a cup of tea, take a statement. And when you leave, you reassure them that you'll do your best to actually reassure them. The village bobby has gone, Mike, but it's not just the village bobby that's gone now, it's the town centre bobby in big cities. Now, when you lose them, is it hardly surprising the public really have very little confidence in the police to do the things that Sir Robert Peel introduced into British policing.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, another observation I've got for you is I was in central London a couple of weeks ago, witnessed a police sort of visiting an event. And somebody had broken into or had gone into a jeweller's shop middle of the day around the back of Wigmore Street, and basically just smashed a load of glass and stolen a load of stuff. And I was amazed at the number of police that were then at the scene. And it's almost as though whatever the regulations are, the rules are, there's more rules than there are cops, because there was about 12 of them. Most of them not doing very much, just sort of standing around. There was one guy with a laptop. There was another woman interviewing, eyewitnesses. But for a good hour and a half, 2 hours, there was about 10 or 12 people standing about as police officers, not apparently doing very much. And I was with a friend of mine. I said, what do you think they're doing? And I presume there's rules and regulations around how many cops have to go to the scene of a crime, but it just seemed a bit of a waste of their time,
Well, there isn't really, Mike. I mean, sometimes in London and big cities, you've normally got your armed response cops, you've got traffic cops, you've got the response teams. So sometimes, if there's not a call that other units are attending, you may well get 5, 6, or 7 cars actually turn up.
Yeah.
However, there are rural areas where sometimes a backup for an armed response vehicle could be 15 or 20 minutes away. Now, I'm obviously defending the police, but the thing is, Mike, I'm an independent spokesman on policing. When we get it wrong, I kick their asses.
Yeah.
I tell them that their criminal act, misconduct, is putting pressure on all of the other officers. But I can tell you now that there are men and women, as I said about 10 minutes ago, that get up every day, Mike. They join the job because they had a passion. They wanted to do something special. And I've sat down, and even now I sit down with police officers that are broken because the system has destroyed them. And all they ever talk about, I love the job, Norman. I love serving the public. And when I was in the job, I'm a bit of a dinosaur now, although I'm still up to date with everything that's going on. I couldn't wait for a 999 call to come through.
Yeah.
I jumped in the car with my colleagues. Once I was a probationer and I learnt the rules. No, we don't go in there. We wait for backup. Unless a woman or somebody's being very seriously injured. So I learnt my ropes. So when I was a senior police officer, I trained young detectives. I trained frontline cops. We couldn't wait to attend. And those junior officers that I was training couldn't wait to make the arrest. And we worked so hard to get the evidence together to ensure that the victim and the public are reassured that we're doing our best. The sad reality today, Mike, is this, is that many victims don't even get that police officer that you're talking about. They don't even get that investigation. I bought a new car the other day. I sold my flat in Twickenham and she's beautiful. My other car was playing up. And a week ago, somebody caused 500 quid's worth of damage.
No.
It broke my heart. I don't know if it was done in Isleworth, Slough, or junction 18 of the M4. It broke my heart, Mike. 500 quid is going to cost me. Do you think I've got 500 quid spare in my drawer, like tens of thousands of members of the public? If I claimed off my insurance, I'd lose my excess. And for the next 5 years, I'd have to pay a load in. And I'm no different from the public. I've always been a member of the public. I don't think I'm anything special. It's just that when I was in policing, I saw what was coming today 30, 35 years ago. And I was the first police officer ever in British policing to break from the ranks. I was going to go up the ranks, and I decided that telling the public the truth, getting the best possible police service and criminal justice system was more important. And many of the things that you and I talk about today and on previous shows, Mike, I predicted knife crime epidemic. I predicted the antisocial behaviour. I predicted policing failing the streets. I predicted the criminal justice system collapsing, which it has. The prison service can't cope. Probation can't cope. And I think the caveat to all we're talking about now, Mike, is this. And I'm not saying it to be alarmist. I mean, no one controls me. I'm in bed with no political party. We are living, and I'm ashamed to say this as an ex-police officer and a leading law and order campaigner, in a state of anarchy. Okay, there's not knives and guns in every street, but too many knives and guns in every street. Feral kids are out of control. We've got 4,000 gangs in Britain, 200 in London. Most of them carry knives. Most of them think they're untouchable because we're going full circle now. The police aren't on the streets. They're not arrested. The public are not reassured. They don't see the police. The victims don't get their crimes investigated. And even when we nick shoplifters and other people, the criminal justice system, where it once supported us when I was a serving officer, they don't support them anymore. There's always an excuse not to send them to prison. And all this rollicks about community sentencing, Mike, most of the people that go to prison have exhausted all the community sentences, so there's no alternative. And the reason they're sent to prison is to protect the public from their serious and persistent crime. And those say that prisons are universities of crime. Let me tell you now that at least when they're not locked up, they're not on the streets in the open universities of crime. And many of those criminals that I've sent to prison and my colleague has sent to prison, there's very few new tricks to learn. It's deemed as a short respite. And how can you have offenders, and I've arrested them before, with 100 previous convictions for shoplifting and other serious crimes? Now, how many crimes is it you're allowed to commit before the criminal justice system says you are a plague on society and it's clear you will never learn your lesson? Unless we have a criminal justice system that sends out a tough message, the criminals, I'm afraid, have got a license to steal.
Yeah, I'm afraid you're right. Norman, great to talk to you as ever. Good to catch up. Thank you very much indeed. Norman Brennan, they're giving us the word on the street from the front line of policing, which isn't great, you'd have to say. For an awful lot of people, it's a tough job. For an awful lot of other people who have been at the rough end of the way the police have treated them, that's not good either. We're going to be hearing later on in the show about Alison Pearson, the Telegraph columnist who, of course, was visited by the police because of a tweet that she put out and was harassed for quite some period of time. She's now been apologised. She's got an apology from Essex Police, and they've had to pay her some compensation as well. Hever Castle says this: I saw a video, 5 or 6 cops turned up at a young man's house, arrested him, allegedly for saying filth. Oh my God, appalling. Haven't they got anything better to do? 5 of them. Well, this is the trouble. You know, when you see some of the policing activity that goes on, you wonder whether it's them or whether it's their bosses. I never see them, says Alistair, is what's all this about community policing? Well, you may well ask. Super chat from DePopo. Apparently pigeons in Burnley fly upside down because there's nothing worth crapping on. That's not very nice. Here's another one. Don't forget Megan buggered off from a retreat in Australia and then left the people who paid furious. Yeah, that was that sort of retreat. There was some kind of spa weekend that people had paid a load of money to meet her on. But yeah, we'll come back to that. Alan Miller coming up in a little while, I think, isn't he? This from R Squared. How much money is the show making per day? I signed up to Tally Money yesterday with your code and we'll drop you the odd super chat to try and support it. Love the show. Can I have a job? You don't need to pay me. You want to work for us for nothing? Sure, why not? I'm not going to tell you how much money we're making per day, but we're doing okay. Thank you. That's the point. I'd like to say now we're joined by young Bob. Hi, young Bob.
Well, fantastic. This is my first appearance on the show.
Your first appearance on the show. Welcome to the studio. What do you think? It's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got a very professional and busy aesthetic, which I like.
It's not a bad little vibe. Last time I saw you was down at the CPAC conference, which was, what, week before last? It was 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? Yes. What did you make of that for a start?
Well, I was only really there to see if there's really oxygen for that sort of conference. Of course, a lot of journalists accused it of being a sort of cross-pollination attempt to Americanise politics. Yeah. I don't think it's true. I think there's somewhat of a degree of a need in Britain for a conference to sort of unite the right. However, it did sort of underperform.
Yeah. I mean, I think people aren't used to that kind of thing, are they? That's the difference. I mean, I lived in America for 10 years and there's lots of things that happen in America that people in Britain just don't really get. Well, there's kind of, it's a bit like going to a basketball game. You kind of go, what's going on with the basketball? Why do people love it so much? And then once you're there and you kind of immerse yourself in it, you sort of get it, like American football as well. And I think as a first attempt, I thought it was all right.
Yes, there's several reasons why this sort of project might fail or might fall short of what it looks like in the States. First of all, obviously funding. Yeah. There's a high degree of infrastructure, and also I think a lot of donations in America, for example, are tax write-offs. Yeah. You don't really see the same tax codes in the UK, which means it's not financially feasible for millionaires to sort of invest in a right-wing project in Britain. Yes. Also, I think in terms of the Overton window, America's more right-leaning, and the public are more in tune with the sort of loud, blasé music that you saw at CPAC. So it's going to be a long haul in actually trying to make these conferences popular. However, anyone who's trying to have a crack at it certainly has my support.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you're in a way doing something which is quite American in the sense that you saw what Charlie Kirk was doing. You go out and do something similar. And I'm not trying to trivialise, what happened to him or anything, but, what you do is unusual in British terms, isn't it? Because you basically go out there and ask people to argue with you. You set yourself up in a stall. Sometimes you get attacked. Sometimes you get, verbally abused. Sometimes you get physically abused. It's quite brave what you're doing, but it's quite un-British in a way.
Yeah, I think everyone's becoming political, which is an un-British thing because we're a quietly polite people.
Right.
No one really likes to talk about the nitty-gritty details and what it actually means to hold to a position, and that is why it's unheard of. First of all, campuses are disproportionately represented by the left wing, so if I set up university campuses, I'm already against nearly every single university student. Also, as well, the laws surrounding public squares.
Right.
So if you're a US organization, you can literally set up anywhere on campuses because it's publicly owned property. Right. Compared to in the UK where it's privately owned, so you have to be a bit creative where you're setting it up.
Right.
But it's definitely something that needs to be put into British politics because 18 to 24-year-olds disproportionately vote for the Green Party.
Yeah.
If we do actually want to see a cross-generational legacy for the right wing, we have to begin to convince the new generation to actually be right wing.
Right. And do you think that we are a sort of left-leaning country? Because I've often asked this question, watching, for example, the way that Andy Burnham is being kind of welcomed by the press, particularly into the public space, where he's been given what I think is a massive benefit of the doubt, despite the fact that he's not apparently really qualified to do the job. He doesn't appear to have won an election to be Prime Minister, although obviously he did get elected as an MP. But I wonder whether that we have this kind of left-leaning sort of, I suppose, centre, if you like, where people are more willing to kind of embrace left politics than they are in right-wing politics, which they ostensibly see as something sort of a bit mean.
I think that Europe as a whole, compared to America, is more susceptible to either swinging towards the left and the right because we think of ourselves not just as individuals, which is usually the sort of right-wing school of thought, but rather as a collective group.
Yeah.
And that either lends its support to nationalists who want to be proud of our ancestors and what they built, compared to the left, which they do think as a commune, right? That's what socialism, communism teaches. So I think that we have a longer history of thinking of ourselves as a group of people rather as individuals compared to in America, which inevitably means that we are prone, I don't want to say to being more radical, but I think the centre ground is essentially dying in Britain. And especially young people, they're susceptible to the vibe of the left. That's what I like to do. It's vibe-based politics. You saw this initially with Zach Polansky when he was surging in the polls where he was obviously running on his local campaign of hope.
Yes.
Just saying anything that people agree with.
Well, this is what Burnham's doing now, isn't it? I mean, he's literally just kind of coming out with stuff that makes people feel warm and fuzzy, as if, that's going to change anything when it really isn't. I don't know how long it's going to be before people either start to see through it or they ask him to actually prove that he wants to do something different.
I think that this is the honeymoon period. The successes of his social media campaign, but even then you're seeing it slightly crack. I mean, the comparison that what he's doing on his social media campaigns, like to David Brent, because it seems really inauthentic and quite exhausted. So I think that we're living in a honeymoon period like we did with Keir Starmer, where people want something new, they'll believe it for a few weeks, but then as soon as a few weeks are up, people are going to be harshly critical of them.
I think so. And also for Starmer, I mean, he kind of fell into a bad trap almost straight away, because as soon as he got in, talking about transparency and talking about having no cronyism, it turned out that one, he wasn't being transparent, and two, he was a massive crony because he was buying or getting rather free stuff from Lord Ali. He was buying his clothes for him, buying spectacles for him. He was getting free tickets to Taylor Swift. And then, of course, Southport happened, which was an event that he couldn't control and which he completely messed up, not least by sending Lucy Connolly to prison and by going up to Southport and spending, 19 seconds, visiting the scene and then leaving. And I wonder whether there will be an event of some kind which kind of derails Andy Burnham and means that if he doesn't, respond to it properly, people will see through it.
I think people like what they know, and when they invest in something they don't know, like for Andy Burnham, we don't really know his policies.
Yeah.
He says he wants radical change to move away from neoliberalism, and these sound quite nice, but obviously, people like what they know, and they don't like what they don't know, which means that as soon as what they don't know doesn't serve them properly, they'll immediately say, well, why don't I just go back to what I know? And this is what you see with the uni party, right? And this is why reform were held to such a high pedestal, because they're trying to sell something new, which means that if they fail or if they fall into scandal, people are just going to say, well, you're something I don't know, but you're doing the same things of the things that I know, which means I'm just going to go back to the uni party. And that's what Andy Burnham's also going to have an issue with, because people are going to be hypercritical of him. They're immediately going to say, well, we already had a guy, Keir Starmer, who's doing exactly the same thing you're doing, falling into the exact same traps. So why did we get an unelected new version of you? I think Tony Blair put it quite rightly when he said that it's just a change in personality. It's nothing new in terms of policy.
Yeah, right. And today is the mayoral election in Manchester, which everybody's kind of forgotten about. I woke up this morning and went, oh yeah, that's going on. Because it's sort of been pushed to the back of the queue, hasn't it? Where if it had been maybe 6 or 7 months ago, there would have been a lot more clamour around it, seems to me, that, people would be saying, oh, because at the beginning people were saying when Andy Burnham was talking about possibly running as an MP and giving up the job, there was talk of Reform possibly winning the election, and maybe it would make it much harder for the Labour government, actually, if the Mayor of Manchester is a Reform candidate. But it's beginning to look as though nobody's even talking about that now, and they probably should never have been, because it's such a big majority, isn't it? 450,000 people voted Andy Burnham in to be Mayor, and only 50,000 people voted for Reform in the last election. Do you see any kind of conclusions that we can draw coming out of how the vote goes today?
I think the only real party, to be fair, if you look at their social media, who've thrown the kitchen sink at it, is Restore Britain. I think everyone else has noticed that their performance is going to be quite... Like the Green Party, they've fallen off of the polls. They're polling at 8%. Reform aren't polling too well in Manchester. So it seems like both of these new parties who are supposed to sell themselves as a new alternative for the left and the right are being a bit more quiet about this, because if it's set on a national stage, if all these media companies talk about their performance in Manchester, it would lower morale, it lower the confidence in the voters. And like I said, they'll just revert back to the uni party.
And so, I suppose if you were to make a judgment then tomorrow, once the vote comes in, once we've counted it all, what I've said earlier today is if Reform's vote goes up, then that's probably a good thing for them. If Restore get more than, say, 5% or 6% or something like that, that might be okay for them. But it's all gone a bit quiet, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think, in politics there's a honeymoon period, and certainly for Restore, that honeymoon period was met with large success, and now it's largely quite quiet, which is what you come to expect for the party of that size. I think that Marlon West, out of literally every single candidate, is probably the best on paper.
He's the Restore candidate.
Yeah,
right?
he's the Restore candidate. He's the father of a grooming gang survivor, and that's solely what he's campaigned on. So I think that he's the best for the party and also the best candidate out of the bunch. However, realistically, I think last polls suggest they're at 7%, which is pretty good. However, if you look at other examples like Nick Buckley, for example, who ran as an independent, who has a similar vibe to him, I think comparing to that, they've probably underperformed, considering they're the only party who've really, again, thrown the kitchen sink at it. They're the only ones who've really seemed to do any social media and publicity about it. I think Marlon West went to Manchester Piccadilly Gardens, spoke about the increase of crime. Their investigation unit did a Freedom of Information request showing crime rates increasing throughout the year in that particular area. And despite the fact those statistics are underreported because the police in that area don't really keep good data, it's still significantly increased. There's a lot of drug crime going into that area. So it's unfortunate, but I think that, Labour with their new premiership have completely overshadowed that that election.
Yeah, so not really much to learn from it in your view, from the sounds of it. But if Restore was to get 7%, would that be something that Rupert Lowe would be happy with, do you think?
Yeah, most certainly. I think that their sort of mantra has been contest every single election. And I think elections, as you're seeing in Clacton, are always a good PR move for candidates and parties.
But they're not contesting Clacton, are they?
Yeah, that's off a bet that...
So when you say contest every election apart from Clacton...
Yeah, because I think that's the exception to the rule. But I'm.
So you think they should be contesting it though? Because surely,
Personally, yes.
The point of Restore is to challenge reform, right? It's to say to them, you're not doing what you said you would do. You're becoming far too mainstream. You're becoming far too kind of, centrist, and therefore we are going to offer an alternative. So it seems to me that would have been a perfect opportunity, would it not, to have gone to Clacton and gone, let's test the water. Let's see what we can take from the leader of reform.
I personally think I understand the schools of thought within Restore and even the Conservative Party and Labour when it says we're not contesting this election because it lends legitimacy to what Nigel Farage is attempting to do, which is the sort of Andy Burnham effect of let's have a by-election on a referendum on my leadership.
Yeah.
That's what Andy Burnham did. If he had a high portion of the vote, he would go for the premiership, and that is what Nigel Farage is doing, because I'm assuming he comes off of a sort of character who at some occasions within his political career sometimes gets a bit tired, doesn't want to do this. So for him, I'm assuming it's just, well, if people vote me in, that means I'm staying and continuing the fight. And if they don't, it's a good way of retiring.
Yeah.
So I understand the school of thought that says we're not contesting this election. However, being in Clacton myself, I think the good people of Clacton actually deserve a genuine election, not just between a man with a bin on his head and Nigel Farage.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that actually those who say, Nigel's making it all look really rather stupid, I think it actually is on the other parties who haven't contested it who are making it look stupid. And I think at the end of the day, when the count is being held and everyone says it's going to look ridiculous because there's going to be Count Binface and there's going to be Nigel and hardly anybody else. I mean, there are other people running. Lawrence Fox is running, William Clouston's running for the SDP, there's quite a few independents. There will be a crowd of people there. But I just think the fact that the established parties have kind of turned their back on it, I think makes them look stupid.
Yeah, I certainly also think the larger discussion on novelty candidates quite interesting. I think that people like Count Binface, it's funny in context to serious elections, right? So we have 15 candidates from majorly established political parties, and then we have one guy with a bin on his head. The people voting for the bin, it's going to be between people who want to set a statement that all these people are jokes in their eyes, or people who would have always abstained their vote or ruined their ballot. But when the bin is the only candidate outside of the incumbent MP, I think we've got some problems with our democracy, and also largely on the international stage because we're seen as a joke.
Yeah, but I mean, as I say, he's not the only one. I mean, there's a list of, I think, there's about 10 or 12 people running, so we shall see.
33 candidates.
Is it 33?
Yeah, it's going to be quite a crowded
kind of bonkers,
podium.
isn't it? It's kind of insane. And what about the way that you are able to conduct your business? I've got a clip I think we're going to show. Charlotte's got dug out from when you were in Manchester a few weeks ago, I suppose this would be, when you were attacked. Have a look.
No, my name. Go put this
What is
on
your
your
name?
social media.
What is your name?
Nice try. You're absolutely the most patronising, horrible, right-wing, warped British people I have ever
Remember
met.
that quote, so someone can give me a badge with that title.
No,
Listen,
you know
how
who's-
dare
you
you,
know-
sir,
you know
label me
who's-
with that when you don't even know my name?
You know who's looking after me right now? A team of immigrants. A team of carers.
But hold on, you have more white British people applying for medical school. Hold on, it proves my point. So the NHS is made up of less than 20% foreign nationals. We have more white British people applying for medical school than we have positions created for those qualifications. The issue is not that we need migrants because they're universally better than British workers. The issue is with the unions who cap the amount of people who can apply for medical school. The reason why you don't receive sufficient care is because there's a strain on social services from migrants. The reason why we don't have enough people on the NHS is a bloated administration coupled with the fact that we have woke unions with DEI policies that ensure that white British people can't receive their jobs.
DEI policies that support people like me into jobs fairly. Go to hell.
I wish you have eternal afterlife of your Lord and Saviour and you do not receive eternal suffering, because I'm actually a loving...
So that was in Manchester, not being attacked. Sorry,
Yes,
that was the wrong bit of film. But however, quite interesting to watch.
Yeah, so we do debates at university campuses, but also during the summer in public squares, especially in places like Manchester, quite left wing. And after we did a stand in Manchester, we were brutally attacked by a gentleman.
Right.
And I'm the sort of person that likes doubling down.
Yeah.
So a week after it happened, I was like, sod it, we're actually going to plan a public event, advertise it, saying this is where we're going to be. We had loads of people show up on that day, but this particular gentleman He was showing up. Initially, he was in a wheelchair. I felt quite sorry for him. I didn't want to put him on the spot.
Yeah.
And then he started shouting about how mass migration is great for this country, saying that I'm going to hell. So it was at that point where I was like, let's actually have a civil discussion.
Yeah.
And obviously the insanity ensued. And I think this sort of content is good for radicalising people, because the centre ground is slowly disintegrating, but especially with the sort of upper middle class people who are sort of detached from how politics actually affects them. When they see these nutters out there representing the left, they come swiftly towards the right wing.
Yes, I think that's probably a good point. I mean, we were playing a clip earlier on today. Should we play it again, the one from Jeremy Vine's show? It's a guy called Phil Jones, right, who was a guest on Jeremy Vine's show, who's a former BBC sports commentator. I don't know why he was being asked to be a sort of a guest on a political show, but have a look at this. This will blow your socks off.
I have a very different view on this.
Go on.
Definition of madness, continuously trying to do something, doing the same thing and failing. You're not going to stop them. I've said this before years ago on your show. Go down to the beach, welcome these people. They are the very definition of entrepreneurs. They have travelled, they've used up their life savings, they've travelled across deserts, difficult seas, they've beaten the odds. They are entrepreneurs. Meet them on the beach, give them a grant to set up in business. They will be successful business people within 10 years. I have a few caveats. No benefit. You break the law, you're out. No ifs and buts.
And no
but
criminals.
These we can all think of immigrants. Immigrants built this country. Immigrants work harder than most people who live in this country. Let's welcome them.
What about that? Just stop trying to prevent them coming here.
And welcome them.
Welcome them.
I just think it is so unbelievably wrong-headed. I
Why?
mean, it's quite extraordinary that people think like that, isn't it?
It's literally like, okay, let's make murder legal, so then we reduce crime rates.
Yes.
It's literally that line of thinking.
And I mean, these are the people he's talking about, right? So if you look at the front page of the Daily Mail there, he reckons that all of these people running towards us on the beach are actually entrepreneurs. And if you look at the way they're dressed, right? This guy here is wearing one of those bags that you see people walking around on the tube. It's all very sort of all very.
Because they're probably the people in the tube that you're
they're
speaking
probably
about.
the people in the yeah. I mean, it's extraordinary. But there is this kind of phalanx of people on the left, isn't there, who just won't hear of anything said against immigrants and immigration. That it's all good, everything has to be great. They can't even understand that there might well be occasional lapses and occasional numbers of people coming into the country who actually aren't very nice and who actually might be criminals and who actually might commit crime, because they do.
Well, the problem is that, like, if you look what happened in Northern Ireland, if you look across the country during like summers of protests, it's not that these people are political activists. It's that these are the populations of Britain who have been affected by mass migration, comparing to the left who haven't. Right, so they live in like student secluded zones where they've never actually had to deal with HMOs or migrant hotels. They haven't lived in an area long enough to appreciate what it once was. That's why a lot of lefties are quite young people, or they're quite considerably rich and never have to deal with the impacts of people's political decisions. Those are the people who say, well, they're entrepreneurs. And I might actually agree with these people. We can agree these people are entrepreneurial because they're economic migrants, because they're not thinking about...
entrepreneur in the same way that a shoplifter is entrepreneurial.
Yeah,
right?
It's that these people are economic migrants, that they have no appreciation for the land they move into, they just see it as another economic zone where they'll move. And also, again, if we're talking about how incredibly difficult it is to get to Britain, then why don't you just go to another country that's closest to you in order to seek genuine asylum?
Yeah, that would make sense. We mentioned about how you were attacked in Manchester. I mean, do you worry that when you go out there now, that's the sort of thing that you have to be prepared to put up with? Or do you take security now? Do you take different precautions?
Yeah, so we've had to start to invest in security whenever we do these stands, which just adds an extra level of bureaucracy whenever I want to organise this stuff. And it's also sort of surreal. I never thought within my 2 years of starting at Speaker's Corner and going on to political activism, that I'd be, quote unquote, that important, that I would need security. It's sort of surreal, but it's unfortunate at the same time. We're planning a university tour, so coming to Fresh this week, we want to go around the country, and it's just like trying to find out security. It's just ridiculous that an 18-year-old has to pay for his own security around the country. And simply setting up an information stand is like, this is what I believe in. But I've always been incredibly fearful of stuff like acid attacks.
Yeah.
So people threw the consortium of food items at me constantly, and every so often when it's a liquid, I'm slightly concerned that
Well,
it
the
could
trouble
be.
is you never know, do you?
Yeah.
I mean, when people say, "Oh, yeah, but it's only it's only a milkshake, or it's only a strawberry, or it's only a whatever it is," but you don't know what it is when it hits you. It's a bit like.
And the fact that they get away with it is also concerning as well. It's like so I was at the University of Bristol, and someone threw a curry at me, which I thought was quite comical. Then immediately afterwards, we had about 100 students wrapped around me watching, which was fantastic. But one of them nicked my banner, and then a gang of students attacked me as I was trying to retrieve my banner. The police did nothing about it because they were there because I notified them that what I was doing. And the university said nothing about doing any actions about it. So it's not just the fact that it's a milkshake, it's not just the fact that it's a bit of food and it's a bit comical and embarrassing on your end. It's the fact they're able to get away with it. It's the fact that figures can have food chucked at them, and even the general public you would think are goodwilled enough to like try to stop them doing it, encourage and laugh about it.
Right. Yeah. I know. It's worrying. It's a worrying trend because obviously we've seen in too many cases how it can be very, very damaging and dangerous and deadly in many ways. But young Bob, great to see you. Thank you very much for coming in, and good luck with your next endeavour, whatever it is. Where are you off to?
That's one to organise. We're just slowly editing because we have loads of a backlog of debate stands we've done. So I'll be around up and down the country. Okay. I'm quite fast in that way.
All right. Well, keep in touch. Sorry, Charlotte.
On the screen.
Oh, hang on. Is there any way you can find out if Young Bob is still barred from Speaker's Corner? Are you?
No. So I was originally banned for no reason outside of just trying to debate with people. Right. The Muslims got really annoyed and kept on reporting me to police. However, I no longer go because the last time I went to Speaker's Corner, someone tried to show the knife and threatened to stab me. Oh, yeah, God. So at that point I was like, well, there's no point of me going if I'm just going to get stabbed.
Yeah, that's really, you've got to try and stay away from that. Both a clever and lovely lad here, Mike, genuinely good guy, despite what the police want us to believe. Great guest. Says Scotty Botty. Thank you very much indeed for that. And another one from Peace Planet. Bob, I did the meme with the crowd hitting you and the flag saying "Free Young Bob" after you were attacked. So you might recognise that.
So many messages.
A lot of really nice messages coming in. So thank you for taking the time to come in to see us. And we'll see you again soon, hopefully. Right now we're going to speak to Alan Miller, I think, who's here with us, who is, of course, from the Together Declaration. Alan, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. Nice
Good to see you. Good to see you. A good day today, I think, for many of us, because I know that you would want to talk about this. Alison Pearson getting her final reward from the Essex Police. The Essex Police, who, of course, turned up on her doorstep mob-handed a year after she sent a tweet that they didn't like. She's won some compensation from them and an apology.
She has. She's won it from the PCC, who, which is very, very important. There's two parts to this, essentially, and she's got a 5-figure sum and an apology for Roger Hurst, who is the person who oversees the policing in Essex, right. And saying for comments he made, he was wrong for when she got visited, actually on Remembrance Day, on that fateful morning with a kind of Kafkaesque experience, and he said he was very sorry for the damage and hurt he had caused and agreed to pay her substantial damages. So that's very good. There's also an ongoing case, a separate defamation case against Essex Police. So we'll see where that goes. But you see, most people, Mike, are not generally in a position to do something like this. Most people are not journalists like yourself or Alison Pearson, who've got a platform, who can actually talk to a wide number of the public and actually have the courage. And let's not get it wrong, she's had a lot of courage and conviction and commitment, because often one might want these things just to go away. One can get a little bit fearful, think about the consequences for work, life, family, smears, all these things that go on, all of which happened, right? So they tried to take her to the internet, they took her to the internet, the press adjudication organization. It's called the Peace. I've forgotten the name of it for the second. I'll remember it. Yeah. But the police tried to take her to that to say that the Independent Press Standards organization, IPSO, and then dropped that, saying that it wasn't accurate reporting, and it got turned down. And the thing is, you've got to have courage and conviction to when these things come up. We've seen that 12,000 people a year were being arrested for non-crime hate incidents over several years. Obviously, people have been imprisoned. People know about Lucy Connolly, but Peter Lynch and other people who ended up committing suicide in prison for non-violent acts, for shouting or being at a protest. And we know that what you say can get you imprisoned and lose your job and have all sorts of consequences. So Alison's been very brave. She's also made sure the public are aware of this situation, about how draconian. We didn't ever think we did things like this in Britain, right? This is the sort of thing you'd read about during the Cold War or before in the 30s and the 40s in Germany, read about it in Russia or Eastern Europe. And it's just very chilling. But the fact is that Alison's managed to really get this out. It's again in the Telegraph today, but it's out there. And things are changing. The Met Police are saying they're not doing non-crime hate incidents anymore. We're still seeing issues around the country. But this is, in the end, we're going to have to win this. And we all sort of owe a bit of a debt of gratitude to Alison for making this so clear. And obviously the Free Speech Union and others, Free Speech Union, who have been very important in campaigning. We've supported them together. And just the fact is that people have, for us to be heard, and whilst we've got a situation where we're seeing it in the government, we're seeing the idea that, Andy Burnham puts something together with all the different representatives, but not reform, because, reform and reform voters are the wrong type of people, 30% of the public, let's say, just like they did at the Labour Party conference when several of them, the previous Prime Minister and many others, were smearing the public, basically. This idea that some people just shouldn't be allowed to say the things they think, whether we need controls on borders, what's right about a composition for Britain, for new people coming in, what rape gangs, all sorts of issues, the economy, ULEZ, they've done it around all sorts of things. But the idea of the wrong kind of people, the wrong ideas. So this has been an important issue today. For everyone, but the fight goes on, and we'd encourage everyone to get involved with Together, because free speech is our central platform around all other things. Because if we lose that and the ability to say things and speak about them and thrash them out, then we don't have any other freedom.
No, exactly right. And I mean, the other reason why reform should be involved in the conversation is not just because of the fact that, one, they deserve to be there because they're a political party anyway, but also they run quite a lot of local councils where, social care is in their ballpark, if you like. They're the people who are actually having to deal with it, and they're supposed to administrate it. So the idea that somehow Burnham doesn't want them included is nonsensical. I think they've got about 30 councils they control.
Well, it's also, the idea that devolution is the big thing. I personally think it's a problem, the devolution, because it takes things away from parliamentary scrutiny and the important hurdles you have to get through and the debates among parliamentarians, which a lot of them don't like. Remember, Keir Starmer said he preferred Davos to the bustle of Westminster. And I know a lot of people are tired of Westminster, but the fact is, just because I live around the corner from where, City Hall is in London, doesn't mean I have any more control over things. But over Sadiq Khan, for instance. But that said, when he keeps talking about devolution, and there are now over 2,000 councillors and several councils that are under reform control, it makes a mockery of what he's saying. It's so inconsistent. And the thing is, what is he actually saying? He's saying, we're all going to be together. It's all inclusive. This is this inclusive thing, is when they use the word together and they really diminish it of any meaning. What it means is you have to have the right kind of views that we agree with. And this is a continuation of this idea that some people are beyond the pale. And I would venture that it's the majority of the British public, because a lot of people don't vote now. We know that, perhaps 50%. And that's a real problem as well. It should get turned around. But they become so disappointed and cynical about what's happened over the last few decades. But you go up and down the streets and you talk to people around the country, and this is red wall, this is people who say they were traditionally Labour, this is people that were conservative or are conservative or not, people who are now saying the reform or restore others. But the majority of the British public have a lot of shared basic views. I mean, really, there's a few things that people really disagree with, but the news is so dominated by some of the culture wars and some of the woke questions and some of those impositions. And so this idea that you just exclude them because it's the wrong kind of people, it's really insulting. It's thoroughly undemocratic, and it's a kind of continuation of what we've seen from before.
Yeah, it is, because the trouble is, and I've actually got a book coming out shortly with Mike Fairclough, got a new book publishing coming. I think you're going to be involved in it as well. Yeah, I'm really excited about it because I've drawn this kind of conclusion over a period of time that the press now are kind of complicit now with government in not going places. You know, you watch an interchange, say when Andy Burnham had his press conference the other day, and you look at the questions that they're asking, and they're not asking the right questions. You know, they're more impressed with how they can get on with the special advisors and how they can, you know, impress the Prime Minister so that you might invite them into a chat or something like that. You know, they're not challenging him. They're not asking questions on behalf of the people that they're supposed to represent. You know, and it's amazing to me. I mean, I watched the Laura Kuenssberg interview with Andy Burnham, and it was completely hopeless. They tried to sort of you know, hype it up, and say that we're going to release it on Monday. It's going to be really exciting. Half an hour with the Prime Minister, and it was just dreadful. And I didn't learn anything from him. She didn't challenge him on anything. She didn't really, you know, push him on immigration and what he's going to do about the small boats. I mean, the front pages this morning are having a bit of a go. But there's, you know, the control that's being exercised now by the political machine around newspapers has never been scarier, in my view, because the newspaper journalists are not standing up for themselves, it seems to me.
Well, what we've had is a few decades of a number of things happening. So on the one hand, you had the increasing obsession with entertainment and culture.
Yeah.
You had a decrease, which, look, I love entertainment and culture, right? But what also happened is the old style Fleet Street journalists, kind of like, you know, you got a good phone, nose to the grindstone, following all your leads. The backing of investigative journalism, both in terms of really important documentaries and investigative journalism in broadsheets and tabloids, right?
Yeah.
That got done, right? And a lot of the kind of pursuing things and looking for the truth, in the sense that you could have an objective truth. These days, say the truth, the pursuit of truth, people go, oh, that's not. And so what that happened across the board in news, right? And then you also had the problem of war. And, you know, truth was often a casualty of war, but particularly from Iraq onwards, you had embeds and you had press releases basically that were regurgitated by journalists. Gone, not the days of previously where you might have Hemingway and you might have people behind Robert Capa and you might have things behind the lines. Now, there were other things that happened, and you're doing stuff online, and obviously Vice and people like that later on did some things. But the kind of the mainstream, and we've got to a situation where often it's press by press release, it's news by press release. You've got a situation where often people talk about fact checking a lot of the time, but you know, it's remarkable how much many of the mainstream press just regurgitate the same old thing.
Yeah.
And the idea of critical questioning, asking questions, who, what, where, why, when, how, you know, what happened to all those things? And we saw that really in its zenith during lockdowns.
Yeah.
You know, they get up every day and they say these things. You say, why are you only showing these deaths? What about cancer and heart disease? And what's the correlation? And did they die with COVID or of COVID? And a few questions, right? No one was allowed in that was going to ask any questions like that. Certainly none of the press in there asked any questions like that. They were like, why aren't you going longer? Why aren't you going harder? Isn't this irresponsible? So this kind of sense that there's a collusion between sort of globalist technocrats who have been running things and the civil service, and then a large swathe of the press, not everyone, right? It should be noted that, you know, there have been some very good, both lone voices in the mainstream and some, you know, I thought the Telegraph has been very good during lockdown for the most part, really, you know, breaking stories. I thought that also Peter Hitchens in the Daily Mail, even though Daily Mail did all sorts of things, Peter Hitchens was very good from day one on many of these issues, warning people. But for the most part, you've got this situation where there's kind of this blithe kind of going along with things. And it's partly to do with the things that have happened in the media, and partly to do with the fact that we've got a culture now where we don't have a critical engagement, and the standard and the bearer speak become so low. And I think that the audience, the public, can see it. We had the years of Blair's spin, and they don't want that now. And obviously, what happened in America, particularly with Trump version 2, and grassroots movement, the MAGA movement, and the public, the Tea Party movement, but also Occupy Wall Street on what they call the left.
Yeah.
This new populism that's arisen. In the same way here, the public are. We think about Brexit, they are animated about certain things. They're excited about it. They want things done about it, like the borders, like the economy, like defence. There's key things that they're very concerned about, like what's happening with crime and prisons. They want, these things are important, and you can't just shut everyone down by saying, well, you're all just gammons or far right or racist, and that just becomes something that infuriates people more. And so I think that, and we're seeing this as well, aren't we, of course, with what's happening with Fauci now being pulled in front of senators who, like Dr. Fauci, who's taken the Fifth Amendment and won't speak.
He's not saying anything, is he? Right.
Couldn't shut him up for ages. He was there constantly threatening people, telling them what are the virtues of what they had to go and do and why they had to do this. And if they didn't do it, then they wouldn't be in a job. And, maybe you'll get a bit of pizza as well if you behave yourself. And now he won't say anything.
Yeah, I know, it's weird, isn't it? He says he's worried about contradicting himself under oath, because that might be legally perilous. I mean, what do you mean contradicting yourself? What you said before wasn't true? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Or do you mean that what you're saying now isn't true? Which is it? You can't have it both ways, can you?
Well, this is precisely the point. And you see, whilst I laughed, the damage is enormous. Obviously, the damage to the economy, the damage to school. In America, we should remember, in some states, it wasn't 6 weeks, bad enough as that was in Britain, that they were off school. It was 18 months in New York. I mean, the damage that was done in terms of children and their development, but the messaging that they got as well, and how there's been a legacy. People always talk about trauma. Sometimes we overplay it, the therapeutic kind of society, but it's a very important point in their development for children. And also the message that we're given consistently about people, like not to be around them, wear a mask, don't trust people. And then pushing jabs on children, particularly, right down to 6-month-olds. All now, as many people were seeing at the time, but this was a measure that was completely unacceptable. Together we campaigned about it at the time. But he was not only an advocate, but he was clearly saying things that he was saying in private differently. Right, that was what we call lying, right?
Yeah.
So he was writing his own diary, sending emails, using at the same time federal emails, his staff, chief of staff, to try and get accolades and money. It was kind of like this whole machine, the Dr. Fauci machine, and then game of function about bioweapons, developing them, but then saying, oh, it's all in a wet market, and then smearing again, right? This is the problem, Mike. Smearing, calling people conspiracists, calling people anti-vaxxers, calling people deniers, all this kind of thing. And then this comes out. And what happens is there are very important things that need to be discussed. There is no trust the science or follow the science. There's policy.
Yeah.
And then there's scientific inquiry, right? We can pursue.
But also, whenever they say follow the science, that's not what they mean anyway. They're not talking about science. When you used to see Chris Whitty and wheeling out those graphs, and the graph had been sort of, surreptitiously edited so that you didn't actually see the full picture. You only saw the bit he wanted you to see, and they only showed you the stuff they wanted you to see. And they didn't want to talk about science really at all. They just wanted you to listen to them and to take their word for it.
Science is based on questioning and consistently testing and retesting and investigating. It's a method of inquiry and then building up knowledge through that research and experimentation. And what we have is something that hadn't had the normal 10 years development. We were told that that's really good because they'll come out really fast. Then we were told that lockdowns, well, that's going to be a good thing because it will stop the transmission somewhat, or we're not sure, but a bit. And then we had all these mad things about zones and where you could eat, but not with your mask on. You stand up, sit down, put your hands on your head. It was absolutely.
I know, it's insane. It's totally insane. I mean, again, I mentioned it a bit in the book, and also the fact that they then started to collect information on people who they thought might be, problematic in their words, in case you might have actually disagreed with some of the things that they wanted you to do. I remember I always mention this conversation with Chris Philp that I had when things started to ease up a little bit, but people were still wearing masks on the tube and stuff like that. And I would go into the tube every day to go to work, and every day there'd be police there saying, "Put a mask on." And I'd be like, "I'm not putting it on. I might put it on if I get on the train, but I'm not putting it on before I get on the train." And I said to him, "What's the position? What's the law?" I said, "You're Justice Minister. Sadiq Khan says that he's going to start fining people if they're not wearing masks on the tube." I said, "Is he entitled to do that?" And he said, "Well, you should wear a mask." And I said, "Well, yeah, but is it the law that I should wear a mask?" He said, "No." He said he didn't really know. He just said, "But you should wear a mask." And I said, "Why?" And he went, "It's the right thing to do." And I'm going, well, I'm not interested in whether it's the right thing to do. I'm interested in whether it's the law. And if it is the law, when did it become the law? And who decided to make it the law, And they didn't want to answer any of those kind of questions.
No, exactly. And this is the point about being like living under Stalinism, where you have these general statements that everyone has to follow, and then otherwise you get dogged in. You made a really important point as well about the authorities. I mean, they had a rapid response unit and a counter disinformation unit. The rapid response unit, cabinet, counter disinformation unit coming out of the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, which both then shut down, but they brought that back out again. Now they were pursuing journalists, they were pursuing doctors, medics, and citizens, shadow banning them, doing reports on them. Since we've had the lockdown files and the Twitter files, we found out about all of this and it's all come out. But the idea that we have all these things, and the idea that, the drones following people, or, people arrested for having a snow fight or for going for a walk together, and the kind of measures that were mobilized, and what happened in the States. And then at the same time, what we saw in the States, of course, and this really broke it in many ways, was Florida and parts of Texas and other areas did not then go along in the same way. They took the Swedish model a bit more. And what it became apparent was, in the same way that it became apparent here when people were fighting back against vaccine passports and the jab mandate, when you had 100,000 staff, we'd already lost 45,000 care workers. We had 100,000 frontline staff who'd been working for a year. They may well have had COVID or not had it, and they were still looking after people and prepared to, we'd been asked to clap them. And they're like, we're not going to take the procedure, and they were going to get sacked, and everyone fought and challenged it. And when we all won that, everything changed. And the point is, though, we still have a legacy of a lot of these things, right? So, and the idea of questioning things, the idea of doing as you're told, the idea that we've got like low traffic neighborhoods down to emergency traffic orders that came through lockdowns, the surveillance state, the idea, well, everyone needs facial recognition because if it just gets one person, and actually you've got nothing to worry about. If you've got nothing to worry about, the whole idea of under English law that, the precedent is that you can tell a policeman it's none of your business if you haven't got, if they say what you're doing, you say it's none of your business unless they've got, that might sound a bit rude, but unless they've got reasonable suspicion that you're committing a crime, there is, and we don't start recalibrating the whole relationship with the public and start scanning them all and checking on everyone and then scanning all their transactions online and emails. And this is where we're getting to, even though they formally have said they're getting rid of digital ID, we've got a situation where with 8 million directors on one login and across the board with Government UK app, the push with driver's licenses and other areas in government is to push to consolidate a surveillance state, a digital surveillance state where you have to digitally verify to get in. So that you can say we've got rid of the digital ID. It's really important that everyone fought back against that. And that's really important. So we don't want to diminish that because they would have given us a digital ID card as well had we not have done that. But also the trend and the push by these globalists is to continue this, right? And the same people that say you're not the right people, we don't want to have a conversation about sovereignty, about borders, that you're all racist for saying that. Things that were just common sense not that long ago, compounded by the idea that you have people checking up on what people say and that you're not allowed to question things that we saw through these last few years. That's why it's so refreshing, what you've got this platform, Mike, and many others, people like Alison, strong voices, and there's more voices, and together we're always saying, we bring all our voices together, and if everyone can stand up in the same way, in their particular way, and make our voice heard, we can push back against this and make sure we keep Britain free and make sure we don't turn it into this dystopian island.
Yeah, very good idea. Very good idea indeed. And there's more and more people joining in on that particular front as well. Alan, good to see you. Thanks very much indeed for talking to us. Alan Miller there from the Together Declaration. You can see it behind him, No to Digital ID. And of course, a great campaigner on all sorts of really, really good things, but to do with personal freedoms and to do with keeping the government basically out of your house. Amazingly, people in the UK are still taking the evil COVID jab, says Councillor Bryan. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if I'd call it evil, but certainly there are certainly people who took it. Well, you could call it evil if you wish. I mean, I'm not saying don't call it evil. I'm just saying I wouldn't call it that because it was of some use to some people. I think there's no doubt that there was clearly not enough known about it when it was given out. And I think also there are some people who have had obviously terribly bad effects from it. We're going to talk now to Dr. David Cartland, who can tell us a thing or two, no doubt, about the COVID jabs. Dr. David, very good morning to you.
Good morning, Mike. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Can you see and hear me okay?
I can indeed. You're looking a little bit in the dark, but I mean, that's not a problem. I can still see you. Health advice you can trust, it says on your website. Conscious, honesty, integrity and accountability. You probably know Alan Miller, who we were just talking to there about some of the things that happened over the course of the last several years that we've all kind of lived through and learned from, I suppose you might say. Tell us your story from those times.
Well, going back to what you just said about being evil, the vaccine is evil. As simple as that. And you can see that anyone who spoke out about any of the COVID measures ends up like Dr. David Cartland. They used to call it a Wakefielding if you spoke out about the vaccines. Back in the day, MMR and autism links. But if you speak out about the COVID jabs or any of the totalitarian measures, then you'll get Cartlanded. So the cautionary tale starts with my background. My background was as a general practitioner, as an A&E doctor, working through the pandemic. An exemplary clinical record, 2 degrees to my name, first-class honours in both, medicine and biomedical science, specialising in immunology. And started to see some of the things Alan was talking about, some of these totalitarian measures, these unscientific measures that were being meted out to the public. Like good little people, asked to follow these things without questioning. I took the vaccine myself, sadly, under coercion, because the mandate was coming out that if you didn't have the jab, you were out. You were going to be out, and I waited and waited.
So you wouldn't have been able to work, in other words, presumably?
Yeah, I took it, so I'm a vaccinated anti-vaxxer, but obviously the research started then, and I was working in a clinic down in Cornwall, where a very small population, and if you start seeing people coming through your door, and you know your patients when you've got a small patient population, and if every day you're seeing 2 or 3 or 4 people coming into your room saying, Dr. Cartland, I've had the jab and this has happened, and I saw this quite quickly afterwards, particularly after the second jab, and and a lot of doctors were refusing it and nurses were refusing it at the time, and then we're still giving it. They were still giving the vaccine, but I'm a kind of cautionary tale, Mike, to be honest, because any doctor that's spoken out about the COVID vaccine or any of the measures has been unceremoniously struck off, me included. So you're not able to.
So you're not able to practice any longer as a doctor then?
No, I've been struck off back last year. So I was struck off a 6-week tribunal, pretty much a kangaroo court. I was one of the last men standing. I watched as all of my colleagues who had voiced concerns about the vaccine being picked off one at a time. And then I joined the party. Well, it wasn't much of a party. It wasn't fun, put it that way. And then ended up with a 3.5-year investigation, which was essentially around accusations that I had got into debates online. So as Mike just mentioned earlier, there were various campaigning groups that would not tolerate doctors, particularly speaking out about the vaccine, and they would be piled on by trolls. Well, these trolls were responsible for my 264 GMC complaints that came in over a 2-month period. So this exemplary clinical career without a patient complaint to my name, suddenly I've got 264 complaints. Now I've seen all of those complaints. There were essentially 259 thrown out for Cartland spreading misinformation without any particular meat on the bones of that accusation. There were 5 that were taken forward, and the 5 were me ending up in spats and online debates with doctors that were on the television, ironically spreading misinformation. They were saying things such as the vaccine safe in pregnancy long term, or we wouldn't have known that because pregnant women were excluded from all of the clinical trials across all the brands.
So there was contradictory information, wasn't there, to pregnant women?
Yeah, well, they didn't test it. Essentially, that was it. I mean, and then you've got these doctors, high-profile doctors, on big platforms saying it's safe long-term. Well, how would they know it's safe long-term? Because A, they weren't part of the trials, and B, long-term's not happened. And as Mike just mentioned, not Mike, Alan just mentioned, they were going down the age groups. And the age groups, I was seeing people with COVID, and they were 80, 90 with respiratory comorbidities or obesity or various other comorbidities. It wasn't the young folk. It certainly wasn't the children. And then they started going for children. And that's when I really got out of my chair and started shouting loudly online, offline, professionally in the right groups, and it fell on deaf ears. And that's when the regulators got involved, because they had to hold me to account. They had to make an example of me, and I hear it every day. The reason doctors don't speak out. Originally, it was for their job and their career. Now it's not. It's for they don't want to be Cartlanded, as I mentioned at the beginning. They don't want to be struck off. And that's a real prohibitive effect. You can't have... if you punish a whistleblower, it puts people off whistleblowing. So long and short of the story with the GMC, it was a 6-week tribunal. From the very outset, it became a kangaroo court very quickly. I was not allowed to have any of my witnesses. Imagine that, a court case where the defendant has not allowed any of his 6 witnesses, that actually paid tribute to the fact that the story of my harassment of these doctors was the other way around. It was them attacking me, not me attacking them. But they were very clever to frame it in a way that Cartland is the perpetrator of harassment. So I was going after these doctors who said it's safe in children and saying, look, where's your evidence? You can't mislead the public like this. And it very, very quickly got me into trouble. Long and short of it, struck off. The charges against me were 4 counts of harassment. And I wrote 5 letters supporting people's right to the ethical principle of bodily autonomy. Even that in itself was missold to the public. I was found guilty of falsifying medical documents, medical records, and giving out vaccine exemption certificates, which I never did. And actually, ironically, the GMC never had a copy of the said letters. They didn't have a date. They didn't have a country. But the reason that's really important is because I was struck off from the career that I love, an exemplary clinical career, academic career, not a blot against my name. I've not got a point on my driving licence. I've never had a detention at school. In football, I never had a yellow card. And suddenly I've got this glut of reports to the General Medical Council. So I'm struck off from one. I was working the week before, Mike. I was working as a doctor, fully independent. There were no limits to my practice. And the next day, the GMC are telling me that I am a danger to the public, that I've brought the profession into disrepute, that I've ironically negatively affected public confidence in the profession. And from that day to the next, obviously, my career's gone. I wanted to be a doctor since the age of 5. I go the extra mile on that doctor that, had lots of compliments, not complaints. And like I say, 17 years into the NHS, I'm 44 next week, and I've got plenty left to give. But they didn't stop there, Mike. They didn't stop at the GMC. So I'm sitting there wallowing in my self-pity that I've lost my career for pretty much nothing. Internet spats happen. If he said and she said and they said, it's a spat, it's a row. And that's what I got involved into. And I wish I never. But, these people were spreading dangerous misinformation to vulnerable patient groups. And then they went for the rest of my life then. So not happy with taking my career as a cautionary tale to the profession. They then moved on to I got a letter, Halloween, funnily enough. I got a letter come through from what used to be the Criminal Records Bureau. It's been rebranded slightly to the Disclosure Barring Service. And the DBS now is a list, and I checked a legal website, it's a list of criminals, people who harm vulnerable adults or children demonstrably or are a risk of harm. And one particular legal website says it's a list of criminals and, I forgot the phrase now, not nice people, put it that way. Anyway, the letter comes through, minded to bar, Dr. Cartland, we're considering putting you on the DBS barred list. And I'm sat there Halloween evening thinking it's either some sort of sick horror movie joke or this is reality, this is dystopia. And they said the reason that we're considering putting you on the DBS barred list, which bans you from working with children and vulnerable adults for the rest of your life, you need to have committed a crime, as I mentioned, or you need to have harmed a child or vulnerable adult. So I put a submission in, 10 or 15 people wrote references to say, this is wrong. This is not a list that David Cartland's name should be on. He spoke out about science and evidence-based claims and evidence that the vaccine wasn't all that it was made out to be, safe and effective, in fact, unsafe and defective. In my clinical practice, not David Cartland's conspiracy theory, these were patients coming to me. So long and short of it, 8-10 weeks later, I get a letter through, you're barred from working with children and vulnerable adults for the rest of your life. The reason they cited was even more dystopian. And I'll try and remember it word for word. And I've got the letter next to me. I can read it if you want. But long and short of it was that because you were willing to break rules and flout international policy during a worldwide pandemic, you may in the future, when faced with a child safeguarding measure that you may not agree with and allow your ideology to overrule, bring harm to a child, potentially. So just in case, we will ban you from working with children for the rest of your life.
Wow.
That is a wow, isn't it? It's a wow.
It is a wow, yeah. Have you got kids of your own?
Yeah, I'm a family man. I'm a Christian man. I'm a proud, I love my job as a doctor.
Yeah.
This is all the things that have been said about me in the press are, and people know me. People know the character.
I mean, I'm surprised they haven't tried to take your own kids off you.
Well, funny you should say that. That's the latest at the very end. So just to finish the story, that I was a football referee, I was a football coach, and obviously this has got massive implications that I'm on the DBS list.
Yeah, right.
So career's gone. You're on a criminal list despite no crime, no conviction, no arrest, no charges, no judge, no jury. And suddenly the FA are contacted, and I'm getting emails from Child Safeguarding Wembley, Child Safeguarding team. So they basically said, because you've been put on the DBS list, we are going to ban you from every aspect of football. Now, I'm a football man. I live and I breathe it. I've played from the age of 9. My son plays. I've coached and I've refereed. And that was my latest distraction from all of this career-ending decision-making. And I loved it. And I did 64 matches this year. I was promoted and suddenly dumped by the county FA after all of that. And they said, you're banned from everything. Now, I'm barred officially from unsupervised contact with vulnerable adults and children. That's the official line. However wrong that is, that's up for high court review. I'm going to court to try and reverse that.
I was going to say, I mean, do you have any recourse to challenge any of this stuff?
It's expensive. So, I mean, the GMC, to appeal the GMC, it was 20,000 quid, plus you pay GMC's costs if you lose. So that's prohibitive. If you want to do a judicial review, you might as well throw 100,000 at it. The DBS has cost me 10,000 so far, 10 grand. And then the FA, God knows what that'll cost, because they're looking at a total football ban. Now, just to put that into context, you don't need a DBS check to become a football player. And in the hearing, I actually listed 10 footballers that had come out of prison straight onto a football pitch, or coaching at high level elite football, or at least professional, semi-professional. That fell on deaf ears. I said, look, you don't need a DBS check to play football. To referee veterans, which are over 35s by definition, over 50s is super vets, and even open age, you don't need a DBS check. So why have you banned me? They went further than that. They banned me from attending online modules to keep up to date with the laws of the game. They banned me from going to the annual conference in Devon and Cornwall, where I live. They banned me from taking my son's friends to football training. This is in black and white from the FA. So we appealed it, obviously. The appeal was heard 2 weeks ago. They upheld their decision to suspend me for the rest of my interim suspension for 6 months. That ends on the 9th of August. Because I appealed, they've reset the clock. So my appeal now is 25th of December, Christmas Day. Merry Christmas. And so after that, the FA are pushing for me to be a total football ban from all football-related activities. So this is significant. And as you just mentioned, social services are getting calls, child services are getting calls. They're trying to get my degrees rescinded from me at the Medical School of Birmingham. The trolling campaign is relentless. I get bullied, harassed, stalked, physically and cyber stalked. The latest is they're reporting me to the police, and I'm in and out of the cop shop answering charges of harassing my harassers. Right. And they're all being thrown out. And it turns out that the FA were receiving 20 complaints about me a week. The GMC received 264, as I mentioned. And it just goes on and on. It's out of control. But the point of the matter is they have to make an example of reprobates that spoke out about the COVID jab. And look, I just say to people, what did I have to gain for speaking out? I took the vaccine myself. It made me really sick. It made me ill for a long time. But then I was seeing people. And the story's the same, Mike. Every day I spend with my health coaching business speaking to the people that the NHS have abandoned them, and the story is exactly the same. They go into the doctor, they report symptoms of feeling rubbish for various different symptom constellations, usually to do with clots, inflammation, autoimmunity, etc. And the doctor just say, well, we don't know. We've done some tests, they're all normal. We're baffled, but we know one thing's for certain, even though you had the jab yesterday, it's absolutely not the jab. So there's this massive ostrich syndrome in the medical profession where nobody wants to acknowledge it. Everyone knows secretly. Every doctor, paramedic, nurse I bump into or on social media DMs, they know, but they're petrified to speak out. And you cannot have a medical profession where everyone is petrified to whistleblow. They've rebranded the whistleblower policy in the NHS. It's now called Freedom to Speak Up Guardianship. Well, look at me as an example. Was I free to speak up? Was I protected as a whistleblower with the NHS whistleblower protection policy? No. It's been a modern day witch hunt. And here we are now. I'm unemployed, unemployable, on a criminal list despite no crime, banned from my beloved football.
Are you able
I
to
don't know
do
what,
anything? Are you able to make any money doing anything?
Good question. Yeah, scratching around. I've applied for minimum wage jobs. They look. The first thing they do is say, "Well, why is this doctor with 2 degrees and a master's applying for Amazon to drive around the county?" And they Google me. And we haven't mentioned the smear campaign. There's article after article writing about me being a bully, a fraud, evil, this, that, and the other, homophobic, transphobic, because I've got opposition on the trans agenda. You know, suddenly my safeguarding concerns about naked men dancing around kids at pride marches becomes Dave Carton's homophobic. And there's hit pieces have been written about me. One of my favourite was Inside the Warped Mind of Cornwall's own dodgy doctor, dodgy struck-off doctor, and his homophobia dumped right in the middle of Pride March, inciting all sorts of hate by the local rag. And you can't do anything about it because to sue the papers, to get them rescinded and apologised, thousands and thousands of pounds to a man who's just lost his 6-figure salary. So yeah, I don't know what's next, Mike. I really don't. If anyone watching's got any jobs on the go, let me know.
Well, listen, I'm sure we can help out because we've got quite a good audience for that kind of thing. So we'll see what we can do. There's a lot of very much support coming in for you. So let's keep in touch and see what we can find for you because there must be something that somebody can do. It's really good to hear your voice.
I'll sweep your office if you want. I don't mind.
That's very
I'll
kind.
make you too.
All right. Dr. David Carton, thank you for talking to us. Asking for a website. Is there a website?
Yeah, drdavidcartland.com is my website. That's my health coaching. So I've had to slightly rebrand what I do. I can't treat, I can't diagnose, but I can offer my opinion. At the moment, albeit pre-2030, I own this up here. This is my brain. And I am allowed to use it and impart my opinion on the public that choose to come and speak to me because they've lost faith. Every single patient comes to me because they've lost faith. They will not go to the NHS because they wouldn't unless their life was in danger. They'd rather come to a disgraced struck-off doctor like me, as they call me.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, good luck, and we'll keep in touch and we'll talk again soon. Dr. David Carton, thank you very much indeed. A couple of quick messages from Substack. We've got Bob, young Bob, is awesome. I hope there are millions more like him. They just keep their heads down because of the vile vitriol and abuse from lefty wokes in campuses. Bob is a breath of fresh air, seeing such a young person with such a wonderful head on his shoulders. So refreshing and has restored my faith in the future. We need more Bobs. And Shalini says, followed Dr. David a while. Can he set up a fund? I mean, I dare say he could. We'll look into what we can do for him because we're out of time, unfortunately, now. Have we got Pooch's Pooch or we haven't got time, but we'll do it tomorrow, shall we? Yeah. Super chat from Chris. One of the few things that kept me sane during COVID was Mike and Peter Hitchens' segments on Talk. Very true. They were great. Happy Bear says American football is rugby for girls. Well, if you get hit by an American football linebacker, I think you probably wouldn't say that. Yeah. Griff says this, what happens to the boats? They must be pricey. Why aren't they being destroyed? Well, very good question. Yeah. I don't know. They should be being destroyed before anybody gets in them. That's what they should do. Anyway, listen, it's 10 o'clock already. We're out of time. It's time for Kelvin Mackenzie on UK Live Online. You'll be able to watch it right after the show, after the news. He's interviewing Charles Moore, former editor of the Daily Telegraph, a fine man, and a very, very good journalist as well. Maybe he's got some very interesting things to say about what Andy Burnham's up to and what he's doing. And what else is going on in the news today? Not least, of course, this ridiculous idea of Andy Burnham's that he's going to somehow stop the boats. Not according to the front page of the Mail and in the Sun, that's for sure. We will see you tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock sharp. We were early today. We maybe be early tomorrow as well. We'll see you then. Jean
issue. Standing on your own feet didn't cause you a problem, so why should it cause them a problem? Plus, if you have 24 grand or less, then the state takes over the obligation anyway. So you've got to say to people, you're going to have to look after yourselves, right? Well, what's wrong with that? Why don't you pay insurance or something like that? And everybody turns around and says, oh, you haven't got the money. We haven't got the money. Well, hold on a second. Perhaps if you didn't go down the betting shop, didn't go down the pub, perhaps you didn't take a holiday, take a couple of holidays a year, or just put some money aside. It's not impossible. I think the very poor should be dealt with, but everybody else, I'm afraid, all the time, anytime anybody puts their hand out, a politician wants to put money in it. The money's not there. It's not their money. And actually, on the Labour side, of course, the fact they make 95 grand a year, actually it's a triumph, right? It's the political party where actually becoming a politician is a promotion for them, because normally they'd be pushing a broom outside Aldi's, you know. So I'm looking forward to this chat, and I hope he's on the line in a minute, is he? Okay, fine. I've just been told that I've got a super chat already. Here comes from Simon Kilford. Simon, very grateful to me. And Simon, I asked him, because I think you are a fantastic presenter on UK Live, and you make me feel quite happy. Do you know what? I think that's fantastic. That hasn't been said that many times in my career, to be honest. And so, Simon, I'm very grateful to you. The other issues I'll be dealing with today are, one, why is London losing people? For the first time ever, the numbers are down about 440,000. Now, as Patrick Christie of GB News said, actually, I saw it on a tweet, you wouldn't have to be a genius to work it out. What seems to be happening is that they're clearly going to other parts of the country. Then they might be leaving the country. I doubt it. And so the number of people coming from other places into London continues to increase, but actually the number in the capital goes out. So there's something that's really been happening for many, many years, which is fundamentally white flight. Talking about white flight was something I raised yesterday, actually. I still feel massively irritated about it. It's this. So the Labour MP called Sarah Sackman, she covers Golders Green and Finchley. She put I thought, a most inappropriate text out yesterday. I have no idea what drove her to do this. So there's a whole load of St George's flags and Union flags around the constituency of Finchley and Golders Green. She objects to these. And she described it, used an expression I haven't seen before, written in this context, called othering. So I looked up the dictionary to find out what othering meant, and effectively what it means is that the minority object to the fact that they are treated in some way by the majority, right? It will define how this all works. Now, apart from the fact that Sarah Sackman's favourite book must be Othering Heights, yeah, all right, get it? Who is being othered? How can you possibly be othered by the flag of the country that has given you protection? What kind of countries have they come from in the first place, anyway? Where there's no democracy, you're not allowed to have freedom of religion, you're very unlikely to have freedom of thought, and you come here, you get all of those things. Having had all of those things, you see a flag of the nation which has taken you in and probably giving you benefits, giving you food, giving you free accommodation, and you object to the flag. You feel threatened by it. Okay, here's my solution. And this is not going to happen either. So the solution can't happen, which is, why don't you go back to your unothered country? See what it's like out there. It's completely a preposterous thing to say. So I didn't know this, and I only know this from the reaction to the tweet. Sarah Sackman is Jewish. Loads of Jews have come in and said, this is not the position of Jews in this country. They like our flag. I like them. They make a contribution to our society. And I'm not saying that Muslims won't at some stage make a contribution, but actually it's a net deficit at the moment. And I see another 1,000 turned up yesterday on the shores of Dover. How shocking is that? 1,000 people, always the same kinds of people. Okay, we're taking them all in. And what does our Prime Minister say about all this? He says things are going in the right direction. 1,000 a day is the right direction. Yes, it's marginally down. Why was it marginally down? The weather during the winter was absolutely shocking, right? The idea that this has something to do with the Home Secretary or the passing Prime Minister. Remember him? Do you remember his name? Yeah, Starmer. Preposterous. Okay, they haven't done anything. 1,000 arrive, and our Prime Minister says nothing. He can give away as much money as he likes, but he doesn't deal with the significant issue which gives the minority parties, like Reform, who are going to secure our borders. That's what I want. I believe in capitalism. I'm hostile to trade unions, and all I want is a secure border. If we had a Prime Minister who delivered just that, remained enormously focused on that particular idea, right, he'd have my vote for 1,000 years. And so I often wish Reform or other parties like it, or even the Conservatives, just focused on that. Get into power, lift up the carpet, see where the problems are, and solve them when you come in. And push capitalism, control trade unionism, and secure our borders. To me, you've got my vote and people like me. Right, I'm still waiting for Charles Moore, which is a shame. But in the meantime, the Mr. Madman, the maddest man in broadcasting, and the man behind UK Live, so a significant intellect and drive. Morning, Pooch.
Morning, Kelvin. Just reflecting on what you said at the top of the show there.
Yep.
I was always brought up with the expression, when in Rome, do as the Romans would.
Yeah.
I'm very lucky. We've just bought a house in France.
Right.
Well, we've got a French flag there.
Good. I like that.
I am becoming a bit of a Francophile. I want to fit in. My French is okay. I'm by no means fluent, but I speak French all the time.
Do you?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
People appreciate it. They say, oh, you speak okay French and stuff like that. That's great. I like fitting in. If I go to a party, I don't want to create havoc, contrary to what you might think. I want to fit in.
Right.
If I join a club, if I'm in a business. Now, the thing about securing the borders, it's so funny how the Conservatives, Labour commentators, they all say, well, are Reform ready for government? What do you mean, are they ready for government? They couldn't be any worse than the shower that have been in government
Correct.
now. You and I could go into government. Nigel Farage could come into this business and run it as well as we could, because he is a businessman.
Yep.
So all of this not being ready for government is just utter tosh. It's for the birds.
I don't know whether you saw that throwaway line from Jeremy Clarkson today. Good line. He was pointing out that Angela Eagle is now in charge of rural affairs.
Yep.
This is a woman who has never been in business and never been in farming.
Yep.
And he said it's the equivalent of Alan Carr running the army, right? Which I thought was a clever crack, except a lot of people then joined in on the debate and basically said Alan Carr would be better to run the army than West Streeting. And I wonder whether West Streeting, there's something happened to him. I think something happened to him. The first thing he does as the Secretary of State for Defence, an enormously important job, right? Okay, I can absolutely understand it. Perhaps in the 90s and the early 2000s, this was of no account, right? It was just a place that polished boots. Today, we have significant issues in which I see that the first two items on the BBC News, the audio news this morning, is one, Iran, and everybody bombing each other, both sides bombing each other, and Ukraine, where a massive onslaught by Russia, who are going nowhere. I mean, there are people being killed. It's terrible, and two children died in the bombing there. So this is massively important to us. So the government have made it clear on two things. We're going to put an adult like Wes Streeting, okay, who clearly doesn't want the job and only got the job because Rachel Reeves turned it down. What about that? I mean, how incredible is that?
Yeah.
Well, no. I see that the Mail are running a story saying that David Miliband turned down education because he was a friend of Phillipson's. So there was all kinds of stuff going on in the background, quite interesting stuff. So Wes Streeting turns up. The first thing he announces is, if I don't get the money, I'm off. Really? I cut out the middleman on that.
Yeah.
I just call him up and say, don't wait for whether you're going to get the money, mate. You're off as well. Because there are lots of things to be said about defence, but putting yourself as the most important part of what is going to happen to the Ministry of Defence is absurd. So lots of other people have now said, so Wes Streeting has already, for some, I don't know whether he did a good job at health or not. He did good PR. Now he doesn't want to be Secretary of State for Defence. I think he will cause nothing but trouble for Burnham, which actually I might even be in favour of.
Yeah.
But so we have a curious government now. I wonder how long it's going to hold together. Is Burnham able to flex? Has he any muscles to flex?
Well, I just want to go back to what you said about reading the tweet from Jeremy Clarkson.
Yeah.
I saw another tweet. Clarkson, I reckon, has just lost 50% of his fan base on the back of what he said yesterday, and myself included. I used to be a massive fan. He can go and get stuff now.
Hold on a second.
Hold on, and I'm about to come to Piers Morgan.
Tell me what.
I'm about to come to Piers Morgan, and I'm about to come to John Cleese.
Oh.
So Clarkson said, I hope all of you lot who voted for Brexit are enjoying the holiday queues. Now, what a facile thing to say.
Yeah.
He's provoking people.
Yeah.
I don't know why he needed to do it.
Yeah.
People who voted for Brexit because they wanted secure borders, because they wanted sovereignty. They didn't want Ursula von der Leyen telling us that we have to have stupid caps on our water. So I thought that was a really odd thing to say. And then quite a few strange things have happened. John Cleese, who has been a bit kind of flip-flopping between left and right, has now come out in support of Rupert Lowe.
No.
Yes, he has. And he's come out in support of secure borders. And people are calling him a racist. And he's quite rightly pointed out that he's not a racist. He's a culturalist. I'm a culturalist. I don't care where you come from. You can be green, blue, yellow, red, black, white, whatever. But if you come to a country, just as I go to France, I fit in with their culture. I don't demand that the supermarket is open on a Sunday, which it's not, it's shut. I don't say I need the supermarket open on a Sunday because it's like that. So John Cleese's point is well made, I think. He's a culturalist.
How did he detail that? What made his movement? Where was he politically before? With Reform or the Conservatives?
No, I would say he was kind of very liberal before, almost Lib Dem. I've worked with him, by the way, and he's a very, very intelligent man.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah, no, and he's easy to work with as well. He knows what he's doing. You don't have to direct him or do anything like that. But yeah, a few times he's come out a bit kind of lefty. He did a show on GB News called Dinosaur Hour, which I worked on, which was pretty good.
It worked, but he didn't like the backwash of it, did he?
No, he didn't. And he did not like being tarred with the same brush as the far right. By the way, the right has stood still. This is where the left used to be. The left are now far left, accusing the right of being far right, but they're where they were all along. So I think he didn't like that, but I think he's got to the point now where he thinks, you know what, I've had enough. We need secure borders. And
did he specifically say that Reform don't do it, or the Tories don't do it?
He didn't say that, but he came out in support of Rupert Lowe, and Elon Musk tweeted it and said, what a sensible chap, about John Cleese. So there's something big going on there with Elon Musk's backing. But then, on the back of Dr. Fauci, you know my views on COVID and all of that kind of stuff, which I think a lot of us have nowadays. I'm not being big or clever with it. I think we all come to realizations at different times. Fauci pleading the Fifth Amendment in the Senate there, not answering any questions about why he did what he did. He always said he would.
So how can you plead the Fifth on an important political... Who's that there?
Charles.
Oh, Charles
is
is
it?
here. Go
Okay.
straight to him.
Okay, go straight. Yeah, fine. We'll come back on that. Welcome, Charles Moore. Hi, Charles.
Good morning. Can you see me, Kelvin?
I can, and a glorious sight it is as well. Okay. Now, the reason we meet is because you wrote a good piece in the Telegraph, basically chiming in, obviously, with what I thought was that actually, if you've accumulated some asset value, but the big bet in everybody's life is a house normally for ordinary people. That you should be able to take some of that money and use it against your health if it fails in later time. That's basically your argument, isn't it?
Yes, I don't think it's right to get the argument set in people's minds that it's a scandal to sell your house if you need care. It's a reasonable investment that a lot of people, though obviously not all people, can make. And when you buy a house, one of the things you need to think about is where you might end up. Doesn't mean the state can do nothing about it, but if we get this stuck in the head that the government must pay for your care and you keep your house, we get in a really mad situation in which the whole of care has been nationalised so that you can keep your house. And I think it will be very, very bad for people in care. I think it will, if it's all dumped on the state, care will get much worse.
How do you feel? This is part of a general travel by Burnham. What do you make of Burnham? You and I think actually I'm older than you, but you and I can remember the Wilson days. Do you think he is Wilson-ish, or is he further left? I noticed some spads of some junior MPs have all been given minor jobs in the government, and these people were massive leftists. I was very surprised.
Well, interesting you make the Wilson comparison, Kelvin, because it may be the right one. He may be a mixture of quite left-wing and a very astute party calculator. And so far, I think what we're seeing is sounds rather than policies, really. And they will turn into policies, but I think he's trying to appeal to different audiences at the same time. And he's trying to not repeat Starmer's mistake of losing his Labour base, and therefore he needs to make certain noises. Now, whether they go to the left in the end, whether he goes to the left in the end, I think we really don't know yet. I feel it's not very good for the country, but I also think he is being quite astute. He mustn't make those sort of clumsy errors that Starmer made.
When you look at the political arena right now, how do you see where Reform, the Tories? I mean, you've always. I mean, to give you your credit, I mean, as a former editor of the Telegraph and the Spectator, I might expect it to be like this, but you've always been a conservative in essence, right? Which is great. But did you feel yourself moving towards reform, or have you never ever really bought that and always stayed? You've been a big Kemi supporter, I do know that.
Well, I'm not a conservative with the big C. I'm conservative with the small c. So I'm always looking for where conservatism could best be advanced. And I'm glad reform came on the scene because the Tories deserved it. And there had to be new ideas, new people, new energy. But I'm sceptical about reform because I think their claim to be the natural next small c conservative government will not be borne out, and they don't really know what to do. And their emotions are not the emotions of people who want to govern. They're the emotions of people who want to complain. And by goodness, there's a lot to complain about. So I agree with a lot of those complaints, but I'm really concerned that we should have a government that can actually know how to run the country rather than just make speeches and conquer social media.
If you could close, I know this is ridiculous, really, but we've got 3 years to go before another election. What's your general sense of where that is likely to end up? Is it definitely going to end up in a coalition of the left, which looks very dangerous to me, or is it ever possible to have a coalition of the right? Do you think?
I just think it's too early to say, Kelvin, because all these things depend on the numbers on the night. And anybody who plans exactly in advance is going to get it wrong.
Right.
People will make a calculation right up against the wire, who's more powerful than the other, and everything will flow from that. If you look at the polls right now, nobody in British politics is in at all a dominant position. But I think, it's a long race, and as you get towards the end of the long distance race, it'll be clearer who's pulling ahead and who's falling behind. But my own feeling is that Reform has already peaked, and very difficult for them to get back. But never underestimate the Conservative Party's capacity for screwing themselves. I think Kemi's doing very well, and I am a believer in her integrity of her leadership and the skill actually too. So I think that's looking hopeful.
Okay, brilliant. I'll leave it for now. I know you have to rush. That's great. Perhaps we could speak again. I love hearing from you. I love the fact that you're still. I would urge all my viewers, few that they are, to actually read your column. It is the most interesting thing about columns is when people show their personality and are not trying to actually beg or plead. Get people to read it. I love your stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Charles.
Thanks for the compliments, Kelvin. Very welcome.
Okay. Cheers, man.
Speak
Bye-bye.
soon.
Cheers.
Bye.
That was Charles Moore. Actually, a very balanced kind of guy, right? Huge intellect, and it's always dangerous to interview somebody with a bigger intellect than yourself, which is why I like talking to you. And the madman, Mr. Madman. The truth about the matter is, Pooch shouldn't be the producer here. He should do a 1 hour show. And I hope one day you do it, because actually I can be a bit wishy-washy. And so that if there's something new and shiny comes along, I think, oh, that's a good idea. And then half an hour later, I find out that either I've lost a lot of money on it or it's a ridiculous idea and I'm a bloody idiot. Whereas you, when you have an idea, 40 years later, you've still got the same idea.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So anyway, going back to, yes, I agree with you. But the point about being a columnist is actually to be like Moore, and actually about like Clarkson. You should just say what you think. Whether, yes, you'll lose people, you'll gain people, right? I've been slightly critical of where Reform finds themselves right now, right? Because I want Reform or a Reform-like party to run our country, because I want secure borders. And what I don't like seeing is stuff going on which is unhelpful. But anyway, people like you are different. You have a view, and then you just stick with it, right? Now, the thing is that I've done that in business, right? And sometimes it's worked, right? But honestly, I've stayed with businesses where people literally had to take me out, shout it, and I'm gaga.
But Kelvin, I'm not like that in business.
Right.
I don't think I'm difficult to work with or for. No. I listen to everyone's ideas. Yeah. I allow people to learn very quickly and take a higher station, high level if they can. Yeah. I mean, Scarlett and Luke do an amazing job producing this show. Yeah. A month ago, they'd never even seen any of this production equipment. So
yeah, but hold on a second. You're the one who said to me that television is a place basically for idiots.
Yeah, it is, because what I'm saying is that's what's happening. They'd have 10 people doing this job with each idiotic person, and they're not an idiot, they're trained like idiots, pressing one button. Whereas here, if I got them to come in here, if I got someone from the BBC say, by the way, you've got to vision mix at the same time as doing the audio, at the same time putting chats, at the same time you've got to go and make tea and coffee and let the guests in, they'd have a fit.
That is
it's
true.
How they're not trained.
So I don't want to be unkind, but if anybody is thinking of doing this, I'm sure they're not thinking of doing it, never hire from the BBC.
No.
Okay? And actually, I had a cable TV station, and we put an ad out saying we wanted some people, and it said BBC employees needn't apply, right? At which point, they took us to court.
Really?
Yeah, some bloke took us to court saying that this is, barring the way for employment and everything. Anyway.
So how come the BBC can have DEI hires?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, it's
a two-way street,
It's an issue. But outside this building, there was the most huge shout-up going on. A lady...
I was the one who... it was happening during Mike's show. I thought it was some woman from South America who Mike had fathered 7 children by them, and she wanted a bit of dough.
Yeah.
But she was. We've got a temporary Brazilian embassy near us. The woman had come in. She was shouting and kicking off.
Well, the cops are there.
Well, okay, but I got her. I took her out from there. Very nicely. I just said, "I'm sorry, obrigado, obrigado." And she came out with me, and the lovely security guard took her out as well.
What's up with her?
I don't know, because my Portuguese isn't great. But,
she was absolutely shouting outside.
Yeah, I know.
So anyway, but loads of cops turned up to calm her down.
Yeah, no, I don't know. But it's... but again, that's the thing here. When we drive in, we go past Little Portugal. I said to Scarlett, there's Little Portugal there. I love it. Italian family, Italian restaurants. I love going to an Indian restaurant.
Whereabouts is that then? Where is Little Portugal then?
I'm not giving away where we are, Kelvin.
No, but is it in the area?
Yeah, it is, just down the road.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, now, you got to know it to know it.
Okay.
But, again, this is... Let me read what John Cleese said, because I think this is really interesting.
And the reason that you discovered it is because Elon Musk tweeted it. He retweeted it.
It came onto my feed.
Oh, does it?
But I did
you follow Cleese,
No, but it came onto my feed. So
that means that Musk put it out then.
Yeah, must have
fine.
Done.
Okay.
So here we are. Where am I? John Cleese, and I'm looking at the Piers Morgan one. I do not want that one. And yet he was annoying as well. So
why did he annoy you?
He's now having a go at Fauci for pleading the fifth when Morgan wanted all of us to be locked down, all of us to be second-class citizens if we weren't vaccinated.
It's not right that he should plead the fifth, is it, on this issue?
It's not. That's their constitution.
So important.
You can plead the fifth on anything.
Yeah, I know.
You know, if you get stopped by the police, you have your Fourth Amendment right that you only have to show your identification if you've committed a crime, and if you haven't, they can't ask who you are, and you can plead the fifth on anything. So. Maybe that is right, but he had always. It's just showing.
Do you think with a job like his, which had such an effect on 300-400 million people, he has the right not to reveal what galvanised his thought process?
I don't think he has the right, but if he did, as they say, anything I may say will be taken. Anything you say will be taken down in evidence, and it will go to trial. I think the problem is when Biden left, Biden. Gave him a pardon. That pardon dates back to 2014.
What is he pardoned for?
For anything
that he may have done.
Back to 2014. Yeah. He had deals with Moderna, all of these kind of the nonsense that he perpetrated, and people in hazmat suits running into. I saw a video this morning of someone in a hazmat suit, 2 guys, security guys, full hazmat suits during COVID, running into the sea, taking down a woman who was surfing, who should have apparently been self-isolating. I mean, it is. You look back on it; it is the biggest crime.
Can I ask you this? I mean, I wrestle with this. If we had said, actually, it's a flu which kills,
which it was a flu,
fine, a flu which can kill, and it's likely to kill those who are unfit and older. Okay?
Which flu does,
yes,
30,000 a year.
Correct. If we had treated it just like that, I mean, it actually killed 150,000 people, didn't it, one way?
With COVID, not of COVID.
Okay, all right, with COVID. If we had said, actually, this country can't afford to stop, okay? We are skint.
400 billion we spent on it.
Yeah. Of which we didn't have 4 of that 400 billion.
Scarlett and Luke's children are going to be paying for that.
Yeah. And we all continue to pay for it right now, right? And I never thought that Boris made enough of that, right? That in fact somebody had to fund this and this. So if we hadn't done any of that, our economy would have been better.
Yep.
Can I ask you, would, in your view, or anybody's view who wants to come on and tweet about or text about this, would we have lost more people? Would more people have died, A? And B, would that have been a price worth paying?
It's funny, Kelvin. The answer is so obvious, and no disrespect to you, but I wonder where you've been. Have you had your head buried in the sand?
No, I have not got involved in the COVID debate.
Okay, so
I thought most of the people who kept making the arguments which you made
were loonies.
Were absolutely, Well, no, people I wouldn't be comfortable with.
Okay.
That is different because there are a lot of loonies out
So
there,
you kind of
including
you toe the establishment line in a way.
No, I towed the establishment line, and I asked the questions.
Okay.
Right, I didn't know what the answer was.
So what did you think? So the answer to your question is Sweden. Sweden didn't lock down. Sweden didn't make people take the jabs. Sweden's economy is better than ours, and they lost fewer people than we did. So it's very simple. So
it was a mistake.
If you look at it, it was a mistake, but I think we can go a bit further than that. Maybe another time. If you look at the World Health Organization data for flu globally, it goes like this: up, 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 up. 2020, it disappears. And even in a video, Fauci said, "Oh, we've got no flu this year." It was a strain of flu, and flu is terrible. I've had it twice. It was awful. But it will only kill you if you have one or two underlying health conditions and you're old. So I'm all for protecting. We could have had Waitrose deliveries in gold-plated Rolls Royces to people who were vulnerable and who needed help. We could now, with that 400 billion, what could we do? This is a problem, Kelvin. This is other people's money. They're spending our money and they don't care about it. When you're running your business, it's your money and it's the shareholders' money.
Okay, so the argument, one of the arguments that, for instance, Johnson, who was ill and got right, it could have been, it was on death's door at some stage, which is incredible, really, is that if you're fat, which is his point, really, not mine, but his point, if you're fat and you don't do exercise, he did do some exercise, he did some running, didn't he?
No, he did some performative running.
Could you have simply said, if you're fat and you're old, right, you're not to do anything, right, and everybody else is to go about their business? Or do you think that would be an unreasonable thing to say?
Well, no, I mean, surely we as, responsible adults will do the same. I said to you, my wife and son are going to see The Odyssey on Friday night. Now, I'm so busy at the moment. You know how busy we are. And I want to stay in, peak condition, as peak as I can be at my age, looking like this. So I don't want to get any summer colds or anything like that. So I won't go to the cinema because...
Do you know what?
Listen
Honestly,
to me.
He's gone mad.
Listen.
This is why he's the maddest man in broadcasting and why he should have his own show. It's this kind of nonsense about not going to the movies.
Kelvin, I will go, but I'll go to the lunchtime performance when there's no one there. So look at the upsides. No germs floating around. Okay, no one eating popcorn behind me, although once I went into an empty cinema and a bloke sat behind me and started eating popcorn.
Let me interrupt you and tell you this then. You would have gone mad at this. So here am I, I'm on the 8:43, which was so slow, I could have hopped from Weybridge to my station, right, and got there ahead of it. And the guard is obviously either been told, we don't want you to broadcast any bad news about this train going slowly, or we're studying the form for the 150 at Goodwood. One or the other, okay? The bloke comes and sits next to me. He gets out a little book, which is called The Little Book of Psychology, okay? Little Book of Psychology. He then gets out a banana and an apple, right? And he's sitting there, and then, like that. Now, I know this, Pooch doesn't travel on state transport, that's buses or trains, because he can't stand people eating sitting next to him. I think you would have ended up saying to the guy, do you mind having your bloody breakfast before you get on the train?
Do you know I wouldn't?
Oh.
Because I don't go on that
Supposing
train
you
for that
had
reason.
gone on the train, though.
Yeah, but that's why it's happened before. A guy, Mike loves the story, there's a guy behind me, it was an empty bloody carriage, travelling up for a meeting, bloke behind me, just sat behind me, I don't know why, I think it might have been shady on that side, eating some crisps. I said, excuse me, mate. I said there are lots of seats here. I was sitting here. I'm trying to read a book, and all I can hear is your crisps. He just went, carried on. I said, would you mind either desist your crisp eating or move? He said, no. So I just grabbed his bag of crisps and threw them out the window. I said, you can't eat them now. And just sat there and I read the rest of my book. I don't like being in situations like that.
And what did the bloke do?
Didn't eat his crisps.
No, I know he didn't eat his crisps, but did he come and smack you in the chops or something?
No.
Fantastic. What a great story. I've got some super chat coming up
Oh,
here.
yeah?
This I like. Now, this comes from Happy Bear 376. You lose the fifth if you have immunity in America.
Oh, interesting.
How do
I think she means that if he has a complete blanket pardon, that he's not allowed to plead the fifth. So that will go to lawyers and to court.
Oh right, I didn't know that. It's very interesting. There, another super chat here saying Pooch is 100% correct. My wife had COVID vaccine and now she has stage 2 heart failure.
Chris, sorry to hear that.
I'm very sorry about that. He had a great show. Oh well, I'm very pleased. Thank you very much indeed for that. I've got another super chat here. It's coming in. Lest we forget, the pandemic was a global social experiment on human compliance, especially in Western civilization. Fauci needs to be tried by global citizens and to be pumped with all his cocktails. Right. Okay.
Well, I mean, you do know, Kelvin, that at the time when we were saying that it was a lab leak, that like talk was shut down. Did you know their YouTube channel was shut down?
Why? That's because somebody came on and said
it was a lab leak or whatever. It was anti. Anyway, so
that was wrong.
They were so in the pockets that I remember Mike rang me up and we were looking at. I had a streaming platform. We were looking at putting it. So you couldn't say it was a lab leak. Yet now we know it was a lab leak. Yeah. You know, I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous. I just want to finish.
Can I just ask, is their next guest Vicky Price? Yes. Oh right, brilliant.
Is she there?
Okay.
She is. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay. Well, you stay there, though, man. This is good. This is good. I'm very grateful for Vicky Price sparing some time for us today. Hi, Vicky. It's been a long time. You're looking well, though. You're looking good.
Thank you very much. It's the sun, you know. It's we were having a heat wave, as I'm sure you're aware. So even though I'm Greek-born, I find this weather fantastic.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Tell me, I see you haven't been named as the Chancellor, which comes as a bit of a surprise and a shock to us all. If you're sitting there as the Chancellor today, looking at the state of the country, 100 billion going out in interest payments, we don't seem to have money for everything, but every 5 minutes, Burnham announces some new policy which is going to cost money, which I'm unclear where that money is going to come from. Do you think Labour understand where we are, or are they just saying we don't care? We're going to carry on spending. There's not going to be any cutbacks in spending, and actually, come the day of the election in 3 years' time, people will thank us for spending money we haven't got.
Well, for the moment, the announcements by Andy Burnham haven't been particularly costly. Yes, they will mean a few billions. Possibly, but they're not going to happen immediately either. Even the bus fares, the cut isn't happening until next year. Some of the things that have been announced already won't happen until the beginning of October. So we can wait and see what happens to inflation in the meantime. So it's not major. What may be more significant is how do you actually pay for the care, the new care.
Yep.
Support, if you like, that needs to be given. I think we all know that it needed to be reformed without any doubt. There have been so many attempts to do that and they've been ignored. Something needs to give. There are various options and some of those options are not very expensive. They may cost £4 billion extra a year if everybody has a cap beyond which they don't pay anything for their care. There was a suggestion about that by Andrew Dilnot years ago. 35,000 originally, 85,000 or thereabouts is what was being discussed towards the end, but none of that has happened. It's much more expensive if you have personal care that everyone has access to, but pays for their the sort of premises where they may have to go and stay. But then if it's completely free, it might cost £18 billion extra a year. Now, all that will take time to happen. So, in other words, your question. Are we going to find that there is a lot more spending that is happening somehow or other needs to be financed by something or other, whether it's borrowing or taxes. The amounts so far are not enormous, and there are indications from Andy Burnham that he's going to be looking more at the welfare cuts that need to happen, and that because it is him rather than Keir Starmer, he may get more support from the rest of the Labour Party to implement some of those cuts. So yes, I can sympathise with your premise, but we may be pleasantly surprised. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed.
So yeah, it's quite interesting you take up that point on the death tax, because Burnham has actually said that we're going to follow the Denmark experiment, or the Denmark policy, which is actually free at the point of demand, and we don't care whether you're a billionaire or you're totally skint, you're going to see out your days, quotes, on the state, i.e. everybody's tax is going to go up. Actually, there, as you correctly point out, there are other prospects in Europe which look a lot cheaper. It would surely be in his interest, because if this report isn't going to come back until 27, 28, it can't be implemented before 29. So basically it becomes a manifesto pledge, along
Indeed.
with, I suspect, leaving Europe, another classic that'll be. But I can see all that. So there's some good points there. Let me ask you about Gary Lineker. Now, he and the only millionaires left in the UK, as far as I can see, most of the people I know have gone. And yet I always bump into other people who say, you think there's a lot gone? I know a lot personally gone. There's massive numbers have left the country where they can. Do you think it's appropriate? Why do these people say this kind of thing? Because they know that by saying it, all that they're going to do is get a whole tubload poured on them on the basis, if you want to pay more tax, be my guest.
No, absolutely, and indeed it's been said already. So they've all been asked, why can't you just pay more tax, or perhaps give to good causes, which I think is what quite a lot of rich people, millionaires now, of course, it's billionaires. They're getting very involved in supporting various areas that they feel particularly strongly about. There is a problem with that, which is that they go for their own pet projects. And we all know that there are all sorts of other things that need to be funded, such as we were talking about social care. Why can't we just make sure that that money gets to the place where it has the best rewards, if you like, for society as a whole, rather than them deciding to support whatever, a charity elsewhere that perhaps we don't particularly care about from this part of the world, perhaps. But there is no doubt that more can be done in terms of looking at that extreme wealth. And I think there's been, we're not talking necessarily about Gary Lineker here, but there are so many billionaires around. There's a big debate which is being held actually even by right-wing papers and sort of middle-of-the-road publications like The Economist, which is, is it right that there should be so much wealth concentrated in just a few hands? I mean, by few, I mean there are now thousands of billionaires, of course. Should we be doing something to get some of that benefit spread more widely to their workers, to everybody else? So there is a sort of social ethical debate that needs to be made. But the truth is that, indeed, as you said, quite a lot of people have left. And some of the work that we have done in my organization on the non-dom changes shows that, in fact, when you collect from the non-doms with the changes that have happened, if you get below a certain level of people remaining in this country, you just lose the whole benefit of having tightened the situation so that you could get more money from them. So there is a point always where, if you tax too much at the top, you just get people leaving and they can go somewhere else. And I think that is a worry. So for anyone who's thinking of a wealth tax, it's being discussed in France, being discussed everywhere, needs to bear that in mind.
Jolly good. Okay, Vicky, thank you very much indeed. I hope to come back to you on a regular basis. What is the organisation that you work for or help with who is looking at the non-dom aspect?
And we have produced reports. I'm Chief Economic Advisor at the Centre for Economics and Business Research, CEBR, and they've done a lot of work on the non-doms.
Yeah, I know the founder of that. That's great. Okay, Vicky, very nice to see you, and glad to see you. You're enjoying the sunshine. It's even hotter in Greece. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know the boss of that. There's quite an interesting story of that guy. Yeah, which I'm not going into since I'm fairly friendly with him. Right. So
can I pick up on a point on that, please?
Yeah, go
on. Taxing the rich. That clown Gary Stevenson wears a T-shirt. Tax the rich. I went over Waterloo Bridge day before yesterday. I think big sign. Tax the rich. So just because people are billionaires, they've got lots of money, people think they've got too much money, let's give it to other people. How do you think they got that money? They got that money by working very hard and creating jobs and making money for other people.
Creating employment.
Creating employment and creating wealth. They didn't get $1 billion. You and I aren't going to make $1 billion by just walking around doing nothing. We create, not we, but the billionaires create jobs, create wealth. That wealth goes back into the economy. To me, it's ludicrous.
Yeah, no, it's a preposterous argument. We want to have more wealthy people. Look, there is an argument, I don't particularly buy it, but there is an argument that massive amounts of wealth, which some of these people come across, is ridiculous within one person. More ridiculous than me. I'm not going to pass a law saying take it away. I just find it an incredible thing. If somebody has all that much money, I know that you can have a little bit of money and you're flat out trying to control it all the time. So I have no idea that if you have 20 billion, how much of your day is taken up looking at it.
But look at cause and effect. So Elon Musk is who we're all talking about. Why has he got that much money? Because he keeps starting up companies that are successful, that make money for
and he doesn't
the company.
know. He doesn't know when he starts them whether the damn things are going to work or not.
No. And but bear in mind, this wealth is on paper. He won't have $1 trillion in the bank.
Yeah.
He will have a lot of money in the bank, but SpaceX is worth an absolute fortune. Tesla, the most popular car in the world now, is worth a fortune.
Yeah.
So I just think this idea, it's the be kind brigade again, isn't it? Oh, let's be kind to the people who haven't got as much as other people. Yes, I do understand. I do think we need to be kind in society on a personal level. But those people work very hard and probably work 15 hours a day, didn't see their family as much. Well, that's down to them. But they created employment and they created wealth.
Oh, there is no doubt that these people are different. They're Mozarts.
Yep.
Right. And by the way, you don't know who Mozart's kids are either, do you? Something to bear in mind.
I do know the fact he was born on the 27th of January, 1756.
Well, there we are. This is the reason he's on here, because there aren't many people walking around knowing on the day that Mozart was born. Anyway, he knew how to put the crotchets and quavers in.
Only because we share a birthday. I'm born on the 27th of January.
Are you?
Yeah,
okay.
Not
and what about your musical skills?
No, zero, non-existent.
Okay.
You? Do you play any instruments?
No. The fiddle.
The fiddle, yeah, on the fiddle.
Yeah, on the fiddle. But you got 30, 40 billion. I mean, these are huge amounts of money. You then leave it, right? So you pay tax on that. Okay. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing, right? Depending, we should. If you want to do this, go and live in Israel. And especially if you're Jewish, go and live in Israel. But it doesn't really matter. Fantastic country. Go and live in Israel. You don't pay. There's no inheritance tax. I would have, and so you're going to get people going at the end of their lives. Now that is where I have a slight problem, because if there's going to be some form of inheritance tax, I'm not saying 40% is the right number or the wrong number. All I'm saying is that you are going to do a lot of good if you're a very wealthy person. So what lives after you is whatever you leave.
Yeah, but what is the problem with having 0% inheritance tax? That money then goes back into the system because the kids will piss it up against the wall.
Yeah,
they'll buy properties.
Clogs to clogs.
Yeah, exactly. It will be clogs to clogs. It's that one who and they'll go to nothing. But the money still goes back into the economy. I think what people object to is the state telling us what to do, the state saying we are going to...
Okay, but this is what we got with Burnham, haven't we?
Yeah.
He is absolutely in the Harold Wilson bandwagon here, on the Harold Wilson bandwagon. They want to take your money, and these collection of people are then going to decide how it should be best spent. as Clarkson points out, he's had a disastrous year, right? Worst ever year on 1,000 acres of farming, right? In fact, they should have planted, I think, I read some in his piece, I think, 200 acres for barley and wheat, I think, or something, and he couldn't do it. He said, because if I did do it, I would simply lose money for every bushel of wheat that I could go. And yet everybody would say, oh, it's all right for Clarkson, he owns 1,000 acres. How do you think he got that stuff, right? By writing fantastic columns, doing brilliant TV shows, bringing enormous pleasure to many people. Nobody seems to have a view in this country that people should live in large houses.
But also
or have
the
farms.
fact that if Clarkson's operation goes belly up, what happens to his staff? What happens to the people he supplies? That's the problem. That's where people are myopic about this. They think it is just that one big fat cat, you Rupert Murdoch or Elon Musk with all the money. They don't think about. I mean, how many people did Murdoch employ? You know, when you're at the Sun.
Look, I can tell you honestly, with Murdoch, an absolute machine.
Yeah.
Right. A guy 7 days a week, 12, 15, 18 hours a day, always working, always thinking. And the effect is that he's created huge amounts of money and actually security of employment, which is, in this world, how important is that? That you know when you go to work, there's a very good chance that somebody's going to continue to employ you, because with the atmosphere that's out there in the UK, you're always fearing, an email turns up for you. And that's why I see one other thing happening with Chat and Claude and similar, is that you're going to find ordinary one-man bands, sole traders, 2- and 3-man bands, businesses like this. They are going to be the future because you are so much bigger with AI when your ability to use it. My only issue about AI is the following. I am concerned that they won't make enough money, the AI companies, to cover their investment. Because in essence, it's like a phone. Yeah, it's important to have, but there does come a point where actually, if it's £10 a month, fine, right? If it becomes £100 a month or something like that, people will have some doubt. There's a super chat come up, but there seems to be a lot of them today.
Yeah, I like these.
Yes, I like these. We like super chats. I can't actually read that one.
Scotty, Luke, can you read it out?
Trickle-down economics is proven nonsense, and being taxed because you depart life is equally nonsense. Less taxes equals more freedom for the common man.
Okay,
That's
well,
a $10 donation.
Well, but thank you very much.
How much of a donation was that?
$10.
$10.
Someone watching from the US, from the States.
Oh, right.
And listen, you've worked in America. I've worked in America.
Yeah.
When you go there, when I say I'm doing something, or you say you're doing something, they don't go, well, they go, wow, great. They want to be, how can I help? Yeah. How can I be part of this?
Yeah.
And, I'm not saying that we're not all like that here, because certainly among the, from the centre to the right, and we have meetings, we meet so many people who are saying, oh, that's a great idea. How can I get on board?
Yes.
But
that was a very good point to you, wasn't it? That you have been amazed, to be honest, in the way that people have warmed towards the UK Live venture. Normally, you like me are wandering around in the desert explaining what a genius you are and being gently shown the door after about half an hour or something like that. UK Live seems to strike a different kind of aspect.
Why do you think? I've got an answer. Why do you think?
Well, I think, first of all, because you're a startup. You're not Rupert Murdoch.
Well, hold on. Cards on the table. So you've invested in the company.
I have, yeah.
Okay, and so why did you invest in the company?
Because you threatened to beat me up if I didn't. That's the way the violence. That's the way the violence works in this country.
Come on, Mackenzie, get on with it.
He said,
Send the boys around.
I actually put up because I like investing in mad ideas. So there are lots of different aspects to what is being broadcast. Okay, so Mike has a long history. He's literally been in the broadcast business, 35 years?
Yeah.
Has a big following on Talk. and brought that following to UK Live. I was first offered a franchise run by ITV wanted me to be the breakfast show host on Talk Radio, the old Talk Radio.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do that. And I persuaded Murdoch and another US investor that we should buy it. And however, the atmosphere wasn't right to start a UK Live. The idea would have been a good idea, but we're being considered preposterous, right? Today, this is fundamentally not quite the norm, but it's at the forefront of change.
Well, that's it.
And there will be more change. I mean, we have lots of people coming to this station now saying, we'd like to broadcast, including quite famous names. And it's up for Pooch to either bring them over the line or to encourage them to follow.
I will say, what's the most important thing in business? Luck.
Yeah.
You know, you have to, your idea, has to solve a problem for somebody. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
You know, you've got dust all over your carpet, door-to-door salesman. Back in the day, he'd throw a whole load of dust over the carpet. How to get rid of that? Look at this little Bissell Hoover. Bissell, old school.
Yeah.
We are now at a time where our audience here and people around the country, we're all waking up. We're all fed up with the mainstream media. This conflagration of having the wool pulled over our eyes, being told what to do, and your generation of newspapermen are now defunct. There's nobody probing probing and asking the questions. Look at you peering behind the curtain. Nobody is doing that. So people are sitting at home frustrated, thinking, where can I, hear something new, get an answer or a solution to something that's worrying me, or B, how can I become part of it? And we want to create this community. So that's what it is. And to very quickly, I know we've got news coming up. We have, in the next 3 weeks, Kelvin, we are going to be launching from 7 till 7. We are going to have Mike's show, your show. We've got a fantastic show that has been curated by Elena, Charlotte and Scarlett called Adult Human Females, with a brilliant panel of fantastic women talking about the day's events. We've got shows in the afternoon. We've got a super surprise. Everyone will know him coming on later in the afternoon. We've got some great names. So this is just the beginning.
Okay, just the beginning. Right, well, look, we're going to go to the news. I think, unfortunately, one of the guests has disappeared. By the way, is she a journalist, that lady, Lisa Nand?
Yeah, she's a travel journalist.
Oh, is she? Okay, okay, that's fine. Well, I think she's obviously she's disappeared, so that's a shame. And we're going to go to the news, and then we're going to carry on talking about the world with Pooch, which seems a lot more interesting than most of the guests, to be honest.
Good morning. I'm Edward Hughes. Britain's officially in drought across more than half of England, with July on course to be one of the driest on record, and some spots going 40-plus days without a drop of rain. The Environment Agency's advice? Take shorter showers, because nothing says climate crisis management like telling the public to rinse faster while the fields turn to dust and wildfire alerts flash red. Meanwhile, a dinghy flotilla of up to 1,000 migrants cross the channel. A new PM Nob of the North, Andy Burnham, is still insisting his boat's plan is working. The papers are politely asking how that's going. French authorities, despite the usual billion plus from UK taxpayers, appear to have waved them through again. Consistency is key. And on the domestic front, Burnham's busy with cross-party talks on social care, not ruling out tax rises or that ever-popular death tax. While experts warn the system is fairly bust. Remember to like and subscribe. Latest Tigers.
He looked pretty out there, didn't he, with that moustache? Right, so we're going to go through the papers now.
Yeah, what about the Alison Pearson story?
Right, so Alison Pearson, great story. I wonder whether we got any of the videos of what happened there, whether what she's currently saying today. Great triumph. Without Alison Pearson, I suspect cops will be running riot over Britain. It was a really disgraceful effect. I think it was a Sunday morning.
It was Remembrance Sunday morning.
Remembrance Sunday
morning. And remember
morning.
Graham Linehan as well. There's a few that have...
Yeah. So there's a knock on the door, and it turns out to be 2 police officers from Suffolk or Essex Police. Suffolk Police, I imagine. I think she's just into Suffolk. And basically, they're saying to her they didn't like something that she had tweeted, and they're going to...
It was a Gaza protest tweet. There was a big protest, and it was in Parliament Square. She posted something and then realised it might have been taken the wrong way and deleted it,
right? In the same way as.
And then months later.
Months later, up turns these cops. So it becomes a massive thing, and the reason it was a massive thing, and this is where you guys should take this on board and what you should do. One, the Daily Telegraph, of which she is a columnist, a brilliant columnist, by the way, gets right behind her in the protest. 2, she becomes a member of the Free Speech Union, the Toby Young. You must do that. It's, I don't know, 60 odd quid or 35 quid. It doesn't matter what it is. If you're a regular tweeter or a regular Insta or regular Facebooker, just do that, right? There are people out there who want to be unhelpful to you. And honestly, when you turn up fully loaded with lawyers and stuff, these people go to water. And this is what happened with Alison Pearson. She starts pushing back and back and back. Then the local police commissioner decides that he is going to join in. And I think he goes on Newsnight. And he says 2 things which have now been decreed as defamation by a High Court judge. And the following has had to happen. Commissioner has got to pay a 5-figure sum, which I suspect, knowing what that all means, is probably 10 grand, actually. Okay? Once it gets above 10 grand, they start calling it substantial damages. So a 5-figure fund, we say, is 10 grand. And a humiliating apology saying, I'm so sorry. So sorry, Miss Miller. I shouldn't have said this. I shouldn't have said that. Da-di-da-di-da. She has wiped the floor with him, okay? And what people are saying is you went on Newsnight. That money should not be taken from the council taxpayer or the taxpayer generally. That money should come from you, Mr. Commissioner. That's not the end of it. She's going after the cops. Do you remember that?
Yes, it's a guy called David Hurst.
Yeah.
I think the police commissioner. It's Essex.
Yeah, it's Essex Police, thank you. Yeah, she's going after the cops. That's still going through. I fully expect her to win that. And this is a triumph. It's a triumph for you. Triumph for me, triumph for Pooch. These are great victories in the face of the state. Now, Lucy Connolly, in the face of the state, didn't have the Free Speech Union. She didn't have the Daily Telegraph. She had a defence counsel who appears to have said to her, you either plead guilty or you'll get 7 years. He was completely wrong. Because had the media joined in, had Toby Young joined in, she rejected Toby Young, right? Honestly, she's an ordinary woman. She's a lady in Peterborough, right? I think 31 or something, right? She had a kid, you know. She doesn't know. She got her counsel saying, you're going to jail for 7 years. And on this side, she got Toby saying, I can be helpful. She didn't want to take the risk. I don't blame her. I'm doing a Spectator do.
Can I just jump
in
there?
Yeah, go on.
Because when Lucy didn't want to go with the Free Speech Union, that, I'm led to believe, is because the police had stipulated that unless she pleads guilty, she could be on remand for up to a year.
Yeah.
That's why. So, yes, she could have said, OK, I'll go with the Free Speech Union. Great, we'll fight this. But she's got a young family. You know, she just lost a child.
I didn't know that.
So this is where it all came out, and this is where there's no humanity. I mean, forget Starmer at Southport. What an idiot.
Can I ask you this though? Are you suggesting the police might say, or the prosecuting authorities might say, we're going to keep you on remand? Surely they wouldn't have won that battle, would they?
Have you ever sat in a police station when that's happening?
No.
I've not sat in a police station when someone's threatening me with a year on
No.
remand. I think I'd be worried,
Yeah.
scared.
Yeah.
I'd want to see I'd want to see you.
Yeah.
Lucy had lost a child prior to the Southport thing.
Yeah.
It affected her so much seeing those young girls killed.
Yeah.
She was so upset, and she said
She spoke for us all, didn't she?
She said you can burn them down for all I care.
Yeah.
Which is not inside.
It's not the same as saying
It's not, no,
burn
no.
it down.
She deleted the tweet, and then to be threatened with that, I can see why she did it. She's a tremendously brave lady. I recommend that everybody goes out and gets her book. I think it's called A Tweet Too Far, and hopefully some good's going to come out of that. But look at what's just happened with Zach Polanski, and we're only making plans for Nigel with the guillotine, and the police have said then Reform have referred that to the police, and the police said we're not going to do anything about it. So does that mean we can actually tweet what we like now?
Well, it does. It is a change, isn't it? Because if this had happened around about the Lucy Connolly time, then the bottom line is that there might well have been a charge. Why the police need to bother? There's so much going on in criminal actions in our country, but why on earth should you have to spend your time worrying about things like tweets? They don't matter. There's no evidence at all to suggest that they encourage anybody to do anything beyond either look at it and disagree with it, look at it and agree with it. But the idea that you say, I must run out and go and burn something down, or I must go and attack somebody, I don't know. I thought
We've just done a tech thing. We had a bit of a mic failure, but look, I've got my backup mic here, Kelvin.
Oh, right.
So we're using a backup mic. So is that working, Scarlett?
Yeah.
There we go.
Good. Well, actually, they're good mics, aren't they?
They're very good mics, yeah.
In fact, in some ways, better than this, aren't
Well, no, because if you've got a guest and the mic is directional, and then you start doing that, they can't hear me now.
Okay.
Now they can hear me.
Why, is that a directional mic?
Yeah.
Fine.
Whereas that's omnidirectional.
Okay, fine.
But so do you think there's a bit of a change?
I do. So Alison Pearson, this will put the fear of God up the senior reaches of quotes, justice, unquotes, in this country. That police commissioner, he should pay the money out of his own pocket if he has got 12.5 grand, for instance. I mean, some of these guys, it's all mouth and trousers, So, but for Alison Pearson, it's a great moment. I mean, she would have been fearful. Can you imagine a Sunday morning, knock on your door, 2 cops standing there? There's only one reason that they're going to be there now. Right, and they're there not to supply good news to you. What I'm concerned about is why on earth senior officers within the forces of this country consider it a good use of the time of junior officers. It's unreasonable to me that these junior officers, what do they know about anything? They don't know anything about anything, and yet what they will recognise that they're being plunged into a political maelstrom in which their own names and their own standing in society is affected, and it affects all police officers. Because you can imagine that when police officers in Essex go and pull somebody up for speeding or something, they say, haven't you got better things to do, like nicking Alison Pearson? They will be the subject of satirical, abusive chants from ordinary people, and that is wrong. Police are reduced in their standing in society. I love seeing the cops. We had this issue outside the building in which a lady was shouting, right? How did I feel better? I saw 2 cops draw up on motorbikes. They jumped straight off the bikes, went to see what was the issue, and were going to deal with it. Who else is doing that?
Well,
we need there.
Okay, so you don't need the police all the time because the police interfere quite a bit. We had it on private property here. I escorted the lady off quite nicely. When I see the police,
she was shouting her head off outside. She couldn't carry on doing that.
And she had a problem. And listen, once you're angry, it's very hard to talk somebody down. I didn't lay any hands on her. I was very polite. I see the police now, the way they've been indoctrinated with the College of Policing. I've been stopped many times when they've got the wrong number plate, or they think your insurance isn't valid, and it is. And if I get called mate, I just say to them, I will provide you my license and my documents, but I won't say anything else to you unless I have a solicitor. They put my back up straight away. I just don't think we have that friendly Bobby on a beat vibe with the police now, because it has almost become them and us.
Oh, I don't agree with that one.
You don't?
I don't agree with that. No, I like talking. I like talking to the cops. The cops are always helpful towards.
Yeah. Have you ever been in any situation when you're protesting against something? Were you up at the COVID marches when the police were?
Well, I was not at the
us?
COVID marches.
Yeah, well, I was.
Yeah.
And the police were attacking us. Have you seen what about what the police did with Maccabi and Aston Villa?
Well, I thought that was disgraceful.
Listen,
anyway, that guy got fired.
Well, I'm not talking about your average cop. I'm talking about the overview.
These are the
of the
people that I interact with,
cool.
which are the average cop, right? I don't know police sergeants. I don't know detective inspectors, detective chiefs. The only time I ever see them is on television documentaries.
Yeah, well, exactly. And I don't think the average cop in the street wants to be doing all of this nonsense. They want to be policing. They want to be, stopping the bad guys and all of that. But I think they've been told to go in a certain direction, and I just don't think at the moment that there's a very good atmosphere in this country.
Oh, what, towards the police?
No, not towards the police.
Oh, right.
I think we've never had a revolution in this country other than Oliver Cromwell, and since then. But I think there's a febrile atmosphere at the moment. People are fed up with taxation. They're fed up with borders being overrun. They're fed up with clowns in government saying one thing and doing the other. Andy Burnham, number 10 of the North, he gets a £30,000 Airbus flight to go up there. I mean, that is just utterly ludicrous.
I thought that was bad politics.
It's ridiculous.
And he would have known it was bad politics, by the way. So and people around him, they said, you can either take a plane, which is going to cost a fortune, or you can take the train. The issue with the train, or the car, right? Mm-hmm. The issue with the train is, of course, they would effectively have to, for security reasons, have to seal off first class. And they thought that would cause a bigger row than the cost of the plane.
Drive up.
Yeah.
Drive up.
Yeah. Drive up is a solution. Now, driving up, how long would that take you?
Go the
3
night
hours.
Before. Go the night before.
Yeah.
Whatever. Go at night.
It can be done.
Yeah.
I thought that, so they would have sat there gaming the whole thing out. In the end of the day, he's not going to be spending his time in Manchester. And actually, it's a performative action based around PR. Or I hate I've said it before, say it again. I hate the idea he's setting North against South, right? And the South enjoys a standard of living, right? And taking that money, and it heads north, right? Without the South, by the way, the whole country would be Oldham's. Right, we've got a chap coming on now called Frank Ferretti. He's Emeritus Professor of
Frank's fantastic.
Frank, fantastic?
Frank is fantastic.
Oh, right, fantastic. Emeritus, you've just been described as fantastic there, Frank.
I was with him at the Battle of Ideas.
Okay, Professor of Sociology at the University of Kent. Can I ask you something, Frank, before we get into the detail of the discussion? Things are not going well at the University of Kent at the moment. As far as I know, they have laid off a tremendous number of staff and reduced the number of the courses on offer. Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. The university is kind of being emptied out from within. It's become so obsessed with just mere financial survival that it's forgot its core mission, which is actually to educate people.
I see. And literally, haven't hundreds of staff been laid off? Aren't you going to merge with the University of Canterbury or something like that?
Yeah, I think it's the University of Greenwich. I mean, fortunately, I'm now an emeritus, so I left it. But talking to my colleagues at the university, they worried about the fact that core subjects like philosophy, English literature, any of the humanities are being downgraded, or altogether they're getting rid of them because they don't think they make money for the university. So it is a very sad state of affairs where a good university suddenly turns into a college of further education, which is what we're seeing throughout the country at the moment.
And likely under the Burnham plan to see more. I mean, you're literally going to see half the universities of the country shut, aren't you? Isn't it going to be like private schooling?
I think that's right. But there's an even bigger problem because the Burnham plans are inherently academic. They're basically talking about the fact that we don't want subjects to be too academic because they make life too difficult for pupils and students. But actually, the whole purpose of schooling is to intellectually stretch young people, see how far they can go, rather than simply to say that we're going to give up on you. We're not going to challenge you. We're not going to expect you to become competent individuals who are intellectually independent. We're going to treat you like essentially like patients in a hospital ward who need a lot of support and a lot of raising of your self-esteem. And what I really worry about is the people coming out of this education system are not going to be in a position to actually deal with the demands of academic education in the university.
Okay, fine. So it said on my little prompt on here that you are concerned, as we should all be concerned, by the way, on kind of woke ideology in the socialization of children. Is that how serious is it, and what age are you talking about in relation to children? What age are you worried for?
Well, every year it's getting younger and younger and younger. So you now have, for example, what they call sexuality education, which tells 6, 7, 8-year-old children that you might think you're a girl or a boy, but it may well be the case that by the time you're a teenager, your gender will change, and therefore don't commit to being a girl or a boy. Be open to the idea that somehow you're going to change. But even worse, they often send a signal out that your parents know far less about sex and sexual relations than you do or the teachers do. And what they're doing, in a sense, is creating this space between young people and their parents, so that, in a sense, the generational interaction which you need for healthy socialization becomes ruptured and is entirely taken over by essentially curriculum engineers who basically teach young people that Britain's past, Britain's history is one of shame, who basically teach young people that understanding literature for its own sake is really very posh and academic, and it's far better to criticize it because of its political outlook or because of the values that it expresses. So pedagogy has changed to the point at which the values that it promotes in schools are almost self-consciously different to the values of their parents or grandparents or ancestors. And I call this teaching young people a culture of repudiation, where they learn to repudiate just about anything that was important in terms of traditional British values.
Well, it's funny, I was talking last night with somebody who told me that a friend of theirs it runs the pastoral care for a secondary school, and she no longer refers to, when she meets them, to the children, they are the teenagers who come to see her, as he or she. She refers to them all as they, because one day they come in as a boy, the next minute they come in as a girl, and this bounce goes up and down. And she is concerned that if she refers to somebody as a he who has now decided to be a she, that person starts shouting at them that you've wrongly identified me, and literally this becomes a big issue within the school, and either it's an upsetting day for her or she actually imperils her own future at the school. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yes, I think the schools are responsible for this, because instead of telling 6 or 7, 8-year-old children not to play around and say that you are now a girl or you are now a boy, but to basically treat them in accordance with their biological self, they allow children to kind of play around, and they gets to the point at which children can literally invent who they are. So the other day, my wife was giving a lecture at one of our schools, and in the front row, there were two young boys dressed up as rabbits. They were wearing a rabbit hat.
Yeah.
And my wife was a bit bemused by this because everybody else was wearing a school uniform. And afterwards, she asked them, what are you doing? What's the point of your masquerade? And they were saying they were identifying as rabbits. And this is something that their teachers have allowed, and teachers respect them for being furry rabbits rather than boys and girls. Now, that's a grotesque extreme of what's really going on. But by being sensitive, as in the way that schools talk about this, you're actually messing up young people's identity. Because basically what you're saying is, we don't know who you are, you don't know who you are, so it's up to you to make up who you are on a day-to-day basis. And instead of being adults, being the adults in the room and laying down the law, this is how I expect to treat you, and this is, you have to accept that we're going along with this, and eventually we become complicit in creating a very chaotic situation where people are scared to open their mouth in case they misgender a young child.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very good point. We had some guy, some gay activists on here talking about that particular situation, saying that on these pride marches, loads of young kids are turning up as what are they called? Furrians, I think.
Pups.
Yeah. Fur pups or whatever. And I was talking to a teacher about this, and she was saying, "Yep, that's the way it is. And if you don't put up with it, it's you as the teacher whose career is imperiled by this, not by saying, actually, we're not going to allow this. You're just not going to do it. Or don't come to school, one or the other." The idea that when you come into assembly or something, or come into a classroom, 2 or 3 of them are dressed as animals, and God knows what that does for discipline within the school. So what other areas, Frank, worry you about youngsters? Are we bringing up a kind of collection of children, or a whole broad band of people who don't know, who have no boundaries? Anything that they think is correct because they thought it.
Well, it's very important not to blame the children, because it's not the children who have dreamt up all these very silly ideas. The problem begins essentially in the nurseries already, where nursery workers, nursery educators have a lot of pressure on them to go along with what is essentially an extremely woke curriculum, an extremely woke pedagogic agenda. So we now have a situation where a lot of nursery workers are told that it's quite important that they teach young essentially babies or toddlers about the problem of racism, because they argue that racism is almost inherent in everybody, and therefore white children who are 1, 2, or 3 years old should be educated to avoid turning into a full-blown racist later on. So once you begin to go down that path, what you really end up with is a situation where by the time you're 12, 13, or 14, you've been miseducated to the point at which that you don't know who you are. But even worse is the fact that increasingly our curriculum become dominated by psychology. So every form of misbehavior by children has now got a psychological diagnosis attached to it. And we have a situation where both parents and the children are delighted that they have ADHD, or they're delighted they have dyslexia or something of that sort. And what we're doing gradually is we're medicalizing young people to the point at which they become distracted from dealing with the difficult challenges of growing up. They are difficult. We all experience a lot of problems and pain when we try to deal with the difficulties that young people have to face. But if we then, in a sense, deal with, instead of acknowledging these problems, treat them as medical problems, then we do end up with a very bad situation where young people become unable to become genuine independent citizens later on. It's not their fault. It's the fault of adult society, who's become accomplices in this form of systematic miseducation.
I mean, that's a good point, that. I mean, my question about this is if you take those 2 rabbits sitting in the front row like this, which really makes it sound as though you're taking part in some rather curious one-time play or TV drama. What happens to those kids? They go, I don't know how old those children were, but say they're 14 or 15 or something. I mean, they're not far away from offering themselves on the job market. What happens to them when they go for an interview? Do they turn up wearing the old furrian outfit, and say, you've got to hire me when I look like this, and the bosses say, no, thanks very much, and you're sentencing yourself to a lifetime of benefits?
That's partly the case, but there's also another problem, because increasingly, a lot of employers are also in a situation where they find it very difficult to call out young applicants, and in many workplaces, there's a growing tendency to turn an eye to some of these forms of behavior. Especially the big tech companies have led the way. So if you go into a Google workspace, it essentially looks like a nursery. You have soft toys, you have all these soft chairs, you have basically an ethos that playing and working are really not contradictory. You can do a bit of both if you're an enlightened employer. So a lot of employers have gone along with this. Not everybody, thankfully, because obviously if you're running a factory or if you're running a transportation system, you cannot, in a sense, put up with this kind of nonsense. But nevertheless, what we're seeing is a societal-wide trend whereby the ethos that young people pick up in schools gradually gets exported to the rest of society and gradually begins to, in a sense, infiltrate itself into the workplace and other places.
Okay, Frank, thank you very much indeed. Frank is Emeritus Professor of Sociology at the University of Kent. Good stuff to talk to, and give my regards to your wife and the fact that she has to deal with a couple of rabbits asking questions. That's a good one. We should get your wife on. You should do a double act with your wife. Get her to tell all her stories as well. We'd be here for hours. Thank you very much indeed. That's Frank Ferretti. Thank you very much.
I read Frank in Spiked. He writes for Spiked.
Oh, does
online.
he?
Yeah, it's very good.
Okay.
Very good.
Good stuff. Actually, I think I saw the editor of that. What's his name on Newsnight late last night? I don't know. I went to the theatre last night. I went to see Jesus Christ Superstar, which, can I just say, may be very good. But remember, it's written by Andrew Lloyd Webber, and therefore it's all lyrics.
Yep.
Right? So unless you have read the lyrics beforehand, you have no idea what this is about.
Same as an opera, though.
So this is £160 a ticket. The place was sold out, by the way, sold out. And there were a lot, and people seemed to enjoy it. But me and, so my wife enjoyed it, and I think one of her kids enjoyed it. The other one couldn't understand a word of it, and she's a very bright lady. She's a teacher herself. And I was puzzled, but pretending that I actually understood it all.
Which theatre was it?
It was at the Palladium, actually.
Oh, okay.
I can't imagine how much, I can't imagine what the gross was.
Tube to Oxford Circus?
No, driving from Weybridge, leaving at 4:15 to arrive at 6:10, right?
Insane.
Actually, it makes a lot more sense, because I had to go home as a family arrangement. It makes a lot more sense to my mind to have taken the train and get to Oxford Circus and walk out. But anyway, look, it was packed. It's had good reviews. The dancing is great. If you're going, study the lyrics beforehand. Otherwise, you will be puzzled throughout.
Same with an opera, though, Kelvin. You read the libretto beforehand.
Yeah.
Or you won't know what's going on. And obviously, most operas are in Italian or German. And you read a translation, then you know what's going on.
Correct. So the answer is, I don't know whether you've seen Hamilton. So Hamilton, exactly the same.
Yeah.
And what they should do, I know it sounds...
Subtitles.
Either subtitles, which I'll be 100% in favour of, or secondly, an explanation before the play musical starts. It's a musical thing, really. Saying, this is what it's about, right?
It's on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Do a bit of research.
Or you could do research, whatever. Don't do what I did, which is and turning up and looking puzzled for the first half. Second half, fantastic.
Hold on. When you said you had to, because you were here, then you said you had to go home and come back. Did you have to go home because you're scared of your wife, or did you really have to go home?
After the break.
I'm Edward Hughes. Britain's officially in drought across more than half of England, with July on course to be one of the driest on record, and some spots going 40 plus days without a drop of rain. The Environment Agency's advice? Take shorter showers, because nothing says climate crisis management like telling the public to rinse faster while the fields turn to dust and wildfire alerts flash red. Meanwhile, a dinghy flotilla of up to 1,000 migrants cross the channel. A new PM Knob of the North, Andy Burnham, is still insisting his boat's plan is working. The papers are politely asking how that's going. French authorities, despite the usual billion plus from UK taxpayers, appear to have waved them through again. Consistency is key. And on the domestic front, Burnham's busy with cross-party talks on social care, not ruling out tax rises or that ever-popular death tax. While experts warn the system is fairly bust. Remember to like and subscribe. Latest Tigers.
Yeah, hi there. We got a good one coming up right now. Sunil Sharma is going to give us. Hi there, Sunil. How are you?
Hi, Kevin. How are you?
Yeah, fine, man. Thanks. Well, I am all right, except having a Labour government trying to nick every last penny off me, even wanting money. It makes me laugh now on taxation. Not now, but the idea of having to give them money ahead of whether you've actually earned the taxes or not. I mean, the country is so bust. I can't even believe it, you know. And then somebody says, I've got a good idea. We'll have a new Prime Minister who decides, I tell you what, we just need 19 more billion, and then everybody can have a kind of NHS safety net if you're not feeling very well or you're not well. If you're not well, yes, correct. We should see you right. Okay? And if you got the money, you should pay for yourself. That's the whole point of life. The idea that you're saying, actually, I've done very well in my life. Oh, I'm not well. Oh, in that case, I'll stuff it onto the state. Completely wrong. And actually, the system may not work perfectly now, but there's systems in Germany where there's like 85,000, you've got to pay the first 85 grand or something amount. You know, it's completely wrong. Right, Sunil, tell me, what is pleasing you and what is aggravating you about our new Prime Minister?
There's not really a lot pleasing me with the new Prime Minister. I mean, the decision to stop digital IDs was good. I think that was one positive. I think that the frustration is similar to what you just said there, this emphasis on tax, where it just seems to be trying to find another way to tax more people. We saw the stat yesterday that this is a record low amount of millionaires in the country since the financial crisis. Yep. So it makes you think about what's going to happen next. You know, he keeps talking about these taxes to the wealth or the wealth tax and all this other nonsense. But the reality is all this means is that the average person in the UK is just going to have to pay more tax. Their lives are going to get even tougher. And I think your point on the NHS is so true. I think there's so much money that's gone to the NHS. I don't think a penny more should go to the NHS. And I think it should be scrutinized more. You know, we've seen in the last decade, you know, for example, people have been able to do their, gender switches, gender changes, whilst other people are waiting waiting for surgery, important surgery for months on end. I just think the NHS, in fact, has almost too much money, but there should be a real valuation of where that money goes to. And I think I'm kind of sick and tired of everyone constantly using the NHS as this barometer of how successful a country is.
Yeah,
I think it's completely wrong.
Yes, I mean, I absolutely, look, I think we should just pay. Do you know what would be the biggest collapse? The biggest collapse round my way, there's quite a good little clinic. As long as you want to go online, I don't mind going online, actually, explain what's wrong with me, and then they call me up and I do understand that because of pressure, there are too many people trying to see too few doctors. Why we've got too few doctors is totally beyond me. I'd like to pay. I would like to pay so that there was, and if you are, you know, poor, and if you've got young kids and stuff like that, or you're very old and you're not well, That's different, right? But the vast lot in the middle have got enough money to go down the bedding shop. They've got enough money to go on holiday, got enough money to buy a car. Surely a priority has to be to pay for your own health. And the truth is that there's no scrutiny on the damn stuff. I don't know whether my local hospital, St. Peter's, is any good, or it looks like a massive car crashed the place. I mean, it looks as though you'd like to mow the stuff down and start all over again. It looks so old-fashioned. It looks so higgledy-piggledy. If you ever go to A&E there, honestly, if you're not dead, by the time you go in there, you'll definitely be on the way out. I feel sorry for the doctors in there and the nurses. The pressure the A&E is under at St. Peter's is off the dial. They look exhausted. They sit there exhausted. It can't be right. Something has broken down. And yet everybody now says, okay, if you're seen within 4 hours, that's great. And then you get a thing coming out saying, actually, you failed to do it. It was 5.5 hours. Honestly, that cannot be part of a social service system that works properly. And are we then going to get that transferring into the death tax? Is that going to be the next? It's going to be as bad as the NHS. I mean, this is what worries me about it. And on top of that, they've now said, actually, we're not going to allow private industry involved. We hate profits. Really? What good has the NHS done? Yeah? Honestly, and then we have the BBC now dominating their airways to demand their 185 quid, getting famous people making hundreds of thousands of pounds on the back of the BBC, telling us that this is a great thing. Well, if it's so great, why don't they allow us to have a subscription? Then we can decide. Yes, it is great. I want to pay 185 quid. No, I don't want to pay 185 quid. I think famous people telling me when you're making, as the front of that guy is, a comedian, excellent comedian, he's making himself, 300, 500, 700,000 pounds a year. What have they done for us? Anyway, I'm sorry about that. We're supposed to be listening to your views. Right, so you're now Chancellor now, Sunil. All right, I've made you the Chancellor, okay? You can't turn it down. It's too important, the job, right? You want a pay cut. You've decided to become the Chancellor. What is the first 2 things you would do? Immediately you walked in, sat down, call your advisors together, we're doing this and we're doing that.
Slash taxes and raise personal allowance. I think the reality is we've gone down this taxation obsession, you could say, since even the Conservative government, you could say since Blair, basically, where we've just constantly looked at taxation as a way of growth. We now know for a fact you can't grow an economy by taxing people more and more and more. We need to create more wealth. I think the first thing we need to do is slash taxes. These taxes, the levels that we're speaking right now, are astronomical. These are World War II levels. I think in the grand scheme of things, this is an absurd amount of tax that people are having to pay. And I think what people should be looking at is, where is that money going to? I think a lot of people are happy to pay some tax, not the amount they're paying now, but some tax where, you can actually see, you can see what you're paying for. You can see infrastructure being good. You can see healthcare being good. You can see schools being good. But in literally every department right now that is being run by the government, you are seeing the levels getting worse. You're seeing the standards decreasing, whilst the amount of tax you're paying is increasing. It makes no sense. And I think that would be, has to be the first one. I think, and also personal allowance, it's gone up so minuscule over the last 20 years. It's completely unfair. And I think you look at a lot of working class people who suffer the most from that. And you could argue maybe that's a reason for why a lot of people decide to stay on the benefit system, because they realize that they're not realistically going to see any benefit from actually working. So I think reshaping the benefit system is another thing that needs to happen as soon as possible, because I think there's a lot of fit and healthy people who should be working and who are not working. And I think they need to look into, I know of course, there are some people who genuinely have mental health issues, but I think we've confused a lot of that in the UK with mental well-being. Everyone has mental well-being issues of some sort. Everyone goes through a slightly sad period, slightly happier period. And I think a lot of the money that's going towards, especially you could argue my generation and a bit younger, who claim to use...
How old are you, Sunil? How old are you?
32.
Right. And do you notice, within the wider families or friendship groups, that there are younger people who do appear to be genuinely struggling, or do you think that a lot of it is actually an act to get some money off the stadium?
Unfortunately, maybe not in my circle, but I can definitely see, or outside of that, that there are examples of people that are definitely using this for the wrong reasons. We know for a fact now that, some of that is not necessarily their fault. Some of that is the education that they've been set up with. We're seeing school kids, primary school kids, who talk about climate anxiety and as a reason for not going to school, and that's okay now in some schools if you claim that you're so anxious about what's going on with the environment that you can take a day off school. So I think there is a generational thing that's happened there, that we have definitely coddled children, adolescents, and I think that what that's meant is that you're going to see a lot weaker people, both men and females, going into the workforce. So I think that's definitely another massive issue. But I think that a more short-term and more quicker fix, I think they have to lower taxes. They have to increase personal allowance, and they have to look at the benefit scheme. There are so many people in the UK that are unemployed, and that unemployment rate is a lie, because that's just the amount of people who have claimed or are looking to get a job. There's so many people who aren't even looking to get jobs, who are just not even working, and I think that is so concerning. And I think that they're the big things that need to change. And I have absolutely no confidence in Andy Burnham or this current Labour government, whoever the next one is beyond him, to make any changes. I think the only realistic change we'll see is with a general election, which of course he's not going to do.
No, he's never going to do that. He can achieve everything he wants. My bet is that he does take a small run at welfare and actually gets it through, because I think the MPs will be looking to themselves saying, in the event if we turn this down, all we're going to get is a heap of a bucket on us for the next 3 years, and that he will do some kind of performative action on reducing the welfare bill, and that will be considered enough to give him, because what he's constantly working on is his PR rather than the substance. And nor do I expect that death tax to come in until the 29 manifesto. I think because that lady is not even going to come back with her report until 27, 28, right? And although he said hurry it forward, you can be sure that if our financial position gets slightly worse, there'll be a quiet call. We'll just do a little bit more research on that, and so we'll push it into another government. Anyway, look, Sonny, good to talk to you. I'm sorry for ranting and raving about the BBC. The BBC thing is a total joke. They are literally dominating their airways with this ad. I find it infuriating.
It's crazy, because just on the BBC, I mean, it just tells you everything that they need people to tell. They need to tell you how great they are. Yeah. And that's always a bit of a concern. If they're so great, you don't need to say anything. People will say you're great, but they need to tell you. They need to tell everyone how great they are and why you should pay the license fee. And like I say, just move to a subscription model. Let the people actually decide. They know deep down their stuff isn't great. They know that there's certainly people who are turning against them, but they don't have confidence in themselves to actually go down the subscription model, because I think they know that there's a lot of people whose salaries and whose jobs who are currently employed by the BBC, they won't exist if they go down the subscription model. They can't actually compete in a fair market. They've been so lucky to get away with what they've been able to get away with the last 10, 20 years of basically being a propaganda machine. So they are more and more fearful of the idea of a subscription model. It needs to happen. It should happen as soon as possible.
That's great. Well, Sunil, thank you very much indeed. I so agree with that last bit. They are fearful that actually at least half, probably 3/4 of the staff would go, and I would guess that something like 20-25% would actually pay. They'd actually be better off, actually, but they don't want to do it. Lovely to speak to you, Sunil. We will speak again. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Right, quick, before our guest comes on, let's take up that point that you raised, which was that Apollo Live, or Apollo totally dead now.
Yeah.
Live from the Apollo is going. Yeah. Okay. And lots of people were saying in here how sad that they are, and that it had created stars like. Let's have a look.
McIntyre's one of them.
Yeah, but when you say created stars, these guys would have been stars anyway. All it was just another outlet for their talents, that's all.
It was a TV show. but ultimately it was very funny at the beginning. And I don't think...
How long has it been going?
22 years.
Yeah.
I don't think we always want to see stars. I used to go to the comedy clubs locally
Yeah.
all the time. I remember seeing Harry Hill very, very early on.
Funny?
Hilariously funny. I mean, absolutely hilariously
If
funny.
you're in a comedy club, quite a small one, and somebody hits the note,
Yeah.
and he's got the audience,
Yeah.
literally 60, 80 of you,
Yeah.
in the palm of his hands, he literally can scratch his face and people roar.
And you know when someone is good because you go at half time, you go to the loo and you're having a wee, and everyone's trying to do comedy because we're all in that mood and it brings people together. What I'm finding with the comedy that they were doing ultimately was it was divisive. They weren't telling jokes. They weren't trying to make. They weren't telling the Kay Burley gag. You know, they were looking for claps. They were looking for making political points and getting an applause. So that to me is really divisive.
That is a very good line. That actually what they were looking for, they weren't looking for laughs. They were looking for applause.
Yeah.
Two totally different aspects, which is
Absolutely.
why we are going to do an 80s night.
Yes.
At some stage, we're going to do an 80s night. We have a theatre in mind, and that people are going to tell gags as distinct from observational comedy. Now, we've got coming up now, I think we've got coming up Mike Padham. Yeah, hi Mike. Mike Padham is chair of the Independent Care Group, and you're on Burnham's National Care Service, is that right?
Correct. Good morning, Kelvin.
Morning. Okay, so I come from a different side of this argument, and I had Charles Moore on, or Lord Moore as I should call him, earlier, because he had written a piece in the Telegraph, which I agree with, which is saying that if you have the money, you should pay for your own care. And why is it that people who have the money won't, according to Burnham, he's going to adopt the Denmark approach, which is effectively going to say it's going to be like the NHS. Well, we don't. There are many of us out here who don't want it to be like the NHS, right? That is the means of driving force in our life. We want a better service. But what's your argument about that particular argument about if the money's there, you should pay for it?
Well, I feel that even people with very little income are still going to have to pay for their care, and it's enormously expensive if they live a long time. I think it's a meet in the middle. I think more contribution from the state, but some private input as well is what we should be doing in the future.
When you say that, don't you get the impression, look, it may be that Burnham has gone out with the big 100%er. Do you think in the end then that it will come down and it'll be a much smaller start, or will it not start till 29 and be included in the manifesto?
Well, we need something today, as Dilnot mentioned many years ago. I think that we need to be quick, and I think moving some resources from the NHS, because I think the Prime Minister yesterday said it was costing £2.5 billion a year to keep people in hospital that actually medically fit to discharge. If we could move that into the community, it might not mean in the short term any more resources, which we're already paying, and people are better off in their own homes being cared for. So I would like to see that happen at a stroke of a pen. I think you could do that immediately without waiting further.
Okay, well, you say that, Mike, but at the same time, you've got the other political drive, which is that they've said that they don't want, quotes, private equity profiteering.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, where are those people coming out of the hospital going to go then? They're going to be left on the streets, or what's going to happen?
Well, I think that the issue is that private equity only represents a very small proportion of the market. I think it's only around about a fifth. Most of it is for small independent family-run organisations in England, and that's where I think that they have a big role to play. It's like comparing Starbucks with an independent coffee shop. There's lots of care with smaller businesses who are making vast profits. I think the government should use them more. And to change that model would require nationalisation. I don't think that would happen.
Oh, no, Mike, are you all right? Is everything gone all right? The last thing this country needs is national. Are you suggesting nationalisation?
No. I was saying that's what many people call for. I think it was Jeremy Corbyn, the election before the last one, who suggested that couldn't happen. But the public need to realise that most of it is in the private sector. We can't change it. The private sector do a good job and should continue to do so.
Okay, fine. So, okay, if they do that, if the 2.5 million goes out of it and goes into the, I wouldn't be hostile to that. But but we don't need to be talking about death taxes to do all that stuff. Why don't we just do that?
Well, that's what I'm hoping for will happen, because we want to see something tangible today. I am giving the new Prime Minister benefit of the doubt at the minute, but I have heard it before over many Prime Ministers that we're going to fix social care. But I would like to see him do something. I think that would be a good start to make things better in the short term. Long term, then we can have Baroness Casey coming with how we should be in the long term.
Okay, when you look at so we take the long term, which, if I'm to believe the Prime Minister, he is in, saying we need to do it and we need to do it as soon as possible, and I'm going to expend a lot of political capital and all that old tosh, right? When would you think that's likely to happen then? Because if we're going to follow the Denmark plan, that's 18, 19 billion. As far as I know, Mike, unless you're going to supply it personally from your own funds, we haven't actually got 19 pence, let alone 19 billion. So what on earth are we going to do to a country which has already got record taxation?
Well, I believe that 2.5 billion is a start. I think if we are keen about prevention and reducing reliance on the NHS, then some more money can come from that eventually. But I think an insurance product could come in where the private sector could provide that if the government had a cap on how much people had to pay. So I think there is a way forward. But my answer is, let Baroness Casey do a report. Let's move that money today and see what she says in a year's time and put something into place. But we need a quick fix now. He's done it for pubs. He's done it for fuel, energy, and why not social care as well?
Right. So you're promising me, Mike, I don't know you, you're a trusted man, right? Pooch speaks well of you, so that's not normally a great endorsement, to be honest. But if that 2.5 billion, right, that is not a cost to the nation then. That's not a cost to me. Nobody's going to come to me and say, Kel, you've got a fund. There is a gap between the 2.5 billion we saved on the NHS and the money going into private care. Is there going to be a gap there in which somebody comes to Pooch, for instance, who's doing quite well at the moment, is going through a good run, in which he's going to be asked to put his hand in his pocket?
That is money that we're already spending in the NHS, because I make the point, there's many people in hospital that don't need to be. They'd like to be out, but there's a bureaucracy in the middle and it's costing us more to keep them there. So quality of life and saving money is what I think we should do. But it can happen today without spending more, I believe.
Okay, fine. How is business in the independent care group, by the way?
Well, I'm in my 37th year of delivering social care now, so it's always been tough, but it's getting tougher because we're having to look after people who would have been in hospital many years ago, more dependent. There's a shortage of staff. The number of people getting needing care is growing, and I'm pleased people are living longer, of course, but it's a strain on the system. And I might just say that the national insurance hike by the previous government has made a huge difference, because many are part-time staff. So that's raised the barrier even more to us. So we are struggling. We were clapped during the pandemic for a good job we were doing. Now we seem to be left out on our own. But the country and the NHS would collapse from that perspective if social care it collapses itself.
You say there's a shortage of staff. This seems to be coupled with the fact that there are a load of kids can't find work, right? I was listening to a 16-year-old yesterday. I think she was working for a care company, and she was saying she really enjoyed it. She started there as literally a kind of pot washer come sandwich maker, and now she likes talking to the old dears and everything like that. Is it the fact that you don't pay enough? Isn't that the bottom line? These jobs don't pay enough, but at the same time you can't charge enough. Is that the issue?
Yes, and I think the Prime Minister yesterday said they should be paid more, not the worst payers. But the challenge is, if we did pay more, and I think we are going to be made to do that in the future with a fair pay agreement, which I support, by the way. But that means we have to put our charges up to local authorities, who then tell us they can't afford anything else. So that's why the government needs to fund something. But if it could do another thing as well as the 2.5 billion, is allow social care providers not to have that NI increase, would help us. Because one challenge the government doesn't realise sometimes, I don't think, is we cannot reclaim VAT. So we've got all the pressures of running a business, but no VAT to claim back, national insurance hikes, and we are delivering a public good after all.
You are satisfying a demand. That is for true. So you're saying that more people come into your care homes that in the old days would have gone into a hospital which is a different view than the one that is being put forward by the government, isn't it?
Yes, I think many people, many years ago, they could look after themselves very well. It was just like a hotel. Nowadays, people are very dependent. So we're getting what would have been people in hospital years ago with us now. And that is challenging for the staff. We're short of nurses. So it's a difficult argument to make. But we're asked to deliver top level care for the lowest price possible. And unfortunately, in that, staff do pay a price because we can't pay them much more than the national living wage. So we are very stretched, and care homes are going out of business.
What percentage? I know one of my neighbours had a very, very unwell mother, I think, and they were paying. I live in Weybridge. They were paying for one of the care homes to look after their mother, who has lasted for a good few years. They were paying just south of £100,000 a year. Mm. What percentage in the care homes that you run are people self-paying, right? I.e., they are writing the check, not the council, right? Is it like 10%, 15%, 20%, 5%? What is it?
In our own care home, we're getting less than 20% now, and that is dropping. And there's nothing illegal about this, but it's not morally right. But it's another problem for the government to tackle is private payers do subsidise the low cost of local authorities. But as the private payers are becoming less, then the strain goes back on local authorities because local authorities are trying to buy on behalf of private payers. So they don't have to come to local authority as quickly. But it's beginning to be very difficult. Most homes cannot operate just on local authorities' fees. That's the challenge. And we will have care deserts eventually, I think, where you can't get local authority care in some parts of England because providers won't just be there.
Bit like the situation with dentists, I would have thought, where you either pay. So get some insurance, start saving, less time down the betting shop and the boozer, right? And perhaps put aside some money for insurance and you'll be laughing. Not everybody's skint in our country. Mike, very good to talk to you. Actually, voice of reason there, actually. I thought for some bizarre reason, because I hadn't met you before, that you'd be some rather strange kind of lefty, but at least I
would like to think, because we've tried with the Conservative government, the coalition and the Labour government to get some sense, because hopefully this one will listen, this person will listen, this new PM. But I'm always glass half full, but I believe it when I see it. That's the thing.
I believe it when I see it with Burnham. I wouldn't trust a word he says. Thank you very much indeed. That's Mike Padham, chair of the Independent Care Group. Well, I think one more thought process from you, Pooch, and then we'll go.
Could not get a dentist during COVID. All of the, masks and this and that. And the old wisdom tooth. Took it out myself with some. Took it out with...
Is that a joke?
No, pair of mole grips.
Right, show that. Show that. That is absolutely disgraceful. This is why he should have his own show. This is why he'd have his own show. I would not do that.
Why?
There is something wrong with you.
I was in so much pain. So you've got to look at the pain pleasure. This is
why
everything.
You couldn't find a dentist because they wouldn't
do it. And
they wouldn't do anybody.
So a really final thought on that. And listen, I've seen some of the comments and I totally agree that people who have worked hard, they should be looked after. To a certain extent, yes, I think that if you've got money, then you should pay.
That's my main point.
I agree with that. But listen, when people were locked down, they were getting paid to sit at home. They were all promoting the fact that we should be locked down. Yeah. My argument was, so it's all right for you now to not work and have that, but you're happy for your grandchildren to pay for this. Yeah. People are short-sighted. Yeah. That's the thing. You're not here tomorrow.
I'm not.
We've got Mark Littlewood and Paul Cox.
Oh, that would be good, actually. What, to do the show?
Do the show.
That would be good, actually.
So I thought I'd end with a joke, Kelvin.
A joke? Yeah, we like a joke.
So, there's this party, and Tiger Woods is there. Stevie Wonder's there also.
Yeah.
So Tiger Woods makes a beeline for Stevie Wonder, and he says, listen, Mr. Wonder, I love your music, massive fan. I've got Hotter Than July. I've got all your albums, songs in the key of life. Thank you very much, Stevie Wonder said. He says, and I love you as a golfer. I thought you were the best, fantastic. Shake hands. Tiger's just walking off, and Stevie Wonder says, but I could beat you, by the way. Tiger turns around and says, what? Yeah, I could beat you at golf. He said, what do you mean? He said, I'm a fantastic golfer. He said, but forgive me for stating the obvious, but you're blind. How can you play golf? Steve once said it's all in the ears, it's the hearing. He said, I'm there, I've got perfect timing, perfect hearing. My caddy puts the ball down, take a swing, bang, straight down the fairway. Beautiful long drive, always straight. Then same thing goes, I get a little pitching wedge, bang, straight onto the green, never too far. He said, but how do you putt? He said, well, I get set up and then my caddy goes down by the hole and he goes, here's the hole. And I putt and I never miss. Tiger Woods goes, sounds ridiculous. Steve once said, well, look, if you don't believe me, put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah.
Tiger Woods getting annoyed by now. He's got a bit of a temper. He said, okay, I bet you 50 grand I can beat you at golf. Steve once said, fine. Tiger Woods said, when would you like to play? Steve once said, any night next week suits me.
Actually, I like all those gags. Right, well done. That's Pooch. Weren't for Pooch, this would be a much duller show. Pooch should have his own show. This is Kelvin MacKenzie saying, see you on Monday. But there's a good one tomorrow. Mark Littlewood and
Paul Cox, the comedian.
Cox. Actually, a couple of comedians. Actually, Littlewood would not like to be described as a comedian. But no, he's a good guy. And Cox might be joining us on our 80s night of comedy. Anyway, thanks very much for watching. Cheers.